how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Welcome back, comrades. It's Friday night. It's the show you love to hate. You know what that means.
Rise above, generate, rise above.
It's about that time. And what a show we've got for you tonight. Big shout to everyone that's already tuned in. 172 people. Oma Beats, yes, you're officially late. You're not in the studio and the show's already started. But I'll tell you what, in the studio tonight, I'm not just joined by Andy PG. We've only got Terra Slim here as well. Look at that. Now, Mr. Slim is going to be a little bit quiet until Oma Beats arrives and turns on the mixer and sorts out the other mic. Lovely to have you here, dude.
Lovely to be here as well. Big up to everybody. Hope you can hear me. Big up to all the Rise Above family. You get me? From all over the world. Yeah, it's good to be back. The first time I was here, we had a bit of technical difficulties. You know, I think they might have been trying to shut us down. You know, but I finally made it here. I had a few difficulties along the way. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, it's going to be an amazing show. Make sure you share this. Make sure you get your friends that don't know about Rise Above to get
share
into Rise
it.
Above. Yeah.
This is the chance, right? Share the link, like it, all different social medias. Let's get it out there. Andy PG, how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How's it going, fellow crater dwellers?
Abo-Rizian adepts, initiates. It is Friday night. Tonight we've got Terra Slim in the studio, as you can see, because it's all about the physical connections this year. In 2022, we want to get as many people physically into the studio, not just, you know, remotely. So we've got JD coming in soon. We've got Mark Devlin, whole host of other people. It's been
It's going to be busy for the rest of March.
It is going to be busy. And yeah, let's share the screen because it's been a busy week. It's definitely been a busy week, and it's been a little while since we've actually done a Friday night. When was the last time?
We've had 2 weeks off.
2 weeks off.
Yeah, 2 weeks off.
2 weeks off. It's good to be back.
It is good to be back, and there's plenty to talk about, yo.
There's certainly no shortage. But before we get down to this week's topic, which is Terra Slim versus dark occult hip hop artists, right? Yeah, we're still on YouTube. Big up, who made this one say, Chad? Yeah, so I've got to say to everyone, all of our new viewers, it's only a matter of time before we probably get taken down off this platform. So please make sure you get onto the website. Make sure you get onto Telegram. Let me put all of the other links up while we're here.
Yeah, because they've done Mark Devlin. Mark Devlin's been kicked off YouTube, and he's had to set up a new account. And it wasn't even for one of his recent videos. It was for something that, you know, they backlogged.
Yeah.
The Al Gore rhythm jumped around having a dance on his old videos.
Al Gore is constantly boogieing behind us. I can feel his predatory dance moves behind me right now, yeah?
It's very rapey.
It's very rapey. He's that like, old uncle on the dance floor that is just hassling
It's very
every
Jimmy Savile.
female. Trust me. Yeah, so... quick plug of the other channel. We do have a second Rise Above channel. It's where I do my vlogs. I do like the travel videos. We do the edited content. So when you want to like red pill your friends, your neighbours and your family, you can show them. Oh yeah, Jim Hunt, we are on ODYSEE. We're on BitChute as well. All of the links are in the description. So if you want to see me rollerblading in Brighton and taking the piss out of their pebbly beach, watch this video. Anyone from Brighton, I apologise in advance. I'm from Bournemouth. We have golden sandy beaches here. You'll get that if you're from Brighton. This is the other channel. Yeah, please. Shit, I just almost swallowed the peanut. Please like the other channel. Give us a subscribe because there's a lot more content on there you don't see on this live channel. Right, T-shirts. Big shout out to Tree Climbing Matt here repping hard with the Rejects the Soviet Union hoodie. It's selling well. A new one on the scene is the Graffinator. designed by Virus Man, redrawn, hand-drawn by myself.
I think this is a great depiction of Health Chancellor Gates, and he's in his best form here.
It's one of
For
his,
once, he's not lying.
yeah, it's one of his best roles, starring Anthony Fauci and Klaus Schwab.
And Lance, we got the ladies' teas coming up now.
Absolutely. The ladies' teas are live on the website now, which is riseabove.news/shop.
Ladies, there's more designs coming, don't worry.
Yeah, they're only white ones at the moment. These colours, these extra colour designs are going up in the next couple of days. So don't ever say I'm not looking after the girls. These are in special ladies' cut. And remember, every time you purchase a Rise Above t-shirt, it doesn't just help the stream, comrades. It also sticks a massive middle finger up to the Soviet Union, and you pump out a little bit of Rise Above sigil magic.
Plus, they're cool, man. We've got
Yeah.
cool designs.
We have sick designs, hoodies, t-shirts. There's even a Master Lee t-shirt. Trust me.
He'll be joining us shortly, no doubt.
Yeah. He's just taking his attack dogs out and feeding them some Soviet peasants.
He's just doing a perimeter check.
He's on grey ops tonight. So yeah, the whole Rabbit collection, the Rise Above hoodies, everything exempt, reject the Soviet Union. We've got all your favourites, kiddies. And when you wear them to the pub, well, yeah, Alicia, vest tops are coming, already being designed. When you wear them to the pub, the supermarket, they're a conversation starter. And I tell you what, if anyone's ever seen Rise Above and they clock you with a t-shirt or a hoodie, then the rest is history. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, so before we get down to our regular memery, right? Anyone that follows me on Facebook will know that I have been in Al Gore's sin bin again for another week. But I've been
With the usual suspects.
yeah, the usual
there.
suspects. Good company, Terra, King David, Mark Devlin, and we've got Al Gore sort of looking over, smirking, happy with his work. So I came out the other day, and the first thing I did was change my profile picture to this. Because if anyone's seen my last profile picture, Inner Guardian's convinced that's what I got banned for. It was the NPC face with like a Russian Cossack hat saying, I support current things. So I came out and I said, yeah, thank you, NHS. I've got 7 pages of Britney Spears side effects.
He's not lying. It's all there, guys. Follow the science.
Follow the science.
We need to follow the science, guys.
Yeah, so if anybody wants this profile picture, I'll put it in the Telegram group. It's Rise Above Official Telegram. Big shout out to all the admins, Sam Carno and all the family that are taking care of the Telegram group for us. Massive shout out to Sagehead. Commander Sagehead is tuned in. He's going to be taking over content of the website, and we are building a new website. It's going to be riseabove.tv, not Rise Above News.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's going to be like really streamlined, up to date all the time. We've been so slack on the old website.
He's been added to our private behind the scenes WhatsApp
Commander
chat.
Sagehead has been.
He's only been there for a couple of days and it's already smoking hot in there.
He's been brought into the fold. We can now tailor make the memes like straight to Sagehead. I don't have to like communicate them as a third party anymore, which is good. So yeah.
Big up to all the rest of the meme makers. Becky S.
Yeah, Becky S.
Obviously, Ross Kieran. I'm so surprised even his backup page is still going on social media.
Ross Kieran is like one of the most wanted Covey artists in the whole Covey.
Absolutely.
He's like, it's an absolute enigma. Right. I've got to say a massive shout out to Master Lee. He'll be joining us in a minute because the 2 midweek chats we've done in the last couple of weeks have gone through the roof. We got 9,000 views on last week's midweek chat.
Honestly, I broke out into sweat after about 7 minutes of listening to the both of them. It was absolutely unbelievable. I actually caught one. I think it was last Saturday or Sunday morning. I put a post on our WhatsApp group. I was making my breakfast, and it was just unbelievable.
You can get. It's like watching me get rabbit holed live on air in front of Master Lee.
This is proper de-occultist business.
I wonder if he's around yet. Should we see if he's in? Salutations. We just got him in. As I just put him in, his message, I'm in. Salutations, Master Lee.
Salutations.
Good evening, wise one.
Do you want the full entrance?
Yeah, do it. The full entrance.
All right, here we go. Salutations with the ruminations of the machinations about the Russian and Ukrainian situation.
Excellent. Drum roll, please. Wait a minute. Gosh. Yes, that's how we like
Hit
it.
that
What a
gosh
mouthful.
button.
Hit that gosh button. Gosh button's going to be on fire tonight. Yeah, so perfect timing. I'm just talking about the deep chats that we've been doing for the last couple of weeks. Deep part 1, deep part 2. They've gone down really, really well. 9,000 views, which is like, it's just incredible. So massive shout to everyone that's viewing it, sharing it, and most importantly, gaining something from the information that we're trying to bring to the table. So thank you very much for that, Sensei. obviously the third option and your metaphysical reasoning stick has been sort of like an ongoing theme. And I've got to share this one. This is an absolute masterpiece from Sagehead. It's in the Guardians, escaping the binary matrix via the third option window. That's
Attention's to the detail though. Who's on the screens?
Who is on the screen? Is that me?
I don't
Or is
know,
that
can you zoom
Neo?
in?
I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Not on this. It looks like Neo, but am I going to zoom in and find it's me dressed as Neo? Oh, come on. So the black door is the Ukraine. The white door is Soviet 1984. Yeah, this is a powerful piece. Oh shit, Omar's at the door. Can you let him in?
I'll grab Homer Beats.
Yeah, we can get a microphone for Terra Slim then. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, we're constantly trying to out boogie Al Gore each and every week. It's
It ain't easy.
It's not easy. It's blood on the dance floor, Terra. Every single week. I'm popping a windmill here. Master Lee is John Travolta out of is that out of Pulp Fiction? And Al Gore is Michael Jackson with DJ Britney Spears in the background. Holy shit! What have we created here? What have we done? Homer Beats in the house. How's it going? That's all right. I have got Terra's microphone plugged into the mixer, but I couldn't get the mixer to work. I believe I do. Yeah.
I told him not to fuck with yours.
Yeah, we never mess with Homer Beats equipment when he's not here. So I have got a backlog of memes to get through. Remember, all throughout the greatest apocalypse ever, it's really important to support your local businesses, right? Your local independent artisan businesses. Make sure you support them.
Am I on?
Yeah, is that on?
Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, I'm on. The little gin shop.
Turn it up a bit more. Let us know how Terra's sounding in the comment section, please, because he's going through the old mixing desk over there. We haven't got too many mic ports. Yeah, the little gin shop. Is that Biden? Yeah. Obviously it is. It's Biden with like some sort of Beelzebub in a shopping, like a granny shopping trolley.
Jesus.
33% off your gin. Sagehead strikes again. Brilliant work. Right. This one is from someone new who's going to be entering the meme team potentially. It's one of his first entries. I like, look at the obelisk erection coming from Zuckerberg, spunking out the Eye of Ra.
There's a lot going on in that.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot to process here.
What an image to walk into.
Yeah, so this is one of our fledgling memeticians, right? He hasn't actually got a name yet. So he's going to be coming up with a moniker to present these memes. This is one of his metaverse memes. And we did have something else on the metaverse as well. If I just try this one. Yeah, this is from Rise and Shine. Reality versus the metaverse. And I think this metaverse is actually sort of like what you've envisaged, isn't it, in the Guardians?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh my God! Look, we've got Epstein, you've got Savile, there's Health Chancellor Gates there.
Have you noticed how I have to squeeze 2 memes on one page now? There are so many. I can't even. Like, we have to be economical. We have to be meme neutral. To get them all out, I have to put 2 on one page. It's just the way it goes. Holy shit! 287 tuned in already. Make sure you share the stream, comrades. Every little helps. This is Rise Above, and it's Friday night.
Excellent.
Yes. Okay. So
How many likes have we got?
I'm not sure. I can't see likes in real time.
Let's see if we can get 333.
I want at least 333 likes on this bitch. Okay, so, I mean, it's been said for a long time that Lord Schwab is the ultimate James Bond villain. So it was only a matter of time before we saw something like this. Leading.
Is that Jacinda?
Nah, that's the Queen in her younger days, isn't it?
Is it actually?
Is it? Is it Jacinda, or is that
I'm
a
not
young?
sure. It's very Jacinda-esque.
Well, anyway, Schwab looks very good. Actually, is that him as James Bond?
Yeah.
Spectre.
Out of interest, what percentage of the population do you think have heard of Klaus Schwab?
Not very many.
I would say. What do you reckon, Terra? Go on.
I don't think many at all, to be honest. And I think the people that have heard is people that have heard in the last 2 years.
And I think that's by design as well.
Mate,
Look,
I hadn't heard of him before the COVID.
We've discussed this. That it's no coincidence that he is. He sounds like a Bond villain. He looks like one. He looks like Dr. No, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
He dresses like one.
He dresses like one, you know, in his Saturnian worshipping attire.
He dresses like Ming the Merciless, mate.
All of it. He's well crafted and designed by the dark occultist and put out there.
Well, yeah.
I think they've done a great
think-
job, personally.
I think like it's the only people that know of him are the people that have kind of exposed him. Like your average
And people in the
normie.
financial world in the Guardians.
Mate, my accountant that looks after my business he looks after businesses much bigger than mine. He'd never even heard of Klaus Schwab, and he didn't really know much about the World Economic Forum.
'Cause-
His job is money.
A couple of my close family members have been in finance all their life, and they know of the World Economic Forum, and they do know of Klaus Schwab, even though they've had the triple dart finish and all of that kind of jazz.
180.
So they are aware of this gentleman.
Well, they better be soon. Yeah, my accountant never heard of the Great Reset or nothing. I schooled him in front of my mum as well. She thought it
I
was
bet
great.
that was an interesting.
Well, I
eye-opener.
basically showed that he didn't know anything about the financial world. I mean, how could you say that your job is finance and you don't know what the Great Reset is?
Yeah,
come
for
on.
sure.
First principles.
Oh no!
This
Look
one
at
is a
this
little
one.
bit overdue. Terra's cracking up here, right? Because
Look how well Witty's like morphed into that. It's great.
I think Tedros as B.A. Baracus is particularly
Who
good.
is that? Is that Sage?
No, I don't know who made the AIDS team. This isn't actually one of ours. I hate to say it. This isn't Rise Above Canon.
Has
but
anybody
yeah,
seen Chris Whitby?
but this has been a running theme in the Guardians. You've been saying this for a while, and other people have been saying it too.
He's off the radar, my man.
Where is Chris Whitty? Has he served his purpose? Now he's just been shuffled off somewhere.
Like
No, I
Hancock.
think he got served a sigil.
Hancock's
like to
been
call-
slyly sitting on the back bench now. I follow him on social media and I see his posts, and it's all about he's like focusing on children with dyslexia and just stuff like that.
Who,
at the moment.
Hancock?
Yeah, Hancock is. Yeah,
Well,
he's been phased out into the background.
so the reason
He's done his Matt Dazalan work.
The reason I've got this in is because we just have a backlog of memes, and we didn't really follow up the old Adrian Hyacinth Bouquet story. So obviously Sagehead had to knock a couple like these out. Someone requested Easy E, so
Jesus
that
Christ!
that happened as well.
I haven't seen these memes before, by the way.
No one's
so-
seen these memes before. I've got,
Jesus.
mate, I'm sat on a huge archive. I mean,
We're gonna have to start doing a third show a week to get through them.
do you want to know something real funny? On Facebook today, someone was getting all pro-Ukraine, anti-Putin, and they tried to have a meme off with me.
Oh, come on, that's
They
not going to
literally-
end well,
they
is
were,
it?
They were dropping other people's generic pro-Ukraine, anti-Putin memes on me, right? And I was like, I'm not meaning to say anything, but do you know what I'm sat on here? Like, I've got enough memes to destroy you. Just don't even try it.
I'm just going to
Don't
chime
even
in
try
quickly on World War. I know we've got a World War 33 section coming up. However,
Yeah.
on my social media, there are people who are in the quote-unquote truth movement, who are anti-stabby jab and all of that stuff, who are still pro-war with, and they're doing a stand with Ukraine stuff. So they even though they've seen through the Divok agenda, they're still brainwashed completely by the current media extravaganza.
They need to do a deep uninstall of Divok AI.
I can only
Got
call
rid of
them
half of
retards.
it.
I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of
I'm
these,
going to
a
be
lot of
talking
those,
about this later.
yeah, a lot of those people, they were the people that jumped onto the freedom movement quite late. So a lot of what I found, I didn't go to many protests, but what I found being around the protest scene, there's a lot of people that are active in the protest scene now who were self-isolating, do you know what I mean? We're going along with it, running around with hand sanitizers.
Washing
and
their
masks.
hands constantly.
Yeah, until they came across, something like Rise Above or myself or the various other people, JD, and then that's when they realised, but they're not fully, they're not fully switched on. So a lot of them have gone straight back into this I've seen a lot of people as well online that were,
One step forward, two steps
yeah,
back.
exactly.
That's
So-
exactly it. Yeah. They've been sucked back into the media frenzy.
Well, if you've only summoned enough authentic essence to beat like one level of the trickery, and you've sort of expunged everything on that, you're just going to fall straight back into the next thing because they're going to go bang, 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 one after another. Of
course.
as we
You
know.
know the game Snakes and Ladders.
Yeah,
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that's all about.
yeah. This one, Auntie Koviet really took it too far. She actually memes the first ever person to die
mate.
of Adrian. Anyway,
mate.
right? So,
mate.
yeah. I've got a feeling that this Adrian Hyacinth thing, it really hasn't gone anywhere. It's still going on under the yellow and blue cloak that's now been placed over everything.
Yeah.
Because this came out last week, and this came out 2 weeks ago. Sorry, the people were doing this search that's on the screen right now. What will be the leading cause of death in 2030?
Yeah.
UN Agenda 2030. As soon as this started going around, then we just had yellow and blue.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I know this is a couple of weeks out of date, but we haven't had a Friday night show, and I wanted to put
A lot of people I'm talking to about the old Hyacinth and HI Divock issues, they just don't believe it because they still see it as just a sexually orientated disease or something you get, contract from having sexual relations with someone, and they just can't possibly make the connection that they could be getting that from the old injections.
But it's complicated because the Divock itself and the injection has the David Icke Hyacinth
Within
protein
it, yeah.
built into it by design, but the Adrian thing, that's actually something separate. That happens from taking too many boosters. For all we know, that might be nothing to do with the Hyacinth David Icke protein.
Yeah. What I saw.
that news report I sent in
Which
the chat
one?
about an hour ago.
Oh, probably not.
It might have been the one I saw. It was from 2021, and it said something about people that have had the Britney Spears are at higher risk of contracting the old
Hyacinth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Those were actually
That's
going out around in early 2020.
Yeah, this is from a reputable news source.
Yeah,
like,
Reuters or something
yeah,
like that,
so
yeah.
it was from something like, I think I've screenshotted it somewhere, but
Well, the news that I sent out was basically saying that there's a sudden surge in the vulnerable and the elderly with the Divock, and that's due to the deterioration of the triple.
Oh, what? So once you've had the 3-dart finish, the Britney-induced Adrian is starting to kick in, and they'll just call it a new stage of Divock, basically, as prescribed.
Yeah, but what they're claiming is that it's wearing off.
They're claiming what's wearing off.
The boosters are wearing off.
The boosters, yeah.
So then they're going to have to go and queue up again.
Oh, actually, yeah, I've seen adverts for that in the last couple of days. Another round of Britney and the boosters.
They'll do it, mate. I know someone who's going on holiday next month, and they're like, fuck it. They've already had 3, and they're like, fuck it. If I have to have another one so I can go on my booked holiday, I'll do it.
I'll do anything.
Yeah, that's what they said, literally. I haven't gone snowboarding this year because I always go to Austria. I've got lots of friends there. I used to live there. But, I can't go there because we all know what the fuck's going on in Austria.
Yeah, not a lot. Unless you've been to multiple Britney Spears concerts.
But there's no way I'm, sacrificing my entire life just so I can get on a board for a season.
that's it. I met a woman the other day that I see around in Swindon, and she was saying, she's had the 2. Sorry, she was saying she's had the 2 vaccine. Sorry, the 2 Britney Spears. I've got to watch my speech.
I'm giving you till the count of 5 to apologize to me publicly.
I
for calling me
apologize.
stupid.
I apologize for putting this entire platform at jeopardy. Yeah? So this woman, she told me she had the 2 Britney Spears, and then she had the top up, as they say, and then she was like, and I had the flu, and now I'm waiting for the pneumonia. So there's some people that are literally trying to
gone
get
for the full subscription.
yeah, literally, they're trying to get the. I saw a meme actually. It's, you get the loyalty cards in like Costa and that with all the stamps. You see that one? You must have it somewhere. It must be in the archive. But I saw that today, and I thought, yeah, that's so like true to life.
What was at the end of it?
It was a free toaster.
Oh, my one said AIDS. Sorry, Adrian. Don't want to get banned. Right. Okay, so back to the memes. Right. So I really should have shown this one in the old Ukrainian special the other week.
Oh, it's Lord Schwab's crash.
It's Lord Schwab's crash.
Look at that. You've got Chancellor Grandmaster Ginny watching over all his children.
Master Jin.
Jesus Christ.
So it's the WEF weaning evil fascists. Young global leader section, but the problem is that Putin was in the class. This is the big crux that we're going to be talking about when we do the World War 33 section.
Okay, yeah.
About Putin. It's the big thing that's dividing the truth movement at the moment.
Yeah.
Is he playing along with
Zelensky?
Lord? Oh yeah,
he in there?
Zelensky. No, he's not.
Maybe this was commissioned before they rolled out Zelensky.
Yeah, well, he was still playing pianos with his penis and doing dancing with the stars while this was
Absolutely.
happening. Like, have you seen that? There's a 5-minute video of him playing the piano with his penis.
Yeah, from his previous comedian days.
Yeah, he's done it 4 times on TV, 4 separate occasions over a span of 6 years.
And people thought Donald Trump was bad. Come on, guys.
It's party trick. Okay. And on the right, we've got old Justin Castro, blackface Castro. What did we call him last week?
He's having a great time, mate. He's really enjoying himself.
Boot polish Castro. Right, globalists knew their mandated injections would lead to worldwide uprising and civil unrest. They predicted it in the 2010 Rockefeller document Lockstep. How to handle these uprisings were discussed and rehearsed ahead of time, labelled them as criminals and shut down their finances. Sound familiar? Yeah. That happened to someone quite important this week. Got a meme for that in a minute, actually. Speaking of Zelensky, here we go. So Zelensky says Justin blackface boot polish Trudeau Castro was one of the leaders who inspired me to join politics.
Look how small he is. What a little worm.
Absolute little weasel.
He's
What
on
a
his knees.
Soviet weasel.
He was on his knees shortly after this photo for Justin.
He needs a booster seat.
Some sort of booster. Yeah, no surprises that these two are going to be, modly coddling each other. And I had to put this in, no real context, but how many times have we talked about NPCs, Neuro Program Coviets, right? And people having programs installed. Well, look what
Hacked souls.
Look what Lord Schwab's chief advisor is literally saying. Humans are now hackable animals. The whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit and nobody knows what's happening inside them and they have free will, that's over.
Listen to the wording of that. The whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit, not a soul or spirit. He's speaking like this soul means like he hasn't got one.
This guy drinks baby's essence for breakfast.
Question: who is this guy? Where has he come from? You know, we're talking about Klaus Schwab. A lot of people didn't really know about him until the great Rasek come in. I mean, who's this dude?
This is probably
Where's
Klaus
this
Schwab's,
dude come out from?
Like go-to man, isn't it?
I wonder what his background is. Dom and Chris from the Sheep Farm. If you want to do some little digging into this parasite, that'd be most appreciated.
I haven't
from the
seen
Rise Above
Sheep Farm.
panel.
I haven't seen Sheep Farm in the.
Oh, they'll be in. They're
live
always
chat.
in.
They'll be in there. Everyone's in tonight.
Well, going by his name, he seems like I don't know this guy. He seems like Israeli. That's just going by
course.
the name.
I would put my last crypto shekel on the fact that this guy's from Israel. Yeah,
That's
sure.
just by the name, innit? I don't know.
Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of the click, there's certain stories that just don't go away. Certain narratives keep coming back like a bad smell over and over again.
Mr. Melinda.
Barlinda Gates. Bill's relationship with evil Jeffrey Cornerstone, a factor in my $105 billion divorce, says Melinda. And while this is going on, old Jean-Luc Brunel, who's basically like the Epstein of fashion, he got arrested for, guess what? Guess what happened? He Epsteined himself.
Hashtag Pizzagate.
Or he got Epsteined. Is this just like history repeating itself?
Well,
Is
we
it
all know they're not creative. We all know. I wonder who's next. Who's third on the list? Who's the third cornerstone?
How long did old Maxwell get in prison? It was ages, wasn't it?
I don't actually know.
I'm pretty sure she got like she sentenced to loads of time in prison.
She got life. I think of 3. Is it 3 life sentences?
That should do it. That should be enough.
She'll get off. She's appealing anyway. There'll be some little clause, I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be
Either
surprised.
that or she'll move to the metaverse.
Yeah, no doubt. Has anyone noticed there's loads of really revealing stories about the Soviet Union coming out in the last couple of weeks since everything's been under the yellow and blue blanket? I mean, this is one of them. A new study from about Pfizer's Christmas Miracle says that this mRNA does indeed integrate into your DNA.
And that is precisely, completely contradictory to what our friend Dr. Fauci came out and said internationally over the old microphone. He said, absolutely, it does not integrate with your DNA whatsoever. And now look what we got.
Here's another great one that's been slipped under the carpet. Jussie Smollett has actually gone to prison for definitely faking that homophobic race hate crime.
Really?
Yeah, he got sentenced to like 5 years in jail today. Yeah.
Was that the one where he had 2 Nigerian guys wearing "Make America Great Again" hats?
Yeah. He paid them to do a racist attack on him.
That's mad. That was
Yeah.
really mad.
But apparently, even to say that was right-wing terrorism, according to some people.
Cheech McDuck in the
It's
chat
true.
says 64 years Maxwell got.
64 years.
It's
Yeah,
triple life, I'm sure, something like that.
that'll do the well, 20 years, 25 to life is a life sentence. So
I'm surprised she didn't get
64 years.
66.
Yeah, I'm surprised. 33 years times 2. Why not? So this means
I commissioned this one.
did you commission it?
I
Do you
commissioned
wanna
this one.
give the brief?
So this is when you want to go and pay to have your fake Divock subscription.
The digital Britney,
Yeah,
as we call it.
This is it. When you haven't actually had it, look, you got the Evian water there being injected. You got the nurse placebo. It's 750 if you want to show the 2 and the booster.
So 750 or 7 pages of side effects. Do you
That's
take cash?
Is that Sajid Javid was sitting there with
That's
that
the
money?
man.
Yeah.
Savage Jabhead with Shipman. Shipman's taking the 750.
Harold Shipman. Yeah, was he the greatest serial killer of all time?
I think he was the best. He was probably the biggest serial killer in England because he would have killed more people than anyone that actually murdered people.
He did.
with
That's right. He
weapons.
did.
Yeah.
He was the
No, but he
put
went
more-
he went one better. He went one better because he killed himself, didn't he?
I think he did. The only people that's killed more grannies is probably Matt Dazzler.
Yeah, I was literally going to say Matt Daslan was like, hold my beer.
He's up there. Yeah, he's definitely up there.
We've already
Yeah.
made a meme about that.
Yeah, I think we have, yeah.
Gotta
Yeah,
get out.
Shipman's boasting about his kill
Yeah.
count. Matt Dazzler's like, hold my meme.
Yeah.
Hold my Matt Dazzler. Holy shit.
Oh no!
Dear, oh dear.
Do you like how all the memes have got the official Rise Above brand in the corner now? I had to get that sorted. Massive shout to Sagehead. Massive shout to Auntie Covey, to Rise and Shine.
These
and-
must
and
be
all the team.
flying all over the world, honestly.
You know it. You know it. They're getting big. With memes, we will prevail, comrades. We will. Right, we're almost at Terra Slim section. Now, I'll finish it off with this. This was called Cold Case. This is from Sagehead once again. So we've got all the usual characters here.
Shipman again.
Shipman, Chris Whitty. Who's this? Is that Joseph Mengele?
I'm not actually sure who that is.
Sagehead, could you tell us who this is on the right?
Obviously,
please?
we've got what's his name? Not Hancock. What's his name?
Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony
but It's
Hopkins,
out of
that's it, yeah.
Westworld, because we were speaking about Westworld on the show
That's
the other
right.
week. Yeah. So a massive shout out to everyone that sends us memes in real time and everyone on the team. It's much appreciated. So, where are we? Half an hour in.
Is Chris Whitty? Is he full human?
To me, he looks semi-reptilian. If that's a real thing, he's
Yeah.
a highly candidate for being a crossbreed.
I just think he looks terrible. I've said this loads on the show before. He looks terrified, man. When
He
he's
does.
talking and addressing everyone, he looks terrified. When you've got people like Hancock and Trudeau and that and Jacinda, they're having a whale of a time.
Yeah.
They absolutely love it.
Yeah, they love
Whereas
being
this
they
dude,
love being Satanists. You can see it in their face.
Whereas I think he's being forced to do what he's doing. So he's obviously nailed some children and got caught on film.
It looks like he's been absolutely brutalised in some pretty dodgy rituals.
Yeah,
He's seen things
for
he
sure.
didn't want to see.
Well, I think
Maybe.
the reason why he looks so terrified is because they've actually told him that his fall down will be that he has to have a relationship with a woman.
just a relationship with another human being will probably just break him. Oh, great show already, guys. Right, massive shout out to all the memesters. Let's have a little interaction with people in the chat here. Massive shout out to Jim over in Canada. Eye for an eye. No Cat Popeye. That's a new one. Steve B, Rise and Shine, Jason Jackson, all the sheep farm massive. Unwashed
I saw
and
a good
somewhat
one.
slightly dazed. That's good. I like that.
I saw a good
Go on
one
in the
from
Guardians.
Jim Hunt. He said, I think he called it the blue and yellow flag carpet. So things can be swept under the blue and yellow carpet.
Oh, it's like the Iron Curtain of the Soviet Union. Now it's the blue and yellow carpet.
Again, it's like
Sweep it under there.
it's all just again so coincidental that everyone's fully fledged, full steam ahead, 100 miles an hour on the Ukraine-Russia quote unquote war, when just as Pfizer get their documents released of all the side effects.
Yeah. Hey, there's loads of stuff that's coming out at the moment that's
Yeah.
just been swept under the yellow and blue carpet. That is really
Distractions.
good.
It's a great way to do it. Again,
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
outdone themselves, really, haven't they?
Yeah, it's just a masterclass in distraction, isn't it, at the end of the day. So, today's actually quite a big day for the occult. Did you know about this, Master Lee? March 11th is a mirror of September 11th, and if we look,
Yeah. The number 11 is the mirror.
The two pillars.
Yeah.
I posted this and it went onto Instagram, and someone came straight in the comment section. He's like, it's not satanic, it's pagan. You're getting mixed up. I was like, hold on a minute. Yes, this is the pagan calendar, and not once is the word satanic on this post, so shut up. But yeah, if you look at some of the things that have happened on March 11th, Madrid train bombings, tsunami hit Japan, World Health Organization declared COVID-19. Oh, happy birthday, Divik. 2 years today.
Literally. Let's get a round of applause for Divik 91.
Yeah. Happy birthday,
2
Divik.
years.
Yeah. Congratulations, Health Chancellor Gates.
Don't forget, just as we're approaching the season of sacrifice.
Yeah. So, and obviously we know what happened on September the 11th. Also in 2007, the Russians tested the largest ever conventional ballistic weapon, the father of all bombs, FOAB. And in 2012 was when Benghazi happened on September 11th. So it's a big day. It's a big date astrologically. And that's why we invited Terra Slim into the studio today to chat to us about, well, I've called it this. I've called it the dark occult hip-hop artists.
Yeah.
You've been, let's face it, since the last time you've come on, a lot has happened.
Yeah, quite a lot has happened actually, and yeah.
You've been calling people out. You've been
I mean, I
calling
follow
people
you
out.
on social media, man, and you're highly vocal to these Satanist rappers.
Do you know what it is? Like, I don't have anything personal against no one. I don't. It's not like I'm there to like point people out and say, "Oh, this." But it's not even that. I'm more like, you know what? I'm more warning people, innit? Like, don't go down that path. And that's literally why all this has happened. So all the noise you're hearing and all this drama is quite literally as a result of me telling people, trying to give people good advice. You know, and that goes from literally from when the pandemic started, the alleged pandemic, I will say. You know, I was telling people, well, you know, exercise, get out of the big cities. Do you know what I mean? Things
Learn to
like,
grow food.
Yeah, all of these things. You understand? That's all I was saying. And to be quite honest, yeah, I was getting backlash then anyway. So, as much as people give me backlash now, I was getting backlash when I was telling people basic things like go for a run. You know what I mean? I was outside.
Basically,
exercising.
don't outsource your health to a third party.
Yeah.
So-
That's what it would have led up to, and that's the thing. And so, you know, I got a lot of people I know who have took the Britney Spears and are now having some really bad side effects. A lot of friends of mine, their family members have took it, and some of them have died. Some of them have got some really, like, you know what I mean, people
Life-changing
losing their
issues, yeah?
losing an eyesight, and you understand, like, serious stuff, you know. There's been a few people that have actually, there's been a few people that have, you know, they were like hypnotized by the media and stuff, and they were actually on their way to go and get the Britney Spears, and then they told me that, you know, me constantly going on about it, that made them reconsider, and they haven't done it, you know what I mean? So,
Word.
you know, there is a lot has gone on, and to be quite honest, like, it's not for any good reason, you know what I mean? It's not for any good reason, a lot of it, apart from people. You know what it is? It's like virtue signaling. It's people want to be liked. People want to say what makes them appear, you know, likable in the eyes of the public.
Being part of the consensus.
Yeah, exactly that. So this is the problem, and then I think a lot of people in this situation, especially the artists, the hip hop artists, and the urban artists, as you'd say, drum and bass, a lot of them, because they wanted the popularity and they wanted to do all these lockdown streams and that, they didn't speak out, and they didn't warn. Do you know what I mean? They didn't.
And then, you know, for an example, look what's happened to Skibber,
mate,
in the last couple of weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've seen your post that the D&B's lost its king.
Yeah, it has.
Mate,
The-
Skibber D is the first ever rave MC that I heard. Like, I had a tape of him and Fearless that I must have listened to 5,000 times when I was 18 years old.
Yeah.
It's the reason I became an MC. When he died, I'm going to be totally honest, it was obviously a massive loss, but I cannot say that I was surprised. Now, that's not saying anything about him personally, but that's saying it's only a matter of time before someone from each scene
Do you remember
has lost someone.
Last year when Stabby Jabs first came out, I showed you Shabba D, MC Shabba D's Facebook, and he was promoting the Britney.
And I'm not going to lie, I lost
how-
all respect for him at that moment.
Me
Do you
too.
know what I mean? I lost, and then when he tried to make some sub story video about like, oh, I'm doing it for. It's like, well, that's cool. Why are you making a video about it? Do you know what I mean? And it's
virtual signaling,
and it's
again.
and it's ironic that, you know, really and truly is partnering. You know what I mean? Like, obviously Shabba and Skibber are like, you know what I mean?
That's the original partnership in drum and bass MC.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it's ironic that obviously it was Skibber. It's very tragic. Same time, I did do a bit of research, and I didn't find too much, but then a bit of, you know what I mean?
There was the V Word mixtape. There was lyrics
Yeah.
about supporting the NHS.
There's one eye symbolism from Skibber as well.
Really?
So
Oh,
whether he knew it or not, whether it was inadvertent or not, whether he was just going along and thought he was doing the right thing by saying whatever,
yeah,
he took part in the ritual.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
He
and that's
did.
going to upset some people that I just said that, but that's fine.
he definitely. I think so as well. I don't think he was too aware. I don't think he
No, I
was
don't
someone who
think he was
gave it.
aware.
I don't think he was someone who gave it that much conscious thought. I think Shabba now. I think he's someone who gave it
Well, he
much
was
more
actively
conscious.
telling, he
You
was
think-
actively telling people to
I-
go to
I-
the Britney
I
Spears
wonder-
concert.
Yeah.
he was, and I wonder now if Shabba's going to go and have the next dart when when he gets told to, because of what's happened to Skibber.
Nick Longworth said Skibbity was jabbed. Check out his Twitter from Feb 2021.
That's it.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that they all were.
Yeah.
I called Fat Man D out, and I know Fat Man D. I've MC'd with him many times. when the lockdown finished, he did this set with Chase and Status, and he made this big cringy post saying that made all the masks, everything, 18 months of everything worth it, just to do that. And I said, hold on a minute. Something you did week in, week out as your bread and butter. Now you are begging, so happy to do it, and all of that you suffered was worth it just to do what you could do before. Think about what you're saying,
Yeah.
and the example you're setting to everyone else. All of that was worth it just so I can go back to doing what I've always done. That's what you're saying.
A lot of the drum and bass scene, I'll be honest, are a disgrace. Yeah,
They are.
Actual disgrace. And the reason why is like when these events started happening again, and they were the first to. You know, a lot of artists have actually fell back and said, you know what, I'm not performing until you get rid of all this rubbish.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not
right.
getting on the stage. Like, I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't go in a place that has any kind of a,
restriction
yeah.
from who can come
Yeah.
in if they haven't had the shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. So
Well, I had that whole conundrum when I did the shows last year.
yeah.
And I said it on
Sevens
the show,
Festival.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if I can't go there and make a protest out of it, there's no way I'm gonna, I'm obviously not gonna curtail to that.
Yeah.
But me and Spitter went there. We wore everything exempt t-shirts, and we let everyone know that you don't have to, have to do anything.
They're available on the website.
Yeah, they're available on the website and hoodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you're saying, a lot of artists, they just did what they needed to do.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Question. I wonder how many of these artists, whether they're drum and bass scene, hard house, whatever, Adele, whoever you want to call it, all these artists and actors, I wonder how much of an influence they're getting from their agents to tell them, you have to do this, otherwise you're not going to get booked, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, as an example, we know how much Goldie Looking Chain got paid, right? It was $7,000.
$7,000
to do that
rubbish.
cheesy
rubbish.
rubbish. Yeah.
I have some friends that are Instagram influencers.
And
I
they
know
did the
two.
fucking David Icke rap. Do you know what I mean?
I know one that was offered $1,000.
What a massive
And one
contradiction.
that's offered £500 to say, I've been to the Britney Spears concert.
Yeah.
Here's my card, whatever.
Well, that's how cheap these artists are. And that's the problem as well. In the UK, these artists are cheap. You'd think they'd be selling out for big money or something, but you actually find out they're not actually getting much for selling out.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes it's just sometimes it's not even money. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll pay your rent for a
Give you a
month.
couple,
Novaflip
some
got a
free
new Audi.
We might be talking about him in a minute.
Oh mate,
I've got a theory about that, Lucy. The UK
really?
mark.
Hello, Omar Beach.
Hello, here he
Chime
is.
in.
I could hear
There's
myself.
that
How can I hear
sensual
myself?
voice
You know?
coming, ladies.
So I got a theory about the about why UK artists are sold out so cheap.
Why?
If you think about it, in history, especially with UK hip hop, they've been paid a pittance anyway.
Yeah.
Think of the original masterclass of the UK hip hop, and they've only just started to re-release again through the new labels.
of course, yeah.
Because they can start making money.
Yeah.
But is it fair to say that you know the original UK hip hop artists, right?
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong to say that don't take this wrong, until grime came along and those artists started charging a bit more. Now,
do you know what I think changed
charge
it?
more a bit.
No,
Because
I
back
think
in the day, like, unless you're Rodney P and Black Twang,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
weren't. I mean, I know how difficult it is to make money MCing. It's not easy. It's like being an actor or a dancer.
I'd say with the UK hip hop scene, the originals, like you said, there's a handful that have still got their little following.
Yeah.
Skinny Mans, your Task Force. They're not, but you know, Task Force they don't perform anymore. But if they get Task Force together for a run-off performance, do you know what I mean? But a lot of them don't perform. They're not performing like every single night or every single weekend. No. There's a handful of them that, you know, but yeah, you're right. The grime scene is what really started setting things off and making it like big concerts, and you know, before it was in little basement clubs and stuff like that.
Yeah, more of an intimate.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Kind of,
well, money became more of an importance, and I think the other team which sort of like sold it for the UK hip hop side as opposed to the grime scene was High Focus. They were one of the bigger, newer ones that blew up. And they did bring through some of the older artists. People
but
like
that is
Verb
after
T.
the grime explosion.
Yeah, it was after the grime explosion.
With the High Focus though, they kind of kept it on that same original UK hip hop
Yeah,
wave.
they did. That's right.
So it was you go to a High Focus event, it's very fun. It's very, you know what I mean. It's always nice vibes. There's no violence. There's no.
They're well organised now. You know, they're well organised.
Yeah,
it's like people doing graffiti in
the
smoking
it's
area
real.
and
It's
stuff like that.
It's not like a Travis Scott concert.
Nah,
let's be honest.
It's you see what I'm saying. It's not like a, you know,
It's
even
not a
if it was
Saturn sacrifice.
No.
High tech, high frequency
Yeah.
Saturnalia
But you
offering.
got the other direction with the UK music, which I think originated around the time of like So Solid. Yeah, when remember he's talking about worshipping the devil and drinking blood in 21 seconds. You know what I mean? And I don't know, maybe.
Wait, hold on.
What?
In 21 seconds, someone talks about drinking blood.
Man, the guy, you know what? Yeah, I never. I hate that song. Yeah, so I never listened to it. Yeah, I never really listened to it until this was. I remember the exact day when I heard that lyric. Yeah, my mate deliberately put the song on because he knew I'd catch the lyrics. So he put the song on, and it was in the background. And then I've heard the guy. He says something like "So Solid Vampire." People in the chat will know this.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah,
now.
no, he says "So Solid Vampire." He goes, "Raise up the dead, you know. Worship the devil. Red is my blessed color." So that tune was #1 tune. That was like, you got to think that was one of the first.
They were like the Wu-Tang Clan of the UK.
They were. That was the first time the streets was like in the charts really, and
then it all got banned.
Yeah,
and all got locked off.
Yeah, and it still created more hype.
But look at the fallout. What's happened from there, though. You know, look at what's been created in the industry and also on the street as well. From that attitude.
Well, you have to compare that to the kind of fallout that gangster rap had in the US. When
yeah,
it
no,
popped
for
off,
sure, man.
Because many people argued that grime was, like our original sound. It was proper homegrown. So when it pops off and in these clubs and you've got gangs involved and stuff like that, you can expect to have that kind of media disdain for it. Exactly what hip hop went through in America like 20, 30 years before.
Of course.
So yeah.
You know, but then a lot of people didn't really catch that "worship the devil" lyric.
I didn't catch it.
A lot of people didn't catch it. I caught it.
Well, it's occulted.
Yeah, I caught it long time after. I never liked the song, so I never actually listened. I never put it on and listened to it, but I caught it later on down the line. And then I think from there, that's when, like, we've always had like street rappers in the UK, but then that's when it started getting more glamorized. You know what I mean? Which is cool. You know what I mean? It made it more on par with like American rap and French rap and shit like that. But then as like time's gone on, we've gone into the grime and the battling and the beef, and now we've gone into drill. So now we've gone into like...
Yeah, I found the lyric, guys.
But now we're getting into people getting... Don't get me wrong, I love drill music. It's not like I'm dissing it or I want it banned or anything like that. But the facts of the matter is, it's now got to the point where it's mixed up with a whole lot of fucked up violence, and you understand shit that's going on all around the UK. It's spreading and it's becoming more popular, and that's basically the direction that these labels or whoever was behind it, they've deliberately steered it in that direction. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as much as the music sounds good, but you've got to look at what's behind it and why the person pushed it in that direction in the first place. And it's almost like a form of sacrifice. Do you know what I mean? It's like a form of like a way of making sure death definitely happens. You know, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just going to read out this lyric. I'm not going to do it, in a So Solid vibe because I'm not So Solid crew. So some of them are slipping. Some of them begrudge me. So Solid Vampire. See me on the telly. Face getting popular. What? Some are shitting. Don't disrespect in the threat of my clique, yeah, nah. Raise up the dead, aha. Worship the devil, red is my best colour. So solid, we the players, instigators, blah, blah, blah. You know,
there you go. It doesn't get much plainer than that,
There
does
you
it?
go.
You know, you could argue that that's just poor imagination and just standard wordplay. That, oh, yeah, that rhymes with devil. But, you know, if you look at the pattern of other things, other Baphomet rappers, you know, why wouldn't it have infected early garage and stuff like that? Yes, Master Lee.
Do they write their own lyrics? Out of interest.
Well, I believe so. I don't think much. Do you know what?
Sometimes
maybe not.
Sometimes in those groups, I mean, I've never met an MC that doesn't write his own lyrics. But we know, like in say NWA, Ice Cube wrote the lyrics for most.
For
of them.
Eazy-E, like Eazy-E didn't write his own lyrics. In that
and for Dr. Dre, he wrote lyrics for Dr. Dre as well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Did he actually?
Yeah, Dre never wrote.
Dre's not a writer. Dre's not a writer. He's just got a voice and he can float. He's not a writer.
He's always a producer, isn't he?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I've heard you talking about the drill music, and obviously, for me, I like some of the beats. I can't get down with people that MC in balaclavas covering their face, but what I have noticed is I've noticed some themes of the dark occult coming into it, like you see in sort of like US hip hop.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the references. You've got maybe some like little Baphomet symbols and stuff. I've seen that creeping into it.
I saw that. And there's an album cover. There's an album cover of D Block UK, D Block Europe, I think it was. Was it their album? Yeah. And there's a lot of. To be honest, there's a lot. If you watch these videos, and you follow it, do you know what I mean? There's a lot of things in there. To be quite honest, yeah, it's not something that's hidden. Like people refer to themselves as demons, and there's a lot of like we're demonically this and.
So it's not really a cult. It's actually in your face. It's been glamorized.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's quite open. To be honest, it's quite open from what I hear, and I'm not dissing the genre in a way. I'm just from what I hear of it. It's not like maybe it's a way of sounding more like fierce or more like dangerous, but that's what I hear in it. I do hear people talking about like devilish stuff.
Hey, so, I've got lyrics about, you know, the demons want me to step to the dark side and stuff like that. But you know, I'm obviously wouldn't try and glamorize.
Snoop Dogg actually talks about selling his soul, doesn't he? In
anyone that's an A-lister has got a lyric
in the Doggy Style album back from the 90s.
If any rapper sold his soul directly to Shaitan, it'll be Snoop Dogg.
100%.
He sold it 3 times.
He did
in a gold Rizzler, right?
And now he's on a cooking show.
Chateau to the.
How far did that get you, my
to
man?
the chateau. Right now, there is been another death in the urban music scene recently, which was very prominent. Which you've talked about, Terra.
Yeah.
Which upset a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it was this guy.
Yeah,
Jamal Edwards, and for anyone that doesn't know who he is, he started SBTV a number of years ago, which is a really sort of pivotal YouTube station that showcased a lot of UK music, more to the street. Is it fair to say the more glamorizing of the negative side? There wasn't a lot of conscious.
It went to that. Yeah, it went to that direction. I think. Don't get me wrong. You did have a section of SBTV which was
he helped make grime.
Yeah,
you can't deny that.
You know, you had your Black the Rippers, and you had your he was pushing like Loki and Akala as well at the same time.
Okay.
But not massively. I think what happened, it went more to the grime sort of thing. It was more of a grime platform anyway.
Yeah.
In a way. But to be quite honest, I think Link Up TV and Grime Daily took it further than SBTV in the terms of like glamorizing the street life. Don't get me wrong, I watched some. I ain't gonna lie, I watched some videos on Grime Daily.
There's some great MCs on there.
And yeah, and I'm like, I'm watching the videos and I'm thinking, yo, if I was a youngster, yeah, like maybe if I was like, like 12, 13, looking up to that, I'd be looking at some of these videos and I'm seeing all the guys on their blocks. That I know these blocks, I've been there. They're just normal council estates. Do you know what I mean? Like, run down hoods in London.
Of the garages,
but you can get a little drone in and a load of guys on motorbikes and everyone with their chains and
couple of smoke canisters.
And I'm, you know what I mean? And that's glamorized. That looks like, you know what? That's fucking, you know what I mean? So it's one of them things where they know what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, there's always been like gangster rap and stuff like that, but a lot of the gangster rap I listened to when I was young, say like the East Coast stuff, yeah, it was more like these guys were in the hood. They were on park benches. You know what I mean? Like it was rugged. It weren't showing you like, yeah, the gangster life is good. It was showing you it's hard life.
Telling you how hard it was.
Yeah, these guys. But you know, this is showing you. And don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing none of these artists because I think like this is like what I listen to. A lot of this music is what I listen to most of the time. And like some of the most darkest rappers that are like coming up with the most wicked lyrics is what I would just listen to in the morning sometimes. So I'm not dissing. I appreciate the talent and I appreciate the intelligence that's gone into making that. And I think a lot of these youngsters, they got loads of talent and then they got loads of intelligence and they're actually doing it. You know what I mean? Even people in my generation, they're even giving them a run for their money, like in terms of how they rap and do their thing. But it's just dark, innit? And it's
there's no focus and there's no consciousness in it.
Yeah, and it's for them, it's like you have to understand that all that badness you do, you have to live with it. So it don't just go away, innit? It's nice for a bit of internet hype for 5 minutes or whatever, but then you still got that enemy until you sort the problem out. So it is just one of them things where these channels, they know this. They know that, you know what I mean, it's not actually doing anything good for society, but people are paying money to get their videos online. And the prices they're charging, and you know, it's only accessible for people with money. So what kind of people have money? People that are doing their thing. So that's what you get. Do you know what I mean? Because you've made it like, yeah, we'll do a nice glamorized video. You chuck us a couple grand and give us a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're getting someone that's moving weight that happens to like spitting bars as well.
Yeah,
they can afford the £500 a pop to put the video on,
it's a
plus
minor.
to make the dope video. So to put this into context, what we're talking about here, Jamal Edwards actually died exactly 1 week before Skibbity on a Saturday night of the same affliction, a heart attack apparently. And I've heard from good sources that apparently that's how Skibber passed. Now, this is obviously just on the face of it, you know, average coinciditis, right? But, you know, he's worked at the BBC and stuff, Jamal Edwards. He's obviously been Britneyed. I mean, that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, that would be a given.
Well, it goes a little... I mean, let's just look at what we've got on the screen here. Now, I don't like to get into this, oh, yeah, he's done a picture of one eye before. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. If you appear in certain magazines, certain photographers ask for certain things. But you notice the Monsters, Inc. adrenochrome extraction on his T-shirt here, yeah? Okay, so we've got these one eye things. Everyone that's been in any magazine has done the one eye because you probably get told to. But comrades...
sausage fingers.
So here he is, brand son, sausage fingers, Sausage Fingers Jr. and what's his name? Fucking Hewitt's son, Ginger Hewitt.
Oh, is that Harry? Yeah, Harry looks different, doesn't he?
Is it Harry?
Who's that woman in the background?
No,
Jesus Christ, who's she?
She looks like the woman out of Total Recall where the neck expands.
Do you know what she looks like?
She looks like she's had the Britney. She's
She
got
looks
Bell's palsy.
Yeah, she looks like one of one of them, the amphibious ones.
God.
She looks like, I'm not.
What they call
Yeah, she looks like one of them.
Semi-amphibious. So
Amazing.
yeah,
What's
look,
she doing?
Jamal Edwards
She's got flippers.
has been rubbing shoulders and shaking hands with you know who's, okay?
Yeah,
But it does. There's more.
yeah,
There was a lot of weird numerology
yeah.
on the day he died, and I'm not going to pretend I know everything about all this numerology.
I'm not really.
stuff.
See, with me, the numerology is don't know really anything about it.
He's got a 33 on his
apart
top
from
there.
them sorts of things, you know, that's quite
So
out there.
Steelers logo, Steelers 31. Kill 64. Jamal died on 22. Okay, so what else have we got in the numbers here? Oh, well, apart from that, he's got a Knights Templar bracelet
Yeah, okay.
with the skull and bones on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he might have been initiated into
To be
something.
honest, I watched this video on YouTube. It's from the channel's called, I think it's BW London. So it's a woman, and so I watched this video. She literally made 2 parts of this video. I think maybe like a day or 2 after he died. But she was she knows her stuff basically, and she basically had a lot of. You know what I mean? She basically broke the whole process down. Do you know what I mean? So. If you get the chance to check, that's what I saw anyway. And,
What with the gematria with the numbers?
that she broke down a lot of stuff, even down to the pictures as well, like the photographs or the magazine, because what you've got there's more. Do you know what I mean? There's other ones.
Oh yeah, with the magazine covers, there'll be Masonic imagery sort of hidden
loads,
in those, like the front, certain magazines, absolutely.
And there was a few people that were like, like how could you put this up? He's just died. What about his family? And it's like, to be honest, I'm not, no disrespect, but if this is what it is, they're probably in on it anyway. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not even a case of what about, do you know what I mean? It's like,
we're just asking questions.
That's it. We're just literally asking
These
questions.
These people are put in the public eye for a reason.
Yeah, it's not the first time. Like, it's not the first time someone has.
And literally anyone who dies, who's in the spotlight, someone's gonna like look into them, aren't they? Like, it doesn't matter who they are. Or
how old was he when he died?
He's 31.
31. Okay, at least he went 33.
Jesus.
How old was Skipper?
He was
48.
47, I think. But
47.
the newspaper said he was 54. They made up a lot of. See what it is with Jamal, right?
Yeah.
Jamal Edwards is like. They said his cause of death. Now, apparently his cause of death was a short illness, and then it was a heart attack. So a heart attack is a very
short illness. It's about 5 seconds.
Yeah, well,
and then you're dead.
Yeah, well, that's you know what I mean? It's a bit like, that's what I'm saying. So when people start saying them sorts of things, people will look into you and think, well, you're not telling us just, you know what I mean? Just tell us the truth. What happened? This and that. Okay, he had a heart attack. Cool. Do you know what I mean? But maybe there probably is more to the story. Maybe he had the Britney Spears. I don't know too much about that, but I know there was a debate about his mum, because she was on Loose Women's, and there was a debate where she
was straight on TV on Loose Women.
Yeah.
Was she?
Well, no, I think she's been on there before, but as soon as he passed, his mum was being shown on TV all over in talk shows and stuff.
Right.
Almost like what's Stephen Lawrence's mum, Baroness.
Well, I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring that up. That's a big similarity as well. That's
templates, bro.
Yeah, like totally. Like, to be honest, and I got a ban on Facebook for talking about this woman, so I'll be very careful in how I, But I don't have much respect for her. As, do you know what I mean? I don't respect this woman. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it to just like drag someone's name through the mud. I think, your son was murdered, right? And for you to just basically, you've accepted hush money, innit? You know what I mean? You've accepted hush money, and that's it, and then that's it. The problem's gone away. I think the two people I don't know too much about it, but I think the two people that went to jail were not even the people that they were just.
Likely not.
Saying they weren't even they weren't the main.
Just
ones.
fool guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. So
it was obviously some sort of grief ritual, energy harvesting.
Well,
like all of these things are. I mean, the kid died, but like, how do we know any of the details? I mean, I know one thing.
How old was the kid?
What, Stephen Lawrence?
He was 18. Do you know what? There was. Do you know what? Yeah, there was more to the story. There was more to the story than they gave out in the media. So the media made it look like it was it was obviously some sort of race. There was some sort of racism used at the time.
Was it other kids his own age? Or was it
they were like, I think they're around the same age, but I think it was more. Do you know what it was to do with? I think partly to do with territory. So there was some sort of
postcode dispute or something.
Sort of, and what it was is that some of the kids were very connected. That's all I can say. They was very connected, and they was. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it went to the media, because they couldn't take. Like when you got families that are like above the law.
Yeah,
they couldn't just take them to. Do you know what I mean? It was sort of like that sort of thing where they kind of
got
had
a baroness
the police
title afterwards.
Of course.
And then what was it when Grenfell happened? Do you remember what she said?
Go on.
She accused the firemen of being racist and not going in to save people because they were black.
Oh my god!
Now the firemen are obviously like the fire crew in
this
London,
is just
like the United
BLM.
Colours of Benetton in the first place.
This is.
They're black, Asian, white, and Chinese.
Yeah.
Some of them were badly injured and burnt trying to save people. They've gone in there to risk their lives, and she said, "You bunch of racists! You could have saved the black people and Asian people faster."
Yeah, but the problem is,
What the fuck?
The problem is that all the black people and probably the Asian people that are put up in these positions, like your Khans and your
Diane Abbott's.
all of these people. The problem with these people is they are all totally brought. Do you know what I mean? They're total agents. So there is no room for like oh, this person's got his own little. No, trust me, every single one of them, and they're all there to keep their respective race in line.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So this is the problem.
It's the peasantry pantomime.
Everyone has got their particular sort of
community.
Same as, again, no disrespect to anyone or anything like that. I don't really know who this dude is, but Edwards, he could, he could be exact same thing. Just he's just playing his part like Bono. Like when do you see Bono performing now at all in any capacity?
Yeah,
and what he's doing now is
for the UN.
And exactly. Yeah, that was his original. What he was meant to do. He's been brought up, made a star, so he's got a huge following of people, and now he can spout off about the UN's agenda, and they'll lap it up. It's just their role. They get placed in a role on a young age. Just go, this. Put this up on the screen, Lance. This picture here.
What, this one?
No. Go back. Like this dude. This dude wouldn't be wearing a Knights Templar bracelet or a 322 Skull and Bones ring.
No, he probably thinks
you don't just get handed
gangster
that.
clique in the world now. He's been to a party.
Yeah,
he's seen the silver dagger come out and someone not come out of a room. He's like, oh, this is some serious shit, bruv.
Yeah.
But I'm part of it. I'm a bad
it.
It's like
he's taking the money.
How do you think these people? They're probably scared. Half of them.
Yeah.
They've got
like Witty, like we said earlier about Witty. Like maybe he's got too deep.
Yeah. So
From your knowledge of the occult and the Guardians, are we making a fair assumption of the sort of like the spectrum of experience when these people are initiated into the sort of these dark occult lodges and stuff? Would you say it's what we're saying is fair?
Yeah, well, I mean, I tend to look at it in terms of this reality is like a stage, and you can kind of break down the word stage with age, and you could also use ST for stirring of chaos on the stage.
Fucking hell.
Bang, bang.
That's supposed to be good. Carry on.
So when you view everything as a stage, then there's scripts, and the reason, I mean, why do you have a script? Is to eliminate chaos, isn't it?
Yeah, it's order. It's order for the narrative. It's narrative order. Yeah,
and so people play a role. So I tend to look at all of this in terms of it just being a production.
Yeah,
Even what's happening right now, we've witnessed. It's almost like they've just changed the movie.
Yeah. We haven't used scripts, and we're going to be coming on to this in a minute. Because we'll go into the World War 33 section, and how easily some nodes in the network, some biological nodes, i.e. NPCs, have had their script instantly changed, effortlessly.
Yeah,
overnight.
I mean, as an example, if you'd have asked people 4 weeks ago if they've ever heard of Zelensky,
no,
they'd probably say no.
No, never. I'd never.
And then all of a sudden, pretty much most people know of him.
I know a lot about
and
him.
He's an actor.
Yeah, he's an award-winning Ukrainian Jewish actor and comedian.
I'd like to just butt in and give a shout out to Lex Jeffrey for ordering some merch.
What type of t-shirt has he bought?
You got a Rise Above White Rabbit t-shirt.
Hang tight, everyone buying the merch. Let me get the graphics up.
In khaki. Good choice. Good choice.
No, very good choice. The White Rabbit looks particularly good in khaki. You can get all the Rise Above merchandise from riseabove.news/shop.
And guys, I am keeping an eye on emails. If we get purchases, I will give you a shout out online.
Now, back to Mr. Terence Slim in the room with us right here. The reason you and me actually met is through a third party agent. I've described the guy as a blue tick rapper before, and we won't go on about him too much. Actually, we are going to go on about him a little bit because it's funny. But my conflict with this dude online after he's called me every name under the sun is actually how you and me got to know each other. This is roughly correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, you've been friends with this individual for a while, and we've been talking tonight about people in UK hip hop getting possibly enveloped in sort of like dark occultism and stuff. It's this character here. No, obviously I'm only joking with the old 332 views here.
Yeah.
But he appeared in was it episode Cypher 1000 of SBTV.
Yeah.
And just after Edwards died, I saw what he posted, and to me it was a little bit weird. He's like, "This is what cemented my position, being in Jamal Edwards' 1000 episode Cypher." And I thought, wait a minute, because this is after I've learned that he's blocked you because you'd started talking about Jamal Edwards' death because you've been disrespectful. But I was like, the first post you've made is, "This is what cemented me." The guy's just died.
Well, I would have thought, you know, Nova being one of the originals, I thought his legacy's been cemented since like Mud Fam, really. But fair play.
Before Terra, Jamal Edwards ever came on the scene.
Yeah.
He was established anyway, right?
Yeah. I would say so. But I kind of saw this one. I've known this one for a while because I've watched it quite a few times. Actually, I like it. Like Scheme's one of my favourite rappers, and he's up in that one as well. But in my view, because I've spoke to people about it as well, and they said that was meant to be his like sort of like a tribute to the people that came up, like the originals. You understand? But they did say it was a bit of a mishmash because you know, it was just the more, I'd say, old school UK rappers that he was aware of. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. However, I think it was almost like a way in saying like, this is the old, and we're going to give them their credit, and then once we've done that, we're moving on to the next wave of what we're. Do you know what I mean? So it was almost symbolic in a way. It's like we're giving the old school veterans their props. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we're going to move on to the next.
So the handover ceremony.
Yeah, basically,
like
almost. Yeah, you could say so.
But that in itself, you know, that's sort of like quite Masonic.
That's not a shot to Nova, because not to say that Nova was part of. You understand? I would not to say he was aware or anything like that, or he is. You know what I mean? Just for the record, because these things will get thrown back in my face. Yeah,
but since all this has happened, because. Now he's actually blocked you, right? And refuses to speak to you anymore.
No, well, you know what? I still speak to Nova.
But he's just officially blocked you.
Yeah, on Facebook, basically, we no longer have any kind of communication on Facebook, which is a shame because, to be honest, I have to big up Nova, because Nova is the person who made this whole thing fun. He made it fun. You know what I mean? He got it going. Yeah, he basically, Nova even caused other people to try and like rise up and get slewed. So Nova's actually provided us with a steady stream of people to get slewed.
Because all through 2020, you were actually having Terra Slim versus Nova Flip podcast, and you had a number of debates with him, right? Because we didn't really talk about this last time.
Yeah.
And it was all about, because he was basically supporting, you know, mask wearing, following the rules, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And those are all online for people to go and see. But funny enough, tonight is one of the dates which I'd offered him to come on and debate me about, you know, everything he thinks that I've said wrong or whatever.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it's not going to happen. I think we can probably draw a line under this one now, because it's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what actually, see, a lot of people got it. What it was a case of I was saying what I was saying. A lot of people disagreed with me. Nova didn't necessarily disagree with me in that respect, but he was a person. It was almost like the people elect him to be the spokesperson. So it's not that he disagrees or he tends to keep a neutral position anyway. But in that respect, because people are seeing him challenging me, they're automatically assuming that, okay, don't get me wrong, I don't know what Nova's thoughts are, how much he supports or doesn't support this whole agenda, because really and truly he keeps his you know what I mean, he keeps his hand hidden, you know what I mean. He's his
bit of a fence sitter at certain times.
Yeah, so
had a lot to say about me in random Facebook comments, but you know, I would love to face those accusations face to face.
But what I'd say, all I would say, and the reason why I did get a bit vexed at one point, because it was like, I've been doing these podcasts. Now, all these podcasts were serving as just an argument, yeah? So just, like, these people are putting me up there to have arguments with me, when I never came out to start arguments. I came out to tell people to exercise and to be
just giving good advice.
I told people to, you know, we've to be quite honest, we could have. There's lots of people, we could have helped you in the last 2 years. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, lots of these people, we could have actually helped you. You know what I mean? You could stuck in your flats and this and that. We could have took you out of the, do you know what I mean? And we have taken people out of the cities, and do you know what I mean? And away from all these nutcases, because that's what it is. When you're around all these people that are like, the vaccine, and you got family members telling you. Oh, sorry.
Gosh.
Sorry. I didn't say.
That was someone else. It wasn't you.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
I didn't do it. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. So you got the family members that are like trying to push the Britney Spears concerts, and they're trying to get you to go to that Britney Spears concert, and they're pressuring you, and it's just like, these are things that we've been trying to offer people away from all that. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's basically what it was, and that's that's where the backlash comes from. Do you see what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh well, you're being mean to people, and you're this and you're that, and but ultimately, so I felt like those podcasts, it was like 10 episodes, it was almost just to like burn me out. Like, do you know what I mean? It wasn't actually productive. Do you know what I mean? Like, we got out of that one Rise Above podcast we done when we was doing it over my phone, and couldn't even get no reception.
We were struggling.
Look how much we've got from it though. Look how big Rise Above has grown since then. And the amount, do you know what I mean? Everything's
we've got to thank everyone that's tuned in for that, and everyone that's supporting, because it's a family thing.
And a lot of people that I've met through Rise Above, including Victoria.
Yeah, right. And you are officially our first Rise Above couple.
Yeah, exactly.
With Victoria, right?
Yeah,
congratulations.
Exactly. Thank you. So there's so many things that have happened as a result. Whereas when it's just this like confrontational debating, because that's all it is. It's just arguing. It's not actually people trying to come to any kind of middle ground. And
so it's ego against ego rather than actually anyone looking for solutions.
That's it.
Which is what we're trying to do on this platform, or at least
which is
that's our modus operandi.
Like JD for instance, he's a man. I see JD. He's doing his thing. He's got his little operation going on. He's
helping people, man.
He's doing it.
Yeah,
man,
literally is. Yeah.
Trust me, like actually good things. You know what I mean? But then at the same time, for doing these good things, we're gonna get hate campaigns against us, and you understand, we're going to get people angry. You know what I mean? So
that's how the denying force presents itself, Terra.
Exactly. So
yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so someone said, where does Nova Flip stand on Ukraine?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I've been blocked since before this happened. So I'm not too sure. Oh no! This is like too much. This is too much. This is where like. I don't know. I cannot be involved.
You can't be involved. It's too much.
Jesus. Yeah.
Right.
But this was never meant to happen. What people have to understand, this was never meant to happen. Like, what was meant to happen? What do you know? What is, not to sound egotistical, what was meant to happen is my people. Like, these are my people from London and that. Yeah. They was meant to fall in line. Do you see what I'm saying? And then they would be with us right now. Do you know what I mean? Or do you know what I mean? There wouldn't be any kind of.
You say you're only trying to give advice about like don't fall for this bullshit that's going to cripple your immune system.
Yeah, So there's so much that people went against, and that's all it is. Is now where people are at odds, even if it's like something that's bad for them, they're still gonna do it, or still gonna go take that narrative just to be at odds.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, just so they don't have to admit that the person they don't want to be right was right in the end. I feel that all the time.
Yeah,
there are still people that battle against me that are just denying reality, just so that the last thing they want to do is agree with the stupid tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. Of
course. Even though they may want to.
Of course,
deep inside.
Deep down.
And a lot of it, and the funny thing is as well, a lot of people was bringing me on. Like, even the whole point of the Terra versus Nova Flip, it was more to give me a platform of ridicule, but it's actually backfired. You understand? Because it's actually got loads of people following me. Obviously, the Bad Slave brand has been selling out. You understand? So it's kind of, in a way, that's why people was interested in getting me up there in the first place. But they thought obviously it was going to get a different kind of reaction. Whereas the ones
gain followers from what you were saying.
Yeah. Whereas the podcast that people I know that have been doing that have been like pro-Coviet. Do you see what I'm saying? Them ones haven't. Do you know what I mean? Like, to be quite honest, from what I know, Rise Above is the only one really doing the numbers at the moment. Everything else is kind of just phased out into obscurity, and that's because there's no. Yeah, it's the truth, and that's because there's not really. There's what is there that you can say that anyone really cares about in most cases. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think we've kind of gone.
The social scientists, they factor in time, and the ability to take time or lose time.
Yeah.
Or to kill time, which is one of their tactics. So they will create structures and mechanisms to use up time. So it goes nowhere.
See.
To take your focus.
Yeah, to steal your focus away when you could be doing better things.
That's it, and that's what it feels like. So I'm not saying that, I can't say with any certainty that people that I know, artists that I've known for a long time, are agents or this. I can't say it with any certainty, but the way people are coming at me, it almost feels like that. Because to be quite honest, like,
they're morphing into agent Smiths.
Mate, well, you know what? We could. These people could be helping me grow food. They could be helping me plant stuff. They could be helping me plant seeds and helping me. Do you see what I'm saying? They could be helping me. There's so much stuff that people could be doing that's actually positive, but they had natural responses. You know what? Let's just drain it, and it can be draining if you let it get to you. I don't let it get to me. Do you know what I mean? But it's one of them things. You have to have thick skin because people don't like this sort of stuff. People like to lean towards the establishment, so.
I had exactly the same thing when I was trying to help people out in the early days of 2020 with exemptions to get around masks, whatever. I had people fighting back at me saying, but you're basically lying and saying you're disabled. Is that really acceptable? I was saying, listen, do you want to wear a mask? No. Then why don't you spend your time half of the time you're spending fighting against me, trying to get around the rule
be helping
that makes
out
you
the
wear
whole
a mask. I'm trying to help you breathe oxygen properly. And you're spending your time trying to stop me from doing that and coming out of reasons why what I'm doing and the advice I'm giving is fraudulent or wrong, where I'm giving advice that actually means you don't have to do that test, you don't have to wear that mask.
I agree.
But what about this?
I naturally have to bring up Mark Passio at some stage in the evening, so I might as well do it
Why
now.
not, of course.
He's, and I will have to agree with him, if you're not speaking out against this, but you know it's wrong, you're part of the fucking problem.
Absolutely.
100%.
You are 100% part of the problem if you know what's going on. And that's it. You're complicit with evil. There you go.
Death to collaborators, comrade.
And that's it. And that's why a lot of people have been getting at me, asking me. I don't want to name names because I don't want to, don't shoot the messenger. But why hasn't this person been saying nothing? Why hasn't this person been saying nothing? And getting upset about it. And I've had to say, you know what? Yeah, these people are conscious rappers, but it's like what Master Lee was saying a few weeks ago. It's just playing a role. They're playing a role of a conscious rapper.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
When it suits the narrative.
That's it. And doing it for strictly for financial gain.
It's about Palestine.
Satanism.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally.
Satanism.
That's prescribed. That's prescribed conscious rap. Yeah.
Totally.
When you start going against the Soviet Union or something like Guidance with the Britney Spears tune, instantly banned off YouTube.
Oh, mate.
Anyone instantly banned. Right, I think we should have a break. I think we should have some Omar beats. We need to get a drink and have a little break.
Yeah.
Omar, what are you going to spin? What you got for us? Bit hip hop. All right.
Where the fuck am I from? London town, where we use liquor and drugs just to numb ourselves down. The young think it's fun to get gunned down. That's why I can't hang around the strip after sundown. I prayed for all my shots, that a better day would come around. It never came for me, couldn't wait, so I had to leave. So the sun that I never see when he asked when I'm coming round. I'm no longer round the corner, my order is underground. I guess I only hung around to find happiness, but I found I got blessings, it's all around. That's why I'm Devonshire bound, in the ring, it's been a hell of a round. Alcoholic order, helling around with peer pressure to down. Try keeping afloat, better if you drown, that's why I'm needing a boat. It's all around, so use my eyes as a scope. I can use my pen as a tool, I can use my tie as a rope. They think I keep my cool cause I'm usually high off smoke. I try and make my parents proud, but they probably have higher hopes. I try and acquire notes, numb the pain for my body and soul. I fill in my pockets with dough, cause I'm in the apocalypse mode. Certain niggas from the ends, they wanna create, but they're thinking they just don't know. Meant to blow, I was mentally low, suffering governmental controls, forgetting goals, trying to wrestle with the beast to release the rest of my soul. They tell me to give it up, I say you're never too old. Plus I gotta tell them a story that's never been told. These guys I got my kids that wanna moan, they should've left me alone. Missing the rib bone, I was wishing to bone. Put Terra Slim as your ringtone. I'm stocking up cause Stockholm Syndrome got them wishing them bone. Carrying out Babylonian practices in their home, where they wonder why the poltergeists turn attacks on their own. It's deep, so deep that these rappers will fold. You can ask about me and the rappers that ran from the smoke. Thought that we was having a joke. I carry a load of emotional baggage, searching for somewhere I can offload. MC, nobody hating cause he's still lost and roll, reloading O's while the profit margin's low. This heart of gold can turn to a heart of stone. Friends of old can turn foes and get their nose broke for being turncoat. hard not to be in an emotional state. With every day, there's fake, this one to focus my faith. I used to live meager, nowadays I'm eager to be cake. Smoking reefer, always needing to be baked. Can't drink away the stress with a pint, I need crates. I had to relocate instead of fights, I'm seeing lakes. Somewhere to go that's deemed safe. My dreamscape is very deep, mate. Don't believe none of these cheapskates. Don't talk to me about beef when you're fighting inner beast. My issues had me wishing I died when I was conceived. Hit the streets of every city, then run it overseas. If only good luck was as simple as clover leaves. Trauma that is woven in my genes and so it cannot leave. So if you come around me, know that you cannot ski. Cunt with a capital C. I'm in the capital, looking capital for all my schemes.
Trying to prize light from the end of the tunnel. Seen some dark nights, harsh times, never bended or bucked. Tunnel vision, mental strength, kept willing, sentiment funneled. I remember when renting a bedsit, head in a muddle. Tense at the end of my tether, ever ready to crumble. Took advice, held common sense from my uncle. Told me if your heart is true, your intent can never be humble. Now times are nice, found a righteous path and I make funds. Prime for life, I'm inclined to laugh and go great guns. Changed the way I stayed straight away from the snake scum. Stop shotting hate to other brave sons, I'm trying to raise one. Remember when chips were down, razor to my wrist, living foul. Chin had hit the ground, facing the abyss. Somehow I switched it round, now addiction's faded into mist. Do my kiddies proud until the day I'm laid into a ditch.
I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, we're still holding on. See, I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, yeah. We're still holding on.
I used to sit upon the staircase, unwinding in a herbal mess, swigging alcoholic venom to deter the stress. I remember skipping school for the same maths as the brand shotting cats who left strange tracks. In my people's arms, I'm in the same flat. I'm in them shadows with my can of butane gas. Before I ever understood about the price to pay, I was the type of kid who ran around the type of braze, robbing every day to smoke our lives away. In the kiddies park, spending all our nights awake, lashing stereos, raised in the burial. It wasn't long before I saw a couple burials. We used to carry knives, listening to Mob Deep, trying to dodge police in the grip of the burning hot streets. Shotting weed in a need to be fed properly, hated by the rude boys and mocked by the cockneys.
I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, we're still holding on. See, I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, we're still holding on. I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, we're still holding on. See, I envision better days cause I felt it from day one. You can never block out the bright sun shining. It's a mad world, we're still holding on.
The curse beckons, confirmed from my stern entrance. Our word weapons, a serpent when it squirt venom. Murder's verse from the first sentence, bringing a natural reaction like a reefer burn to the nerve ending. several levels up. I turn the most respected thug to a buried skeleton in the desert dust. Bless, I got my head above the dreaded 27 club. Got a better buzz than the high from psychedelic drugs. Fuck shit up, putting thoughts in the words, combine rhyme and beat. See if the formula works. Build a biochemical weapon in the form of a verse that generates the same heat as the core of the earth. Yeah, believe the hype. Us MCs are nice, we proceed to fight. Soul caliber characters with the Reaper side. And I'm eager to keep the dream alive, summoning the chi inside to start walking on water like Jesus Christ. War procedure, draw that ether that's got the force to beat 4 Vegetas. Got it sizzling hot, torch arenas, no warning neither. We brought the heat wave toward your speaker. Got it sizzling hot. Born performers, scorching auras. You best be calling for a source of water. Got ignition unlocked, life intention, ignite the venue, written or not. Sick off the top, we got it sizzling hot.
Please let me talk to you. I'm a rhyming author who operates your mental strength and fortitude. Remorse is true. Plucking everything in my vision. Listen, my sight's a vision. The rhymes I've written, I apply with rhythm and tight precision. My position in life means my mind is in condition. Fully trained, ready for combat and any competition. Never stop, I'm on a constant mission. Reciting my compositions. Living Great Britain, but my great writtens have conquered Britain. No lies, the truth has risen. True musician. I was born with hip-hop in my genes. To some it seems like it's a true religion. No double standards, but double magic like two magicians. Chop it up on mics, make more fresh cuts and new incisions. I'm a musical youth in the booth, not a new edition. One to grab the mic, then ask for life or 10 choose permission.
War procedure, draw that ether that's got the force to beat 4 Vegetas. Got it sizzling hot, torch arenas, no warning neither. We brought the heat wave toward your speaker. Got it sizzling hot, born performers, scorching auras. You best be calling for a source of water. Got ignition unlocked, life intention, ignite the venue, written or not. Sick off the top, we got it sizzling hot.
If I play a poetical expert, an excerpt from my best verse. The next words will be a description of why they think that it's my best work. Got a complex technique to work it out, it makes your head hurt. Processing the information like computer tech nerds. Factual, no guesswork, I'm blessed and that's a dead cert. Look me up on Google, type my name first and then press search. Even people who don't know life intends you pretend to. From the mental, they know we fundamental with real potential.
Yo, I squarely aim to lure the fraudulent into a scary game within a rare domain where they're chained in my lair of pain, barely sane. I flare the flame like the Mary Jane. Tend you get about like a flu bug on an aeroplane. Repeated champ, hit the scene with sneaky pranks. Your beanie's hands, rub my dick like a genie lamp. I got the people amped, they bounce to this lethal jam till they get decapitated by the ceiling fan. War procedure, draw that ether that's got the force to beat 4 Vegetas. Got it sizzling hot, torch arenas, no warning neither. We brought the heat wave toward your speaker. Got it sizzling hot, born performers, scorching auras. Best be calling for some water. Got ignition unlocked, life intention, ignite the venue, written or not. Sick off the top, we got it sizzling hot.
Done. The bigger the better, the harder the hit and the harder the punch and thumb. The fact of the matter, I'm bigger and badder, I couldn't be unsung. I beg all these rappers, investing in Alice instead of your mum's drum. Done, dipping out of that dumb little man thing. I can't be risking all of that shit if I'm on a mission trying to be the king, that's kinda dumb. Done digging in a rut, trying to see a something shinier than what I'm digging with. Disciplining and I vision it. Bigger fish, they wanna mirror it. I'm not a copycat, but the classmates one copy, man. I had to camouflage a little bit, I felt a little violated. If I'm honest, and a nigga looking at me in the wrong way, it's going one way. I'm on a runway, I'm on a plane now, I'm going somewhere. They wanna level with me, that someday I'm on big business. Go with a pen and pad, they couldn't mirror this. The man a little man, the man's a little fish. I'm kinda oceanic. Did you get my drift? They wanna dip. Do something on the high street in a new something. That's my wave. I recruit what I spend. I ain't really trying to lose nothing. I'm done. Done. Hey, you know what? The whole thing done. I ain't lying from the whole thing done. The whole thing
Done, diggity done. Look at the thumb, look at the gun, look at them run. Back of the tracks, back in the basement, back in the rap, back in the trap, back in the Mac in the back of the act. What happened to rap? Can happen to you, I just happen to rap. And this where it's happening at, where rapping is back. I'm asking what happened to that? Too many flashing in fact?
Two in the fashion and racks, two on your back, or ruin your 2.5. Cause y'all wasn't doing the math. This algorithm, just a fraction. I'm so efficient. While in addition, I'm subtracting a whole division. With precision, written by yours truly. Who he, old schooly. Freshmen do not move me. Nothing to prove. When you ain't got nothing to lose. You fools, you will be nothing but boo. Cause I ain't got nothing to do. Methods to do. If the room is lit, I'm setting the mood. Setting the rule. Turn a vegan to a vegetable.
Done. Hey, you know what? The whole thing done. Line from the whole thing done. The whole thing Hey, trapping and racking up, stashing the Attica, shackles in Attica, Asipa, back in the trapping and patty a rap. Don't interrupt, man. You know when they're bad enough. Tryna catch up with us, so I get this, so you know. Menage they with us, with a quality camera, puffing the ananas. Man, ain't nobody better me. I'm on the swagger, then I got the energy. Enemy better be ready for all of the better man. Me, myself, and I. Look how I multiply. Look at the rising tide. Look at them try to fight. Looking behind the eye and a rap tackle them. Pick a pattern, I will batter them. Ineffective with your chattering, inefficient with the stamina. In denial, they should pack it in. Inappropriately not having, independently embarrassing. Introverted, so arrogant. It's apparent you ain't managing. It's apparent you are stammering. It's apparent you are panicking. It's apparent you are parroting. It's apparent you are pain. I never saw such a mug in my life and I don't wanna see you again. The M and the E and the T and the H and the O and the D and the same. So bring it to Wizzy or Meth on the track and we're talking the frame in the pave. The thing done. Hey, you know what? The whole thing done. Line from the whole thing done. The whole thing done. The whole thing done.
Yo, if you think that you're high risk, get healthy, don't buy shit. Don't be scared of a cough and a little bit of spit, cause it's not legit. I don't really care about the testing kit. I don't know why they're still getting tested for it. Living in fear in the houses with disinfectant, wiping down all the surfaces. Practicing social distancing, cause they can't see where the real Mercus is. Thinking the only way they're gonna stay alive is they're washing their hands every 15 minutes. So deep in it, they ain't never gonna see where the sin is. Psychologically subdued, watching the news, they don't wanna die hard, Bruce Willis. Yo, mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. They won't be chasing tracks, can't you out without an iPhone app. Follow the rules and you'll all get sacked. Just like sheep with the wolves in the pack. Calling but they're still calling for tax. Man, I can't wait for the walls to collapse. I ain't gonna sit back and wait for the vax, and I still can't drink water from the tap. Them man, they want arms. They must think that we're born in bronze. Trying to finesse, but they ain't got a chance. Push bare fear cause they wanna advance. Say they wanna keep us alive, but didn't mention the electric prongs. Man can't go to the club and dance. A little while back, man, the media were blaming Qurans. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Yeah, brand new caterpillar skin shake cloud brain. Mouth tastes badder than a Sinn Féin campaign. Big steak champagne, piss take handshake. Fist bump shandy with a shit stuffed pancake. Plans break in a sec, I stand shaking my head. You let the skag take an effect. I met your dad last week and he was paying respect. We were breaking bread together, sniffing yay in the shed. I said, what was it? I shot the morning after pillar tube stopped. That's how I've got this sort of master skill on tunes locked. I'm walking past you with my shoes off, with 2 soft cushions, 2 ostriches and 2 cocks. I'm not a human, I'm a courgette. A pair of forceps used to pull me loose from my born head. Course, yes, I'm the best, this is rap. I ain't got the time to try pretend that I'm a businessman. Slit your wrist quick and get your missus in the van. Shit your pants and make a little classic in a minute, man. Baby back ribs in my shady flat piss. I make a grand sitting in my bacon fat jizz. Naked fat prick sticking records in the crate. I make it so sick I put the cellar in the tape. Made thicker, grab a spade quick, a grave digger. I find a break in a mistake you made bigger. Spray shit in your face and make dinner. It's the grave shift, still in the place but way bigger.
You know it's about to go down when we step up in the place. Always fully activated, locked and loaded. Both guns smoking. We mean business. Oh, now what did you think this is?
For the people trying to hate us, come to the gig and tape us. Before you knew it, took your brain over and you became us. Fuck being famous, I ain't dealing with the cameras. I'd rather do dead shows and rhyme for rap amateurs. The scene said we ain't having it, we waited patiently. Saw that it was dying out and took the screen graciously. Force gather greatly like giant steps, so take me trying to grow a beanstalk to chill where I'm at lately.
No.
I leave you tripping like a side cover, trying to excite others forever up like night shutters. Time I have you slipping like the floor's wet, pulling up in the Corvette with a cracked out cause, yeah. Anyone would think you scared of bangers like a war vet. I keep this shit knocking like my drug dealer's doorstep. The soul's licking thin like a worn crepe. Take you out with a style that's barely even born yet.
You know it's about to go down when we step up in the place. Always fully activated, locked and loaded. Both guns smoking. We mean business. Oh, now what did you think this is? Oh, no. Look what you make me do. I'm sickening. Look what you make me do. Style on you. Look what you make me do. I mean it. Set fire through the room. Don't like it. It's what you make me do. You make me do it. You make me do it. You make me do it. You make me.
Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed with my vocal. I tell you this. Don't call me no local artist when I'm an ambassador in this reggae business. Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed with my vocal. Don't call me no local artist. And this and this. And this and this. How can you disrespect the queen? It's a long time me there. Me well up this in from Brazil to Jamaica like the cup with the cream. The voice of Queen Amiga makes the world tune in. With versatility, some let me teach it and sing. Once my mind is made up, I can do anything. Nothing is impossible with the kings of kings. Me just hold up pipes and sit down on rhythm.
Massive shout to Sam Carno. It's Rise Above, we got Terra Slim in the studio.
I'll tell you this, don't call me no local artist when I'm an ambassador in this reggae business. Don't call me local, I'm internationally blessed.
Shout to all the crew in New Zealand, Australia.
Don't call me no local artist.
South Africa, Asia, where you at? America, North and South. All over the crater, all states of the Soviet Union. Time to unite. Shout to Chris Hayes, pick up all the crew in Thailand. Somebody might come, so you're Jamaica. Nothing less than savage. Nothing less than savage. The damage that we're causing. The impact is tragic. The crowd is still applauding. The audio's marauding. Soundboard with the falling. Time for drastic measures. Cause Babylon is falling. Big shout to Bedfordshire and Cut Slatehead. All the Rise Above family tuned in. North, south, east and west. Up and down. Big up Lord Dudesworth. Overbeats laying down at shout to Jason Jackson. No borders in the United Kingdom of Palagistan. Listen. Shout to Stick Farm. Big up Dawn, big up
picture me, pal. Remember, share the stream, give it a like, share it on Twitter, Facebook, all the social medias. Let's connect consciousness tonight, rise above 2022. Shout out to Elizabeth Clayton, best show on PooTube, you know that shit, come on.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm. Hashtag VagLife.
Leggy Sen 007. Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's Rise Above. There's no misunderstanding. It's double LMC and I'm landing. Yo, it's standing. Make no mistake. Spit about lyric in any break. Keep it real, make no mistake. Live from the HQ. Standing. No misunderstanding. MC double LC when I'm landing. Lyrics is gonna be branded. Lyrically outstanding. It's a banger. Full capacity. Anger with MC's audacity. Overbeat. I feel like them on the beat. Yeah, man. Massive shout to the God Badge gang. Hang tight, win. Big up Savage Soul. Big up Eye for an Eye. On the beat, slaying it. On the beat, slaying it. Nothing less than savage. Free-time slick. The rhythm will like a Chevy. Sound too heavy like a brick. With some accelerating. Pull my lyrical switch. Time to rhythm and style. Sound of mine, but bust it quick and not be sick. Only out the burner, fuel the need for speed. Crash the food, I'm barrier. Get hurry up with speed on the beat. Check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Let's know how we're sounding. Big up Lee Gould, Bex Marie, Gary Elliott. I feel like them we got any crew watching in Russia or Ukraine? Let us know. We have a World War 33 special coming up soon.
They want my life and so they see my life was mad. My first game was Donkey's friend. When I think back, my life was mad. I lost a lot and made it back. I found connects, I made a pack. Driving up and down the M-way, thanking God who made it back. When it comes to earning bags, there's no discriminating. Fam, I serve the whites, I serve the blacks, I serve the scat, I serve the wag, I serve the bulls like tennis. Man, I never spoke, but they said thanks. They never knew me, but they told their party friends they know a chap. Round about 19, my mum weren't making more than me. I bought the fridge, I bought a bed, I filled the yard with plasma screens. She found my raps of hope and match. I told her lies, it wasn't me, but they're the things you can't unsee. I didn't know if she believed, especially when I started buying showroom whips at 23. I saw the feds and they saw P. I got the word they're onto me, cause I was bait as bait can be, cause I was really in the streets. I hid my face, it got to the point like what's the point, they know it's me. I heard the siren stop my car, like what you want. They pulled me twice a day, it was long man asking questions, what have you got? Like I'm gonna tell them I've got class A, B and C, man, what do you want? They dragged me up and touched my car. To this day I think they took my watch. Every day I went through this, I'm feeling the way, don't like the pigs. I was hyping up and talking shit while handcuffed. They got me in the red, but I never stopped, I kept on going. They lost my girlfriend, how'd you know him? I could see where this is going, dodging charges they keep throwing. This is what it's like when you're a product product of your ends. You hear different tones and different voices in your head. Paranoia kicks in, got me thinking he's a fed. Got me asking why you keep repeating what I said. When I was 17, I used to run and hop the fence. Now I'm driving cars, I bust a right and bust a left. I bust another one, watching the mirrors, got a check.
Yes,
Even
Chris,
though I'm far ahead, I hear fucking
Overbeat.
bust a red. This is what it's like when you're a product of your ends. You hear different tones and different voices in your head. Paranoia kicks in, got me thinking he's a fed. Got me asking why you keep repeating what I said. When I was 17, I used to run and hop the fence. Now I'm driving cars, I bust a right and bust a left. I bust another one, watching the mirrors, got a check. Even though I'm far ahead, I hear fuck it, bust a red. Bust a red. Bust a red. Bust a red. Needed a break, I was riding in the race. I used to go there every weekend. The bounce in my face, I had the brothers and the chains. I had their girlfriends on my case. I never drank, but they would say so much money, such a
big up P-Money, big up Paris.
Had their boyfriends acting jealous. They went heavy, they get peppered. Just a bunch of storytellers. I would put some made brothers. G-double-O-E fellas. From the streets until the top.
That's right, Sam Carno. Say that to Master Lee's face. Big up everyone tuned in. It's Friday night. This is Rise Above, broadcasting all across the crater, comrades. Big up Mark Anthony.
Oh, you are mine.
Acts like the Rastafari World Council.
Mine. Oh, you are mine. 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 Oh, you are mine. 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 Try and get it right.
Okay, everyone, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on.
Like that.
The stage so I can really represent on the beats. Yeah, you really represent. Do you really represent? Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, represent. Omar. Yo, admins, can we get rid of these webcam girl chats? Soviet Union attacking our live chat right now.
London City.
World War 30 section, and after that we've got Master D's Deep section. Maximum Grab It Apocalypse coming up very, very soon.
We dig it deep. We dig a deep foundation. We dig it deep. We dig a deep foundation, rock solid, built to last. Setting pace, never move too fast. Not afraid to experiment, trial and error. Perfecting a recipe, blending the flavors together. Creativity can't be rushed. Expired ideas getting left for dust. Organic, we serve it medium rare. Ingredients, kick drum, bass line, snare. We digging deep. We dig a deep foundation. We dig it deep. We dig a deep foundation. We dig it deep. We dig a deep foundation. I'll be on the touchline, chewing on the anarchy. We dig a deep foundation. Rock solid, built to last. Setting pace, never move too fast.
Flee with the rats from the test tube wreckage. Washed up to shore like a bottled up message. I'm in the dog and duck bottoms up session. Where slurring my speech has become an obsession. Iron out the creases, perfection is a parody. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy. Console transmissions. Transmissions. Console transmissions. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy. Console transmissions, psychedelic airwave, full scheme, hairbrain, situation pair, shake, flee with the rats from the test tube wreckage. Washed up to shore like a bottled up message. I'm in the dog and duck bottoms up session. Where slurring my speech has become an obsession. Iron out the creases, perfection is a parody. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy.
man a gold spoon in your mouth.
Stop your running about. It's time to straighten right out. Stop your running around, making problems uptown.
You know when it's Omar Beach, I say one more, that means 5 more minutes. Of course I'll let it drop, come on Omar. Wait for the drop, wait for the drop. Friday night, Rise Above family. Give me some hashtags if you're enjoying the show, let me know.
A message to you.
Sound of Omar Beats with MC Double L, we beat live and unique. Yo, big up, bada, double come. Big up, bada, bada, bass and drum. Big up, bada, better. Listen my selector, Omar Beats, word for word, yo. Word for word, send it letter for letter. Bigger, bagger, better. Come on, come on. Let us know how we sounded. Big up Steve Cole. Yeah, over this. Big up Lord Dosewell. Affirmative actions we've taken. Many rules that we're breaking. A brand new sound that we're making. Riches in the hours for the taking. Forget about them fakers, what they be forever faking. Affirmative actions been taken. Many rules that we're breaking. A brand new sound that we're making. Riches in the hours for the taking. Omar Beats, run the record. Does the mic sound better now? Check. Shout out to Jamie, shout out to Andy Candy 33. Oh. Omar's winding down, but don't worry, he will be back. Oh. I got an echo. Check. Let me sort that out 1 sec. One, two.
The Coviet card.
Oh, no sound.
People saying they can't hear us.
Yeah, we're back. We're back, but I got rid of the echo. All right, we're back. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
So, no sound still? We're back. We're definitely back.
Can you turn Terra Slim's mic back on, please?
Oh,
yeah.
Is mine on?
He had to turn it down when he was playing the tunes.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right,
Okay,
we're
so
back.
can everyone hear?
Yeah.
Okay, well, sounds back.
Yes,
back.
you're back.
Okay,
That's
cool.
Yeah, there's a lot. What you got to remember is there's a lot going on. There is.
Flashing lights and everything.
Yeah, the flashing lights. Yeah, can you turn the flashing lights off now, please? Let's get everyone back in the room. Here we go. There we are. Inner Guardians, you with us?
Salutations.
Salutations. Okay. Right, so where did we get to? I think it's time to start talking about World War 33. Yeah, let's get to that bit. So, let me just get to my appropriate part of the slideshow. Yeah, here we are. This one.
It's 13 minutes past 11.
So you've got 3 1s and a 3. We've got a 33. Let's start talking about World War 33. And I promise we've just called it. Commander Sagehead, please listen. This is going to be the last meme involving Nova Flip. We don't need any more memes from him. They've been great so far, but we've called it no more.
We might like the occasional one.
Every now and then, but he's getting every meme. So, prisoners of propaganda, right? As I do my introduction about World War 33, I'm going to hand over to Inner Guardians Master Lee a little bit later. But I'm going to be talking about some of the stuff we covered in the special last week, expanding on it. I'm also going to be talking about the virtue signalling and the colour programming. And I'm not going to take any credit because, sorry, too much gas. Hugo Talks did an amazing video on this, which is what got me onto it. So the yellow and blue carpet, I think Jim from Canada, Jim Hunt, coined this. Everything's been swept under the yellow and blue carpet right now, yeah? So, World War 33. They crawl on hands with dirty knees, climbing dirty trees with more than 32 degrees. World War 33. Now, when I was perusing the Soviet CUD this week, fellas, yeah? And I was looking through the news stories, and I was like, what should I present to people about World War 33? Now, a little preface, obviously there is a real conflict going on and there are civilians dying, and we're not going to be any fun that we make of what's going on in the media. It doesn't reflect on the terrible things that are going on. A little preface for anyone that needs a trigger warning. I'm sure you don't, this is Rise Above. But anyway, I'm looking through the news and I see the Mirror with its nice little yellow and blue programming in the corner up there say RIP to the Hobbit actor. So immediately someone that's been in the Hobbit has gone to fight in Ukraine. He quit stardom and he signed up to defend Ukraine, and he was killed in battle, apparently.
He's little in his Hobbit.
He's only small. He started in the Hobbit.
First, what role did he play? Like, who was he in the Hobbit?
I don't remember.
He might have been the giant.
I haven't seen the film myself. However, I thought I'd look into this story. No, on the first page, no surprise, this actor was 33 years old. So I just start off, whatever you want to take from this, it's obviously it could just be a coincidence, or it could be a little tag from the narrative masters of the current simuli. Right, World War 33. So, this is a picture from the official state funeral for Soviet 1984 after Putin murdered Soviet 1984. We did talk about this last week. It obviously got memed. Since Putin's offensive on the Ukraine, the whole Soviet narrative has basically been killed. You can see Health Chancellor Gates and Fauci here, right, shedding a tear over the death.
They're not happy.
They're not happy at all at what Putin's done. Look at the background. You got Chris Whitty, Greta. Who's that? Is that Gorbachev with a thing on his head? That is Gorbachev.
Who's far left?
Do you know why? This Gorbachev was put in there. This is Auntie Koviet's work, because she was going to predict that Gorbachev was going to die next for some reason. So I'll put Gorbachev in there when he's still alive.
Who's over the shoulder of Health Chancellor Gates?
Matt Dazzlelam.
That's it. That's
Dazzlelam. Yeah, I'll just do this full screen for everyone. It's an amazing piece of Covi art, and Auntie Koviet is a fledgling grandmaster in Covi art. So let's just appreciate that.
I've just noticed that Gretin.
Gretin?
Yeah, like in between Greta and Cretin.
Yeah. I thought Gretin was a cross between Putin and Greta.
Oh, that's not a bad one. That's what their love child would be.
All right.
Anyway, I was going to say, from a distance, she looks a little bit like Robbie Williams.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit like Mark Fowler.
I've always thought there was something funny about her, to be honest.
What, Greta?
Yeah, and I remember saying it to a couple of my mates up in Scotland about
I don't know, 5 years ago, and they were like, "Oh, she's doing all the good things for climate change,
how
and
can you say that?
she's this and that," and you know what I mean. And I just said, you know what, I don't even know what it is. It's just something I don't like about this girl.
Something stinks.
Something sinister.
Yeah, there's something wrong.
She's sinister.
You sense it's something intangible.
Yeah, you know, it is definitely some sort of demonic entity.
It doesn't help that she looks like Gollum.
No.
But looks like a cross between Chris Whitty and Gollum. And Sonia from EastEnders.
Out of the same factory.
Oh, God.
Yeah, straight off the same production line, potentially. So, yeah. And then obviously this is Putin enjoying a double serving of chicken Kiev or chicken
and a nice glass of Lord Potato Head
or
there.
chicken Kiev as it's now known.
Yeah,
you know this, right? Because Kiev is
that's racist, man.
Is the Russian
that's
pronunciation of the old capital city of Russia.
Yeah.
Until the demise of the Soviet Union. Okay, but Kiev is the Ukrainian spelling. So now chicken Kievs have to be called chicken Kievs in the UK.
Okay.
To show solidarity with the Ukraine. That will show Putin. That will show him.
Shout out to Magic, she's arrived. He's in the chat.
Big shout out to Wolfie as well. He's been really helping us out with the Russia research. Massive shout
Still
to
got some
Professor Wolfie.
covert attacks there coming through.
Have we?
Yeah.
Admins, please watch out for these covert attacks.
Oh, they've got them, man. They're under control.
All right, thank you. Sorry, listen, the general can't see everything from one position. I have to delegate.
The sheep farm in the house.
Yes, they are. We've seen sheep farm in the chat. So,
I think they were grazing in the background.
Someone posted this on Twitter today. Phenomenomics. Well, Phenomenomics. They watch Rise Above anyway, and they do some pretty good research on Twitter. Someone posted this about the Kremlin. Friday evening will be beautiful for the whole world. My gut tells me they were going to release some info. It's like, nah, they're just big fans of Rise Above. I posted the meme where Putin's watching Children of Adrian. He's like, fuck off, I haven't finished yet. So, yeah, big up Phenomenomics for supporting us on Twitter. I don't even have time to go on there, to be honest. Right, so, why are you volunteering to be killed by a Russian tank, Tarquin? Because the booster didn't work. Let's have some full screen action for that one. Sagehead Commander Grand Commander Sagehead strikes again. A big up to JB as well, chatting this week. Really happy that Commander Sagehead and JB are taking over the website. Imagine some of the content that these guys are working on the website full time, updating it. Yeah, can't wait. Here is another one from the same stable. This is a Rise Above World War 33 special meme. Tarquin, why are you cross? I just tripped over a homeless person trying to make a donation to the Ukraine. NPC with an Azov Battalion badge on, incorporating. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. It's like a whole mural.
I was expecting to see Abramovich.
Don't sweat, Master Lee. I've got something for you, like Blue Peter. Here's one we prepared earlier. It's not quite yet. So, right. Let me just get rid of this. Yes, this is where we're going. You see, you have to make light of these terrible situations. People are going to have a go at us. You're cracking jokes while people are dying. I tell you what, we could do what everyone else does and just pile a load of grief on top of the energy harvesting ritual. Instead, we will try to make light of what's happening in the media. Now, I've got to have a massive shout to Hugh Mongbean. First of all, just for their Facebook name. That's good enough as it is. Secondly, just after I came off my ban from Al Gore's sin bin, I saw this and it really struck me. It's obviously Poutini riding...
He's riding a bear shark.
A great white bear shark. Just sharing someone with that symbol that he's swallowing got me in the sin bin for a week. He says, I stand with Ukraine because there is nothing like murdering Russians to help install a global Nazi New World Order to put you on the right side of history. So,
well, after the discovery of the biolabs, you're probably going to get creatures like this.
Well, the NATO biolabs have been growing these like great white bear sharks. It would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me. And on the right here, Virus Man is back on the battlefield, and this is Noam Linsky accepting an Oscar for being the best actor. I don't know why he's a gnome, but he suits being a gnome in his Azov Battalion colours there. That's the president of Ukraine, gnomed by Virus Man. So on the subject of this president of Ukraine, this is one minor detail that we actually forgot.
Oh, the TV show.
Well, look, it's not a conspiracy theory that this guy is a Jewish comedian actor. Okay, he has been on TV in Ukraine since like 2015, something like that. He's been in Dancing with the Stars or Dancing on Ice, one of those shows. He won it just before he became president. But the main thing that everyone is losing their shit over is that just before he became president, he was in a very popular Ukrainian, like a series, like a box set almost, called like, I don't know, I'm getting this wrong, but it's called something like The People's Leader or something like that, about this guy who was a comedian actor. So he's playing himself. And in it, he became the president out of this massive last-minute landslide.
In a TV show.
In a
and
TV
now he's
show.
the actual president.
Yeah, so the TV
programmer.
show provided the script for what really happens. Not only that, this guy, I think I've got a video of it, let me just see. He's got this party trick, right, which he's quite famous for. Oh no, I didn't download it. Basically, anyone can Google this. He plays his penis with the piano. He plays a piano with his penis, sorry, right? But he did it for over 5 minutes on TV.
Yeah.
And it's you know, it wasn't even funny for 10 seconds. The guy's done it 4 or 5 times on TV, like playing the piano with his penis.
And he still got elected.
Yeah, he still got elected.
Well, or, placed.
Yeah, but
Well,
the video.
nobody can call you out for making light of this. I mean, this guy's a comedian.
No, he literally is a leading comedian, right? So this is one video which everyone must see immediately. Right, if anyone can tell me who made that, they instantly have a part of the meme team. They're on the show. They get free T-shirts, everything. I want the person that made that. In all seriousness, that was fantastic. Right, so yeah, Zelensky. He's Jewish. He's an Ashkenazi Jew, but there are money trails from him through this Igor. His name starts with a Z. Master Lee knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the
directly to Azov Battalion, directly to the neo-Nazis.
Yeah, he is.
This is a real
Azov
computing
Battalion
error for
funder.
people. A real.
He
computing
reminds
error.
me of like the Ukrainian George Soros. Essentially, that's who he is. Isn't
He looks like he's.
He's a big fat white.
He looks
beard.
like I don't know, like the love child, like Mussolini and George Soros.
Didn't he cost Roman Abramovich like millions or billions of dollars?
Well, we'll be talking about Roman Abramovich in a minute. Like, as far as I'm concerned, he's like patient zero of the Great Reset. He just had like his whole football club taken off him.
Yeah,
just
for
'cause
sure,
he's mates
mate.
with Putin.
He's had a lot going on.
Just by affiliation.
Yeah, so they've stopped the Meerkat adverts because they speak Russian accents. Russian vodka, all that's gone. People, you can't go to classical music or an opera and listen to a Russian composer now. They've all been cancelled. To support Ukraine, blah blah blah.
They're deleting Russia.
The ballets have been banned as well.
Russian ballets, because obviously Russia is very influential in classical arts, always has been. So yeah, they're getting cancelled left, right, and centre. I'll tell you a story. My parents at the moment are in the Dominican Republic on an all-inclusive holiday, right? And they said it's a very large resorts all joined together. So there's about 1,000 people there, mostly Americans and Russians. Guess what happened last week?
Go on.
They flew one of the airlines flew all the Russians home early to show support for Ukraine.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, what? My mum's been totally brought up with this like anti-Russian rhetoric. She's like, yeah, they're showing support for Ukraine. I was like, wait a minute, what do Ukrainians, if they're really being bombed and everything that we've been told, what do they care about a Russian holidaymaker in the Dominican Republic having a cocktail?
Yeah, who is this helping?
Stop their holiday. Someone's bombed my house. Stop that Russian holidaymaker in the Dominican Republic eating their all-inclusive, buffet. Like, what? What the hell?
Well, you're getting this demonization.
Yeah.
Of people now, because my 2 oldest children are actually half Russian, and it's already started. You know what I mean? Even like recently, like about a week ago, something happened between a teacher and my daughter, where the teacher ended up snapping and acting inappropriately, and it's all getting linked back to, do you know what I mean, like xenophobia towards Russia or people of Russian descent. So
because the media's drilling it
and
into
it's the
people.
the same way. Sorry, the same way that they did it with the Islam.
Yeah.
And and that's the thing. What they need to do, they need to dehumanize people, so that when they do start taking people out, you'll just think of it as like, I just taken out.
It's divide and conquer, isn't it?
They're just getting rid of the trash.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally
Standard
it.
tactics.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're in the process of. You know what I mean? But I've seen. I ain't gonna lie. I know people that are like have fallen for it and been like, you know, it's terrible what's going on over there, and you know, even though despite the fact that there's things going on in the world every day, there's all this sort of stuff happens in somewhere in the world. There's massacres going on all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the fact
Yemen,
that they chose to
Syria,
yeah, exactly,
Palestine.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that they chose to focus on this specific thing means that they was triggered and that they are susceptible to media manipulation.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a bit of a crazy one. This one.
I'll tell you what's an interesting thing to observe is to observe when people potentially are on the wrong side, but they don't realise it. Because think about it, somebody has to be on the wrong side of history.
Of course.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, because without that, we wouldn't have the polarity, the binary opposites, the Hegelian dialects. We discussed the other week. If there weren't two opposing forces, we would already have the one world order, the new world, one world government, whatever that we're talking about and we're fearing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now, speaking of the propaganda and the programming, let's talk about this color programming, right? Because I've got a shout. Hugo Talks. He did the video that's got everyone talking about this week. We've all seen the yellow and blue programming. I showed it all in the virtue signaling section of last week. So, I mean, yeah, we've done this one here. The WF needs you with Lord Schwab. Big up, Rise and Shine. Now, little did everyone remember that this yellow and blue has been with us for the last 2 years. It's been all throughout the Soviet Union programming, nationally and on a local level. This is South Gloucestershire Council, for instance. Right? So, yeah, here it is again, yellow and blue. I showed this to my auntie. First thing she said, oh, just a coincidence.
Yeah,
there are no coincidences.
Just a coincidence. So yeah, I have to give big props to Hugo Talks for bringing this up. I hadn't noticed it. I mean, obviously, I knew that the yellow and blue was being used with the Ukrainian flag, but I hadn't noticed the Soviet stuff. I saw this. You know, half of this is real. The only thing that we've memed is the titles of the books here, and this big up anti-Soviet, right? Yeah, you can all have a look at that.
Nepotism.
I'll just pick that up. Okay, but as you can see here, Bill it was reading International Book Week or whatever it was last week. All the kids were dressed up as
So
Harry
you
Potter.
married a man.
This was Bill Gates' like little social media insert for it about Reading Week, and we've got the colours again, the blue and the yellow. Okay, so there it is. We saw these people. I saw an expose on this the other day. These people that did this. She is the CEO of a bio company. It's obviously not a very big one. I guess this is somewhere in London.
Yeah.
These people aren't normal people. They're both into like bio data companies that are connected with the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So we've got BBC journalists here.
They're
saying,
just queuing up for the Neuralink.
Yeah. Well, look at this BBC journalist here, this blue tick person. They're actually saying, as a BBC-funded journalist, I have to remain consistently politically neutral. Really? All the BBC is completely biased. So here's a photo of some flowers on a sunny day. They're slyly trying to say I'm not supporting Ukraine. That's absolutely pathetic.
Have you seen that film? I don't know if anyone in the chat might have seen it. It's been out for about 10, 15 years. Yeah, it's called Everything Is Illuminated. Yeah. And it's with the actor from actually, you know, Elijah Wood, the guy who plays the Hobbit in Lord of the Rings. So there's another little link from what we just talked about earlier.
Yeah.
But this film is actually, he goes over to Ukraine, and there's a part, like the main part of the film is where he's in a place like exactly like how that looks with all those yellow flowers. I don't know what they're called. Sorry.
Rapeseed.
Rapeseed. Yeah. And that's what the cover's like as well. If you can find the cover, it's called Everything Is Illuminated. So do you think that they've been they've had this colour programming or this whole programming thing going on back from
What's old George Soros famous for? His colour revolutions.
Yeah.
So it's the Orange Revolution, or this colour, or these people understand colours, vibrations.
They're drilling it into the subconscious.
Symbology, numerology. It's all part of the Hermetic principles to them.
What you have to factor in. So let's take a performance. Let's take a concert. So let's say you've got a concert for one night. How long does it take to build the stage? Does it take longer than one night?
Absolutely. Yep. Could be weeks.
Could be weeks. And
for
how
a big,
long
for a big show?
So for one night, and then you've got the marketing. How long would that take? Could be months.
Well, that could be 18 months in advance. The marketing campaign could start. So the campaign could be planned and envisaged 18 months before that. You could be talking 3 or 4 years before a big show, like a really big multi-million-pound show.
Well, based on what I know of the dark occults, I would suggest that even the country of Ukraine was created for this moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Master. Yeah. Absolutely. Are we right in thinking that this country was actually properly? I mean, I've watched some documentaries. Properly made what it is basically in 1991. Before that, it was a Soviet satellite vessel state or something like that.
Yeah, I mean the history is quite complex and it goes far back. But yeah, 1991.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be going on about the history of the region and the occult history a little bit later on. Is that right?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to talk. Okay. Unlucky. That was unlucky. All right, that was another conversation.
Yeah, right. I mean, I could do, but I'm going to be talking more about the social sciences connected to what we're witnessing play out.
Okay, okay. That was definitely another conversation. Right. So, colour programming. We're still there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember
that.
The
Super
when
Bowl.
I saw him wearing that costume, I was a bit like, that's a weird colour choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Super Bowl, Superb Owl. Yeah, okay, we all know that.
Yeah.
So we've got this Azov battalion coming up again here. Probably get taken down if you put that on Facebook. Same colours again. No. Who made this? Was this Sagehead? Did this appear in our WhatsApp? Or is this actually an official... I can't decide anymore. So we've got this black sun symbol.
I think that's the original one.
Is that the original logo for the Azov Regiment? Jesus Christ! It couldn't be any more occult.
Because look at the how they spell Ukraine, man. You can't. That can't be real.
With the swastika? No. Someone's obviously put a swastika on top of it. So it goes deep. So we've got Matt Hancock there here. Honoured to sign the Book of Solidarity for Ukraine today. Signing a Book of Solidarity.
I mean, again, who's that helping?
I'm sure Ukrainians would be pleased that Matt Hancock signed that Book of Solidarity.
Who is that helping? What is that doing? It's just for the show, man.
Even weirder, right? What the fuck is this? Fur Affinity BLM with a Ukraine flag. How many more different virtue signals can we put under the BLM banner?
This is Ukrainian Animal Rights BLM.
I don't know. I just don't know anymore.
Fur Affinity, yeah, that's the name of the group, isn't it? BLM, the Black Lives Matter group. I mean, where are they from, you say?
Well, all I'm saying is the Fur Affinity BLM group here, and now you've got the Ukraine colours.
They're like an animal. They're basically like an animal rights
anti-fur.
Oh right, yeah. So they'd be like obviously animal, yeah.
Animal rights mixed with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, and then they're basically trying to like jump in on every movement going. Do you know what I mean?
But inadvertently supporting a movement that has BLM supporting a military whose National Guard are neo-Nazi.
Well, yeah, of course. And to be honest, it
all makes perfect sense in clown world.
Yeah. If you understand the inversion of a Satanist, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So they're actually supporting a lot of bad causes. But they don't know
it occurred to me today. Wasn't too long ago, 2016. Was it the UEFA or European Cup or something? Not UEFA. European Championships. It was Ukraine that got fined for far right.
Yeah, they did.
That's right, for having the Palestine flag. Was it?
Well,
no.
Things.
No, I think they were chanting stuff. They had banners.
Chanting.
Yeah,
right now, I remember at the time everybody was moaning about how racist Ukraine is. Now, if you try and mention that there's neo-Nazi faction or movement in Ukraine, people completely.
But that's a far right
it.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What? Because here's the thing, since this has all popped off, I've been looking through Vice magazine documentaries. I even checked out Ross Kemp. There is loads of really detailed documentaries, all from the last 8 years,
in Ukraine,
about the huge neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine that was already there.
Yeah,
Then when the 2014 conflict happened, what happened was all of the neo-Nazi right-wing, white nationalist, white separatist movements thought, we'll go to Ukraine because there's a war there. We can get trained. We actually get a chance to kill people, potentially Muslims, like that are fighting for Russia. Because remember, Russia is very ethnically diverse.
Yeah, it is.
Very ethnically diverse. You have people there,
Chechens, Georgians, Kazakhstani.
Yeah, exactly.
Mongolians,
Chinese
Muslim,
people that look like
What
Eskimos,
really
people
accelerated
that look
the
Islamic.
So what really accelerated, Lance, right, was, did you watch the link that Lee sent through to the group about the billionaire from Ukraine, about what he funds and how it works?
Igor, the one that I was talking about earlier on. Yeah, he funds Azov battalion.
Yeah, but what he did is he pumped loads of that's it.
Yeah,
thank you. He pumped loads of money into one particular region of Ukraine, one where they particularly were right wing orientated anyway. So he just boosted that feeling.
Yeah,
by what he's done, and it seems to snowball.
And he's a Jew, so again we have this
it's
theme
an interesting mix
of Zionist Ashkenazi Jews funding literal
he acts like
right-wing Nazi militias. Now this is a computing error. This is an NPC computing error. People cannot process how this could happen.
Yeah,
but it's happening.
Well,
and it's not the first time that's happened either.
This dark occult, satanic, whatever you want to call it, movement. It's what people have got to really get their head around is that it's transcontinental, it's transracial, it's trans religion.
Yes.
Now it's done that way so that they can hide and camouflage. So they insert themselves into cultures, into religions, into
that's
anything.
right.
Take it over from within. Yeah,
that is the MO of the Khazarian mafia, to
exactly.
infiltrate and to take on the identity of others and to become them
and sway it.
Yeah,
that's it. Sway it from within.
The Sabbatean Frankists are Jews, Muslims, and Christians.
Of course,
the
House of Saud, the Vatican, and the highest levels of Zionism.
It's all one
Sabbatean
big club.
Frankists. Yeah. And anyone that's been watching the show since day one has already heard us talk about this, and it's something we can't talk about in great detail, unfortunately.
Yeah, pulled.
Quick.
I like that last one you just set up. That one, the one, this.
Oh, this one's fantastic.
Yeah,
this is actually, I think this is a Polish meme.
Okay.
The right-hand side has been translated, not particularly well. Maybe it doesn't translate. The left-hand side hasn't, but you don't need to see it. You can see what's happening here. And so for 2 years, the end of not seeing. Yeah, it doesn't translate, but you see what it means. It's like the pendulum got switched. It's still the pendulum.
Literally.
The distraction.
Yeah.
Literally.
So even people, does anyone know in the comment section, is this Polish writing here on the left? Can anyone see that? I know we've got some Polish people watching. I'm guessing it is. So it's good to know that memes are universal. This is what's so powerful about memes.
Residual magic.
A good meme can contain like half a book's worth of information.
Oh yeah, it's like the tarot deck.
Yeah.
Well, because the thought generation is gonna make happen, you know.
Well, it transcends language. A good meme transcends language. So, so we've got the petrol and we've got the fuel issue about this whole debacle with Ukraine, as if that's anything to do with it, when we only get 3% of our natural gas from Ukraine in the UK. But Elon Musk is chiming in. He's actually saying we need to increase oil and gas output. What? Mr. Electric Car, Mr. Tesla, is saying we need to increase oil and gas output.
Obviously, how do you think his factories operate?
But did you notice here, there's a nice little yellow and blue on the petrol pump? Am I reaching? Nice little yellow and blue.
It's just a big coincidence, mate.
Right.
UK, Ukraine.
That's it. It's right there.
Exactly.
Do you think that yellow and blue will be getting used on a more wider scale in the future? Do you think it will be adopted by the global?
someone already mentioned, I wonder if they'll merge the yellow and blue for the green revolution. For the coming climate thing, is that how the colour programming could work?
Well, you've got the EU flags already yellow and blue.
We've got those three colours on the screen right now.
Yeah, so already that's pretty much it then, isn't it?
If you look there, you've got the yellow and blue, and you've got the green at the bottom.
Yeah. You know, these colours are more powerful than we can probably imagine.
With the sun there
to the subconscious. So, not only have Facebook withdrawn the ability for you to apparently big up right-wing militias like the Azov Battalion because of Ukraine, Facebook have now also pulled back on their just general hate speech for inciting violence. You are now allowed, and I'm going to repeat this 2 times, you're allowed to incite violence against Russia and their military.
Wow.
And Putin.
Wow.
Now, obviously, people say, "Oh, it doesn't mean Russian people," but wait a minute, it's a nation.
Of course.
This is a very slippery slope. So what is it here? Just like that, 2 minutes of hate in Orwell's 1984 allows the masses to turn their anger on a scapegoat to deflect them from the tyranny.
Yep.
Soviet Union 101, comrades. The new boogeyman, it's not a virus, it's Putin.
Yeah.
Very obvious. Yeah, so Reuters here. Meta will allow Facebook and Instagram users and some countries to call for violence against Russians and Russian soldiers in the context of the Ukraine invasion. This is unbelievable. Today, this, I believe, has come about.
Wow.
A lot happened today.
A temporary change to his hate speech. And the amount of times I've been banned on Facebook for less.
You can't even call someone a retard on Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. Like calling someone a whatever. Or, and
but now you can call to death to someone.
Yeah, you can.
Death
this
to
is
them.
Absolutely retarded itself.
It's a clown word.
Very alarming.
What I don't find believable though is say you've got these celebrities that are going to take up arms and random people off the streets that are going to take up arms.
Oh, yeah, you got boxers and all sorts.
Yeah, these people they obviously don't know nothing about Russian military and what the Russian military. Yeah, but do they actually understand what they're up against? That's what I want to know.
Got no idea, man.
Do they have any idea of what they're up against? Like,
it shows you the power of suggestion.
Yeah, it's dangerous because literally.
I mean, the mind control's strong.
I mean, this is a real thing. I've got a good friend who sells ex-military surplus, and he's literally sold out all his stock.
Yeah.
Now, this is not necessarily to individuals, but this is to sponsored people that have gone to him and literally bought everything.
And just clearing it out.
Yeah. I was actually with him today, and there was just normal lads coming in, getting all their standard issue kit. Going out there.
Where? So there's quite a. I've been watching.
Yeah, they haven't got any military background or anything. Just normal standard guys.
Yeah. How many people? There's quite a lot of people from the UK left so far because I haven't really followed it. So it's been.
I don't know the figures, but I know that they're paying a lot of money for private military contractors, also for personal security. You're looking at like £1,000 a day. Now, where's this money coming from?
Yeah.
I heard they were actually stopping Ukrainian citizens from leaving the country.
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not sure how true that is, though.
I'm being very careful about everything.
Yeah, I can't verify that.
I mean, I've got very good sources, and they're all suggesting the same thing. That, as an example, Putin is allowing channels for people to escape where necessary, but they're being blocked by the Azov.
Right.
All this thing about the migration, I'm being very careful about it because I don't know. But from what I'm being told is that it's not actually taking place in the way that they're telling us. For the main reason is that in the Ukraine, they're preventing people from leaving, citizens from leaving, because they want them as human shields.
Yeah.
It's actually in their interest for there to be casualties.
Yeah, increases the fear.
Well, it increases the resolve, I guess, and for other nations to be angry at Russia. You know, if they can get a civilian death count up, that's going to spur on other nations.
Plus, let's not forget that they just like murdering people anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if you saw it. The government have announced. I believe Boris is doing an announcement on Monday.
About
really?
Yeah, if you want to participate in rehoming and look
after
Ukrainians, yeah, you can get money for it.
Wow. So do you think they're getting a bypass on the immigration rules that they've recently installed?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But the other thing you got to factor in is that they've released a lot of prisoners, dangerous prisoners.
Yeah, I know, I read that as well.
And I've seen some
So they'll be flooding the streets.
I've seen some videos of basically like live and pre-recorded media interviews with Ukrainians, and they're interviewing people who are getting onto a bus, saying, you know, what's it like where you come from? And they're like, oh, it's fine. And then they ask questions like, is it easy to get weed in the West?
Right.
You know, these Ukrainians, their priority is that they're asking about that. So they're obviously not traumatized.
No.
And they're asking stuff like, well, when they're asked like, what is it like in where you come from? They're like, oh, it's fine. Are the women easy in the West?
Right, so yeah,
So
these don't sound like war-broken people to me.
It sounds like they've been conditioned on a few different accounts there. Conditioned to violence and war, and conditioned to the better life being what they perceive the Western world to have.
Yeah. Well, that's what these videos allude towards.
Yeah.
I mean, they look legitimate. I mean, for them to be rigged, it means that they're double rigged, if you think about it. It's like double propaganda.
Sure.
To me, it looks genuine that these interviewers have asked them legitimate questions and they've answered honestly.
And they don't seem scared or frightened or, you know, like thankful that they're safe. And well, doesn't sound like World War 33 to me.
Yeah, but like I say, I mean, in any form of conflict, you're going to get victims. I think it's impossible to have a peaceful conflict. It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, always casualties in war. That's what they say. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, as well, we can't rule out that in every war, you know, even in World War II, there's mass propaganda on either side, wasn't there?
Well, so the other thing you've got to be
propaganda is a tool for each side of the war.
Yeah, but the other thing you've got to really think about is that we can't really win the propaganda war. So as an example, let's hypothetically say that absolutely nobody's been hurt. They could quite easily hurt people if it gets exposed. So we're kind of in a no-win situation. That's why I'm being very careful about this, because as an example, let's say nobody is getting hurt, they're going to start hurting people.
Yeah, you don't
that's proof.
And that would just be another false flag.
Of sorts, yeah. It's a double inversion. Like I say, they control the media, they control the propaganda, so we can't really win. And this is why I'm being very careful to enter into any debates with people on this subject, because they've got all of the sort of pseudo material and evidence to back up their claims, whereas we don't.
And if they haven't, they'll make it. They'll make the evidence.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the lengths that they've gone to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To pull this off.
Yeah, I mean they've got all the money in the world.
Print money, fam.
Yeah, it's not about the money.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Where are we at? World War 33. So let's talk about the biolabs, because I know everyone that's watching, that's been paying attention what's going on, people are split down the middle about what is going on with Putin. Is he rebelling against the dark occult world order? Or is he playing his role? Is he still in Lord Schwab's class? Has he rebelled? Is whatever he going to do play into the Great Reset? So there's a lot of different questions here, but the first thing to address was the story that we brought up in the Ukraine special. When the bombs first started dropping in Ukraine, there was a map that went up of where the attacks were from the Russians, and they seemed to marry up with alleged biodefense labs, right? I showed a Pentagon document that says we have biodefense labs in the Ukraine. There was a few names of places that were on Russian borders. I saw that, $3 billion. Yeah, we saw that, right? Since then, a lot has happened. This is from, when's this from? March, from today. Reuters, exclusive, the World Health Organization, the Wuhan Holocaust Organization, says it advised the Ukraine to destroy pathogens in health labs to prevent a disease spread. I think I've got a video. Hold on. Hold my meme. No, wrong one. Because it has been... Here it is. Yes, I've got it. Right. So, in US Congress, someone got questioned. Biodefense labs, bio-research, chemical weapons. Is it all the same thing?
Has biological research facilities, which in fact we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach Ukraine.
Okay, right. So it's been admitted in US Congress that the US invests in biodefense labs which are in the Ukraine. We've already had a comment from someone here saying every country has biolabs. Yeah, but not every country has been in a proxy war with Putin for 8 years. Not every country has built biodefense labs all around the border of a country that they're apparently at war with. Now, in The Guardians, you've seen and had translated some transcripts apparently about what's going on with this story as well. Did you want to elucidate a little bit on the gist of what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, it all correlates and backs up what we're talking about or what we're suggesting. Now, to make some kind of sense out of this whole situation, I think this does make a lot of sense. In fact, it's quite scary. It makes too much sense. If you factor in that, also if you look at the last 2 years, I mean, I have suggested that this was a warm-up practice run for something that's to come. Now, it makes perfect sense to me, and also even Chancellor Gates said something really bad's coming. If you think that was bad, you wait to see what's next.
Yeah. Now, I can already hear the people saying, but what about terrain theory? Germs don't exist. Viruses are a hoax.
Yeah, but this is artificial.
Okay, thank you. This is an important first principle. You can believe in terrain theory and also believe that for the last 150 or how many decades, Big Pharma has told many lies to sell the pharmaceuticals. But that you don't, it's not mutually exclusive that these biolabs aren't creating synthetic killer pathogens.
And they've now perfected it.
Because this is something that people, in my personal opinion, I've had people call me a shill on Facebook because I've said that, yeah, there are things in these biolabs. What, you think all these level 4 biolabs are just making sweets? What, you don't think they've got chemical weapons that can eat through people and stuff? Of course they do. So I think people throw the baby out with the bathwater. They say, wait a minute, I believe in terrain theory. There's no such thing as a germ. Yeah, but there is such a thing as invasive Schwabian nanotech.
That's it. Disguised as a germ.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've already seen the comment in the chat. They're all playing to a script. I've had comments on Facebook. You're short-sighted to think that Putin is rebelling against anyone. He's doing exactly what they want. Guess what? There's a third option. There is a third option. Both things can be true at once. At one level, the psychopaths, the gangsters have to have warring factions and a competition. at the highest level, those who have put all the chess pieces in place know every outcome, and every outcome is beneficial because they've set the chessboard. So I said this last week in the Ukraine special. In my opinion, it's all about levels of perception and understanding when you look at this problem. On one level, I truly believe that Putin is fighting against his rivals, taking out their... Of course, he's got bioweapons too. Why not? But if someone is building bioweapons on your border, what would you do?
Yeah, of course. He's standing his ground. You know what I mean? And he's obviously... I think you showed me a thing. So I think you showed me a post recently, and it was where the 5G... Sorry.
Pentojizzle.
Where the Pentojizzle was being rolled out.
Yeah.
So it showed a global map.
Yeah.
I think it was you. You definitely shared it. Yeah,
on the Ukraine special.
Yeah. And so basically, it was his country was the only country where
it was the biggest black spot in the whole map. It was massive.
Really? So if it's to do with like him wanting to protect his population from what he knows is going to be like detrimental for them, you know. So,
and we've had the thing about Russia still is on the World Economic Forum. Well, guess what? Putin's profile has been erased.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
Yesterday, Reuters reported Davos and Lord Schwab have completely frozen out Putin and the whole of Russia and sided with Ukraine. Now, yes, on one level, people, that is still part of the show. Because like Master Lee said, this is all a stage. But we've also said on the show, if there wasn't anybody opposing, like Putin, providing the bad puppet out of the what's it called? What was the puppet show? Not Tom and Jerry. What was the puppet show where they beat each other up back in the
Punch and Judy.
Punch and Judy. Yeah, you've got to have Punch and you've got to have Judy. Without Punch and Judy, you just have no puppet show. I mean, Punch and Judy are still animated by the one puppeteer. We all know that. But without the opposition of Putin, what have we got? NW.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being really careful about all of this. You probably remember me last year saying that in 2022 the light occultists will appear, or the influence of the light occultists.
You did, yeah.
Or the power of the light occultists were going to appear. Well, potentially this could be it. Now, I know everybody's going to straight away say, well, Putin's not this, that, or the other. Well, in actual fact, Putin is slightly different to the others in terms of that he is very much into the soul. He's very much into spirit. He's very much into like the religious aspects of life, as opposed to being just anti-God. One of his ideas is to return to like traditional God-fearing, God-loving society.
Christian orthodoxy, right?
Yeah. Unlike the West, that is sort of sweeping with this kind of anti-God,
nihilistic atheism.
And that type of thing, and basically, it's more to do with like individualism, where you're free to do whatever you want. You can be whoever you want. There's very much that on the table with regards to the West, and he actually does see that as the biggest threat. And not just him. I mean, he's from a long lineage of those that had that inclination to oppose this.
Yeah,
It's been predicted for 200 years, 150 years.
But the onslaught that he's opposing, we would call it roughly cultural Marxism, right? The degradation of Christian values.
Well, you could call it many things. I mean, the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
The bourgeoisie.
Have you also heard that he is trying to reinstall the Romanov bloodline as the Russian Tsars? Because she doesn't like being called Mrs. Rise Above. The Empress has been researching this. Apparently Putin has been very pro the last bloodline remnants of the Romanovs, who were removed by the original Russian Revolution.
Yeah, the Romanovs.
Right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of this?
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying, that, and I've got to be really careful how I say this, and people might take it the wrong way. There is a chain of thought in Russia, especially with Putin, that actually believe that the Tsars were actually good people.
Yes, I've heard of this as well. I've been looking
And
into this too.
and also, I mean, I'm going to go more into it when I start talking about the sort of esoteric side of what's going on. But in a nutshell, with this new form of kind of Western individualism, it's basically the removal of the soul. So it's a society without a soul. Russia, or Russia as we know it today, is basically not a continent, it's not a landmass, it's not a country. It's actually a synchronistic collective of many things, but most of all, it's about the soul. It's the soul of Russia versus the soulless West.
Because Russia is very diverse. There are many indigenous shamanic cultures still within Russia and Siberia, both of an Indo-European racial background and a more Mongolian Asian steppe background. So there is super diversity within Judo, Christian, Muslim, and pagan shamanic cultures within the Russian continent. It's quite unique in that fashion.
Yeah, and the other thing that you have to really factor in, all these sort of, I'm going to say new age, but in a good sense, all of these different ways of thinking, different ways of being, different ways of looking at the realm, they actually, whether you like it or not, they actually come from Russian scholars, Russian philosophers, Russian teachers. So even reincarnation, even the ability, right, to even talk about reincarnation now in 2022, you can link that directly back to Russia.
Yeah. It seems that the last reset in the 1800s covered up a lot in that part of the world. You know, whether people like the Tartaria label or not, it's a theme that there was advanced civilization
covering a huge landmass as well.
Yeah,
that was ancient and very intelligent, highly intelligent.
Yeah, Blavatsky, all of those mystics were Russian.
Yeah, there is definitely something to do with the reset and something that they're trying to hide with the history of Russia. Now, I mean, I'm not being biased, but it has been known in ancient times that Russia was literally the greatest empire.
Yeah.
Now, somewhere along the line, a lot of the stuff has been hidden, buried, hijacked. And some will say that Putin is trying to bring that back.
Yes.
Against the decadence of this kind of Western individualism and social engineering, social science.
Because if people really look into the Bolshevik Revolution, what most people don't know, and if anyone's read Solzhenitsyn and studied Jordan Peterson, the Bolsheviks and Soviets that enacted all the atrocities against the Slavic people, the Russian people, and the Ukrainians, they weren't Russians. In the most. And I don't need to go further into that. It wasn't Russians doing it to Russians. Very few of the Bolshevik Soviet architects were Russians. So Russian people, if anything, know about having a fantastic culture destroyed, pillaged, erased, resetted by this priest class that likes to destroy other people's cultures and subvert them. They already know very strongly about that because it's already happened to them, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, for me, it goes back to the worship of Baal. You've got Egypt, Greece, Rome. It's all the same thing. It's just in a different garb. And I would say that what we're witnessing now with regards to the West and individualism is the manifestation of the worship of Baal.
because many people would also argue that Russia and the steppes of the Caucasus Mountains are actually the cradle of civilization, or at least for Caucasian people, which is a very loose term, which is apparently describing white people, which some people disagree with. But Caucasian means the steppes of the Caucasus Mountains in between Europe and Asia.
Well, this is where the lineage of the certain line started.
Yeah, and then we're going to talk about this a little bit as well in a minute. I'm going to show some things about the Ukrainian crest and what it is very similar to, and what area was there 1,000 years ago, namely ancient Khazaria. We're going full rabbit. Let's take it a little bit lighter. Patient Zero. Sorry, go on.
I only just found that out as well. I didn't even realise.
Did I rabbit hole you on that one?
You did. You definitely did.
You know about rabbit hole. You know what the Khazars
I do.
are, right?
I do. Yeah. And I didn't even clock. I knew Khazaria was. I knew the region. I just didn't really know the.
Most
country.
people assume it's in the Middle East. They think it must be somewhere in the Bible area.
No, it's the very north of Asia, which is technically the south.
I was thinking it was like Georgia. That's what I was thinking in it. I was thinking around that area. I knew it was somewhere around southern Russia.
If you think like a place like Vladivostok and things like that, you know, that's might as well be Asian in the way they are. You know,
yeah,
that's
pretty
like
much.
Very southeast Russian, you know.
Pretty much though, yeah. It's literally like the Asia, isn't it? It's literally like the border of Asia.
So these Khazars were North Asians, Northern Asians.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Armenia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Armenian genocide, which is one of those things that's apparently a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Right, so patient
You
Zero.
ever looked at Armenian writing?
Yes, I've been into the Armenian Quarter in Israel. It's weird. It's full of bullet holes.
Yeah, probably from
the Armenian script and writing. It looks almost Arabic.
Right, so it's not Slavic.
I don't think so. No.
No, I think it's more closer to Sanskrit, if anything.
Yeah,
well, it's sort of like what's happening with the Uyghurs in China.
Being phased out.
They're actually, if you look at them, you know, they look slightly Asian, but they're actually Turkic Muslim people that have a very particular culture, and they're basically being ethnically cleansed by, you know, the dark occult. You know, whatever clique is running that part of China, which is allowing that stuff to happen. Because I'm not sure whether Xi Jinping's as bad as we think he is or not, but there's some very nasty shit going on in China, and again, it's wiping out the indigenous, authentic culture to replace it with
this NPC.
Yeah, because and whether we like it or not, the Han Chinese have already been through the cabal machine.
Oh, they're done. China's done. They've ticked China.
They've already been through communism. They're just like a blank slate. As a collective. So, right, I've been trying to drop this meme for 5 minutes. Patient Zero of Lord Schwab's new econo-pandemic, Roman Abramovich. I posted on Facebook. It started last week. What was happening?
This one really had me, I'm not going to lie.
You like spat things out all over yourself when you saw this, didn't you, Terra?
Yeah, I did. I was like, Jesus Christ. And I just came online. You know when you haven't been online for a few hours and you come online and this is the first thing you see? You know what I mean? And
still reading through the morning newspaper, eating your cornflakes, and you come across this.
Yeah.
So it started with like, oh, right, we need to kick out Abramovich. He's mates with Putin, okay. Right, Chelsea can't buy new players or trade or do anything. Okay. Conor McGregor wants to buy Chelsea. Right, okay. Right, well, the government's taking Chelsea off Abramovich. That is what has basically been said.
It's been confiscated.
So Lord Schwab has reappropriated Chelsea off Abramovich, okay? Now, here's what I said on Facebook. If it is that easy for the Tories or the current government to take Chelsea off Roman Abramovich, someone who has a super yacht so big and powerful, it is bigger than most countries' entire navies. This is how big and powerful this dude is.
Wow.
They just took a whole football club off him with one fell swoop, no opposition. How easy would it be for them to take your house and your car?
Own nothing, peasants, and be happy.
In case anyone hasn't realised, the Great Reset doesn't happen suddenly. This is what it looks like. It looks like people having their shit taken off them from sanctions.
Apparently it happened at a press of a button. It wasn't even a jury or anything like that. Investigation, nothing.
Really? Who made this decision? Who would make the decision? The Secretary of State or what?
I was under the impression
who called that one?
I thought he was sort of like he did it off his own back from the pressure that he had to do to be able to do what that, you know. I don't think they made it. I think they made it very difficult for him to operate as a Chelsea owner.
Right, live chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. The story in the street was yesterday Chelsea couldn't sell merchandise. They couldn't buy or trade players.
So he strangled his club, you know.
And
so
then I heard the word today was that he has had it reacquired, or some strange word that basically means stolen. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of disinformation out at the moment. I don't want to add to it. If anyone in the live chat has heard anything different, let me know. But as far as I know, he's basically been robbed.
Yeah, well, no, he obviously has been robbed, hasn't he?
Yeah.
At the press of a button. So you imagine what they could do to you if you had the Neuralink or the nanotech.
Well, they placed him in bad light when they start saying like things like, oh, he's Putin's right-hand man in social scenes and things in the past, and they've got a big history together for investment.
I walked into a petrol station earlier and I saw the newspapers outside, and one of the tabloids, the front page, was a picture of Putin stood next to him with a pile of dead bodies behind them saying Blood Brothers.
On the newspaper?
I'm not joking. It was like the Sun or something like that.
I think it
Blood
was more
Brothers.
to do. I think it's worse than that. It was more to do with the mere fact that he didn't actually denounce what he's doing. It's not like he said anything pro.
Right. Because obviously you don't get that rich in Russia without being mates with Putin. That's understandable. You know, this country is just as corrupt. So he's basically being persecuted, guilty by association.
Yeah, but it could also be part of theatre.
Is your mic turned off?
I don't know. No, I don't think it is. No.
Yeah, it's all part of the show. So back to our old friends, the Ukrainian National Guard. More and more people have been posting about this because, well, the symbology is undeniable. This is one that In the Guardian's brought to our attention. Not only is it clearly Nazi symbol, right? The Azov Battalion actually have reappropriated the symbol for Wolf Angel, a symbol of the 2nd SS Panzer Division of the German Army for World War II. So it's not like, these are like LARPing as Nazis. They're proper like recreating the Panzer Division. Yeah. Not mucking about. It's no joke. Plenty of documentaries to watch if you don't believe us on this. Let me just show this on the screen. Literally exactly the same symbol, and obviously you've got the yellow and blue there too.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is the big one.
Oh God.
Yeah. The crest of Ukraine compared to the Khazarian Tamga. So not only is it the same geographical place.
Yeah, look at that. You can't deny that symbolism.
It has the same symbol. The more and more
it has
I
a
think
very,
about
very
it,
similar symbol.
I saw some posts today that Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, all of them, Pfizer, all have main top biolabs all in the Ukraine. Could it be that like the Ukraine is like literally like not the command centre of the Soviet Union, but like
where they're doing some dirty work,
operational centre? Because if you want to do illegal international things, you do them in a country that's super corrupt, right? You do them in a country with no rules where you can pay off anyone. It looks like the Soviet Union has been using Ukraine like that for quite a while. 1,000 years.
Yeah. A certain banker family have been using the UK for that for a few thousand years.
It would be like sort of like the motherland or something, innit? In a way, wouldn't it? It'd be like the.
Well, if it's true that the Khazarian mafia have infiltrated everything and they're in charge, this is their homeland.
Yeah, it would be like the. You know what I mean? So it would have it definitely have some kind of significance.
It's their actual Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. They know that Israel isn't really theirs because they're imposters, and the story's cooked up. This is the real Israel for them, I guess, is Ukraine. I can't remember who made this one. I think it was Rise and Shine. Deal with the virtue signalers, boys. So yeah, In the Guardians has set the hands on someone flashing the Ukraine flag. But yeah, on the right here, like I say, it's so heavy nowadays. We have to put 2 memes per page. Yeah. We've got a lot of Freemasonic stuff, and again, look at the yellow and the blue. It's all there. And obviously we've got Putin stood next to Bush Jr. Maybe that's the old Putin. See how skinny his face is there?
When was the Ukraine flag designed then? Was it designed
I would have to say 1991.
After the fall of the Soviet Union. Okay, so...
In the Guardians, have you got any idea?
Didn't they have a crest in it at one point? I might be wrong.
I'm not sure. I'd have to check with Mrs. in the Guardians with that.
I'm going to guess.
She can answer in the chat.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a couple of decades ahead. That's nothing to these people, is it?
Of course.
Well, if you designed the place when you sort of carved up the old Soviet Union to your desires, why not put your logo colours on your little enclave? It would make perfect sense, really.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I'll tell you now, the flag was originally adopted in 1848.
1848. Oh, how convenient! Just after the last reset.
That was the original one, and then it was officially adopted in 1918, and then again it was 1991. Yes, it was.
So it was first put in after the 1850 reset.
Yep.
Then straight after the formation of the original state of Israel in 1917, when they first had the Palestine invasion. Then they did it again, and then after the fall of the Soviet Union, then they cemented it. Yeah. Good
so
work.
They've got a naval flag. Well, they only actually officially accepted it in 91, like you say, because before then it wasn't seen as an official flag of such. The colours, I mean,
Obviously, the Khazarian Tamgat or whatever it is, that's been around for a long time.
Oh, maybe that's the flag I'm thinking of with the crest on the top and collar.
Yeah, that's been around for 1,000 years.
So this guy, he's got this. Oh, sorry. This guy here, he's got the swastika. So he's got a Nazi, but then he's got something which represents the origins of Jewish culture.
Well, Khazars are.
Well, yeah. So sorry, Ashkenazi Jewish culture. I mean,
yeah,
and so
Ashkenazi.
So I can get the error logic, like the system overload.
EXE computing error, NCP shut down.
Yeah, literally. And then we got the virtual signaler, who's basically he wants to stand with Ukraine to be on the right side of.
Well, she's got a yellow and blue BLM fist there.
Yeah,
as well,
so but. The problem is she's defending neo-Nazis and Zionists as well. This is just like, this is what I say to people. This is why, like, no disrespect to the people we were speaking about earlier, yeah? This is why I say to people not to listen to them, because this will happen to you. You will literally
This could be you, come on.
It could be you.
The national clottery.
And literally, and that's the dark reality. Like, people are actually listening to these people and getting all of that done to them. And then also you're getting this where people they don't know what side, you know what I mean? Like, now we're at a point where if you've supported most of the people that supported the Soviet Union narrative would have obviously passed off everyone who doesn't support the Soviet Union narrative as racist.
Or Nazi.
Yeah, you're basically
That's
racist. It. Yeah, you know, if you're not into Britney Spears, you're a racist. Yeah, but now we've gone now where it's like, well,
full circle.
Yeah, because it's now the same people are now saying, well, you know what? I know. They know as well. It's not like these people aren't aware of this. They are fully aware that there's.
At some level, they must know what they're doing.
Yeah, these people watch. Come on, it's on Vice. These are the kind of people that watch Vice. Yeah, it's been on Vice for years. Like, Vice has actually reported.
Even Grant Mitchell knows.
Yeah,
yeah, he's been over there.
Come on, Grant Mitchell went to the most dangerous Nazi war zone in the world. He told everyone.
He did. Yeah.
Do you know what the crazy thing is, Terra? Not only of these people with the grey face and the blank stares that have been calling everyone Nazis for the last 5 years. Yeah. Not only have they been tricked into supporting neo-Nazis, they're also supporting, like you say, the Zionists who are persecuting the Palestinians, who they've also been waving the flag for. Last time they got told to wave a flag.
You know, the truth of the matter is, the truth of the matter is this: if these people that support all these things, what they don't realise is they're supporting everything that is totally detrimental to people. Even like BLM, yeah, and I can say it now because at the end of the day I'm a black person, so I can say it without anybody trying to say, oh, you're this or you're that, yeah.
Fucking white supremacist.
BLM, yeah, they can't call me a white supremacist, yeah.
Oh,
but BLM overall, you understand, it's a detrimental thing. You know what I mean? People get caught up in, oh yeah, but you know, it's fighting for this, it's fighting for that. Overall, it's a detrimental thing, and a lot of black people I know don't follow it. Do you know what I mean? Because they can see it ain't actually even a lot of the values and stuff that they're promoting. I don't want to get into it too much, but they've realised it's not good. Do you know what I mean? Even down to like breakdown of families and all that stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I think what it's done is undone all the integration that has happened naturally in the past since like this, say, the mid '80s.
Yeah,
to now,
All
the that natural integration that's happened between the communities has now been separated again.
Of course, and what it is as well. A lot of these youngsters, I'm in my late 30s, so a lot of the youngsters, they haven't had to really live through racism to understand it. So now they're being taught it in a way where it's making them
have hate.
It's making them get very like radical over it. Yeah, but at the same time, a lot of it is in their head. They're not actually being do you know what I mean? They're not actually being a victim of anything.
It's almost like planting false memories.
Into being like this sort of like faux woke racist, where they're constantly bringing up race, constantly talking about someone else's supposed group privileges or group disadvantages, to the point where what they're actually doing is inadvertently being a race baiter.
Well, yeah,
this is what I've said many times.
Well, it's more what it is. You're making that your reality in it. So if that's what you believe, like if that's what you believe, then that's your reality. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the truth of the matter is, like I live in rural England. Like I spend most of my life in rural England. I don't get chased down by farmers with pitchforks and
for
shotguns.
anyone that's watching from anywhere else in the crater, rural England is predominantly white. It
So
is 99% white in rural England.
And
carrot crunch.
But there is no, like, as far as I'm concerned, there is no problems in that respect. You know what I mean? That's just my personal. I'm not saying that there isn't any cases of racism, but a lot of the times, like, that a lot of it went on back in the day, and a lot of the younger generation, they don't actually know, and they actually,
if they saw proper racism,
they wouldn't be able to
they'd puke on the floor.
Of course, exactly that. You know, so and at the same time, you know, really BLM hasn't actually, like, BLM came to the UK, didn't really address the problems that are going on in the black community at the moment. So it didn't really take some active. What it really should have done, if they wanted to get like the public behind them and getting taken seriously, they should have addressed a lot of the gang stuff that was going on. Do you know what I mean? Because that does affect a lot of like young black youths, you know what I mean? All across the board. But that would have been,
there's real tangible problems you can put your finger on, and if you wanted to, with the right amount of resources, you could probably sort out.
You could have done something.
Passing the buck and militarising.
I mean, it was funded by George Soros.
You could have.
Obviously, he wants to help.
Yeah.
£33 million was invested.
Of course. And this is the thing, and this is another reason. So you see certain people, you see them getting triggered, right, online. But this is the truth of the matter. Yeah, I used to actually have a group, right, called Racists Exposed. Now we just set it up randomly, and it just took off, right. But what it was, I didn't realise there was people setting up, like Black Lives, like going to company house. So on the day we set up our thing, someone else had registered a company house, like a Black Lives Matter London. And people were using these things to basically get like GoFundMe, and these things were making money. So you could have set up at that time. You could have set up I'm a Black Lives Matter Bournemouth, and set up a GoFundMe, and people were throwing in thousands,
of money.
Mate, people were chucking in, like, some of them were getting 70 grand. Imagine that, you just set up a GoFundMe.
That's ridiculous.
So yeah, but you know what it is.
Pay myself £5 to organise a protest.
Yeah.
Certain people they tried to do that off of my back. You know what I mean? Without telling me.
The founders of Black Lives Matter did with all the money they got from George Soros. They went and bought loads of mansions.
Yeah, but you know what it is. The people tried to do that. Yeah, they tried to use my platform that I created to set up a Black Lives Matter. Tried to turn my thing into a Black Lives Matter. I don't know, whatever you call it. But you know what happened? We ruined that for them. Do you know what I mean? So that never happened in the end. They would have, if they managed to pull it off, they would have made a lot of money. Do you know what I mean? Off of the back of me. But luckily, someone brought it to my attention. Yeah, big him up, and we basically pulled the plug on the operation. Which is why certain people to this day have got a vendetta against me. Do you know what I mean?
You've exposed people that are probably siphoning money out of the supposed to help the black community.
They didn't get a chance.
Into their pockets.
Exactly. And what it is these people didn't get a chance. And the worst thing is, these lot had the plan to do it. Yeah, they didn't even cut me in. They didn't even say, you know what, Terra, you got this little we're gonna do this and we're gonna chuck you. Nah, they were like, you know what, take what he's got and run with it and make money. But you know, and shout out to Bait Nate as well, because he had to do a few things to, like, you know what I mean, stop that from happening. And since then, people have been pissed off.
Mate, you certainly pissed a lot of people
off.
That's for sure.
But that's what you'll find. It's not.
I tip my hat to you.
Yeah, but you know, most of these people you'll find, it's not even to do with what I'm saying. It's just that they feel violated at some point, somewhere along the line. They feel violated, and they're going to wait for the opportunity to. All right, let's wait for the mob. So when the mob starts getting at me, they will jump in with the mob.
They smell blood.
Yeah, but then it's like, look, mate, I'll go into every man's inbox, mate. Do you know what I mean? And they know it. Do you know what I mean? And that's why it all quietens down. But I don't know. It's
You heard it here first. Terra Slim is taking all these weasels to task.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know what I mean? But I can't be bothered. This is ultimately, you know what I mean? I even see some of my former mates. I see them criticizing and this and that and the other. Yeah, and it's like I could sit there and go back and forward with these people. Yeah, but I can't be bothered because I realise that's it. That's all it is. It's just that there's so much stuff going on. You know what I mean? People need to like get us. You know what I mean? We got food growing. You know what I mean? We want to feed the people that haven't been to the Britney Spears. You know what I mean? That's like, you know what I mean?
You're growing food, organic food for organic humans.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like stuff like that. That's the sort of things we're on. You know what I mean? And what it is, so many people and my mates used to roll with me every single day, and should technically be with me at. You know what I mean? But it's because they were wanting to be, I don't know, maybe their pride or their ego got in the way.
Well, now you're like a right-wing prepper for growing food or something.
Well,
right?
that's it, and that's it.
You're growing food, you fucking racist.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's literally it. Like
it's too far gone.
It is, and but you know, it's like a comedy, but you can't give it your energy. You have to
enough of these weasels. Back to World War 33.
Exactly.
Right, so it's going to get a lot worse because guess who's entering the shit show? We've got not only, let me get rid of these graphics, perverting our view. Not only Al Qaeda heading to Ukraine to fight against Russia.
Yeah.
Because let's remember, let's be historic about this.
So now they're on side.
The Mujahideen and Al Qaeda and the Taliban were originally set up in the 1970s.
They were, yeah.
By the CIA to fight against who? The Soviets.
Yeah.
The Soviets were going to Afghanistan, which was a desert with not much there. Yeah. Most of Afghanistan has never been developed by anyone. It's a desert. They were going there, having a little look around. We created the Mujahideen and Al Qaeda, and the white helmets from Syria are also going there. Anyone knows about the white helmets? They stage false flag chemical attacks left, right, and centre. They're basically the UN super militarized badass Al Qaeda, right? So they're heading in with Ukraine as well. What could possibly go wrong? And then on the right here, we've got Ukrainian Jewish settlers in Jerusalem praying against the Russian invasion of Ukraine while they're supporting a regime which stole and occupied Palestine for 74 years.
Yeah.
High-level Sabbatean Frankenstein version, I would say.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, a lot of European Jewish people, they believe that their ancestors originate in Israel, so
that's what they're doing in this picture there. They're just harvesting some parasite energy.
From the Wailing Wall.
People that come from Israel look like these gentlemen on the left, not the people from Ukraine.
I know, but they won't have it.
This is a travesty.
A lot of the time, people won't. I've had so much debates with people over this. And
the whole term anti-Semitic. That's a debate in itself.
It's just like, mate, it's...
Like white people from Ukraine are not Semitic.
No, not in any way, shape or form.
These gentlemen here on the left, these are Semitic people.
Yeah.
So you're an anti-Semite. Guess who the biggest anti-Semitic state in the world is? Israel, because they kill Palestinians, original Semites.
Well, there you go.
Massive inversion once again. Anyway, that'll probably get taken down. Right, so don't worry, Master Lee, we're going to go full rabbit soon. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Who remembers the Denver airport? Denver, Colorado.
Symbolism.
The story is that they had a perfectly working airport in Denver, Colorado. They knocked it down and they built an airport 5 times big, which is bigger than you'd ever need there. There's massive vents coming out from the ground. There's lots of static there. I know people that have been there. And there's these crazy murals. This is just one of them.
Me and Johnny went there.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yeah, we took pictures of it. Yeah.
Right, so you've seen these murals. Now, I was watching this. How long has this been there? Almost 20 years.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
There's a statue of this horse outside with bright red eyes. It looks like the horse of the Horseman of the Apocalypse ride, yeah? Very satanic. It fell over and killed the sculptor just before they finished. Yeah, there's all these weird stories. Yeah. Suddenly, this picture makes sense. See the vortex here? At the top of the vortex, spinning clockwise, you have a rainbow. rainbow, to me, I'm going to break this down. This is what it says to me symbolically. The rainbow represents the sort of Western Bolshevik pro-rainbow, you know what. It goes into the vortex behind the Russian stormtrooper and it starts to fade to grey. The Russian stormtrooper is stabbing the dove of peace with a sabre. You've obviously got these people here suffering. You've almost got a Russian doll effect here.
Yeah.
In the negative part of the grey vortex. And you've got these like Soviet buildings here. Don't tell me this isn't... Like, am I reaching here?
No.
Look at this.
Break the symbol down. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
I mean, the dove can be goddess symbolism.
And you've got a note. What's on that note? Is that a note there? And there?
Here?
Yeah, what is that? Okay.
It's a paper.
If there's anything on it, can't see that with the resolution. It's too low. But there's like for anyone that doesn't know about Denver Airport, Colorado, go and check it out online. You can Google it straight away. Strange murals, Denver Airport. There's like maybe 10 of these pictures. They're massive, and they're all very prophetic of the New World Order.
I don't think that's the complete. I think there's more to that picture as well.
Yeah, there is for sure. Yeah, because they're quite long. And on the right, I think this is a great one here. It's just like someone having their program reset. Soviet Union extracted, defend Ukraine, input, run exe, run compute. We've all seen these people activated. Showed that earlier. Just one more time.
This is really good.
It is just too good. It's too good. The Putin boulder just kills it. Before that was just a single picture meme. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We've already had that one.
Here he is.
Here he is. Right, so the one on the left, I just farmed this randomly off the internet. Grandmaster Ginny stands with Ukraine. Russ Kieran quickly said, "Hold my meme." I think it was Rahman the writer said, "It needs to be yellow and blue. Do yellow and blue." Uncle Jimmy stands with Ukraine with a little Ukraine there. Love it. Right, this one's a bit weird. I picked this up off Twitter, I believe. So the translation is, a Ukrainian filmed this from the window of his apartment of how a Ukrainian sapper in a hazmat suit. In the Guardians, what's a sapper? It's someone to do with munitions with bombs.
Yeah, Royal Engineer.
Okay. A sapper in a hazmat suit carries an IED, an improvised IED, electronic device. Molotov cocktail. Oh, right. So an electronically triggered Molotov cocktail to a playground. After the UFA soldier carefully places the device under a structure, he took a photo for the report. Now the stories are mining of playgrounds for subsequent provocations have taken a real horrifying turn. Most likely in the future, Ukrainian propagandists will say Russians are blowing up children. So let's have a look at the video. Now, I can't confirm this. I'm just posting what I've seen, all right? It's got a yellow and blue band, but, you know, anyone could put that on. So yeah, Lee Gould said, yeah, I got it wrong, so I've had a couple of drinks. Improvised explosive device. What did I say? Electronic something. Yeah, so a Molotov cocktail with some sort of maybe a remote trigger on it, I don't know, maybe triggered by a mobile phone or something like that, put into a kid's playground. Now listen, I can't say whether that is a Ukrainian false flag or a Russian propagandist false flag with someone dressed up as Ukrainian. None of us really know.
We're just presenting ideas.
Yeah, we've, you know, at the least, we're trying to show the other side of the propaganda that's being put out on, you know, on our media. That's the least we're doing.
This is what I was saying earlier, that there can be no winners in war, because even if there is no casualties, they can easily make them.
Yeah, and there have been many stories of that, of apparently right-wing militias or Ukrainian soldiers coming around and shooting Ukrainians. Nah, obviously that could be Russian propaganda. The first casualty of war is always the truth. You know, we know how it goes. However, these pictures keep popping up of symbols on Ukrainian soldiers, and I've seen lots of
Black
them,
Sun,
and I'm starting to think that most of them are genuine and not photoshopped, because I've seen the Vice documentaries of the paramilitaries walking through. They've got Black Sun necklaces on. You've got Ukrainian female fighters here with Black Sun. This guy's got the Black Sun on. For anyone that doesn't know what the Black Sun is, I mean, obviously it's been reappropriated by dark occultists behind the Nazi Party, Vril Society, is it Thule? Is that right in the Guardians?
Yeah.
So allegedly, this is the symbol of the dark occultist secret society that's behind the Third Reich, or was behind the Third Reich. Pretty deep. Satanic Nazi symbolism.
The Black Sun is the moon.
I'm not so sure. I've seen diagrams that show the Black Sun being at the North Pole and the moon and the sun being reflections of it, but that's another story.
Yeah, they say the Black Sun's under the flat Earth.
Oh, really?
David Jackson says easy to fake. Yes, you're absolutely right. This would be easy to fake if it wasn't for the fact that the Black Sun symbol is actually part of the Azov Battalion's official symbol. If it wasn't for the fact that I've seen multiple documentaries that with people embedded with Azov Battalion and others, and this symbol is everywhere. This symbol is widely used by the far-right white separatist, satanic neo-Nazi splinter cells. It is widely used. So if what we've been led to believe is true about the element within the Ukrainian military and National Guard, then why wouldn't they have this symbol on? I've looked at these. I can tell the Photoshop. This one looks pretty fucking real to me. Here, when you really zoom in. I've looked on high def. I do editing at a semi-pro level, so I'm not bad for it.
It wouldn't be no surprise anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they're really flying swastika flags.
Exactly. So
I mean, obviously not allowed on their official uniforms probably, but when the guys are doing selfies by a tank, you've seen them with the swastika flags. I've got banned for sharing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Here was a good one. Apparently this kid walked 750 miles on his own. Tom, who does the t-shirts, broke this down with a calculator. Works out even if he left like 2 days
Looks
before
pretty
the war
clean
started,
for that.
he would have had to walk more miles each day than like a professional, marathon runner or whatever. It's totally impossible. Since then they changed it. Said he got a train. We've seen both of it. We got the screenshots. This is the walked one, and since they've changed it, he got a train. Either way. Everyone's posting it. Everyone's pouring their heart out over it.
Yeah.
The propaganda is deep. This was my favourite stupid, ridiculous propaganda. Andy PG, go on.
British spies use gay dating app Grindr or other social networking sites to track Vladimir Putin's soldiers. Right.
Yeah.
Because Putin's got gay soldiers.
Well, obviously Putin is super duper homophobic apparently. So he's got so many gay soldiers because that's a great line to demoralise the Russians if they would care about this stupid headline. Apparently UK spies tapped into messages on Von Contactor, a Russian Facebook, discovered that Putin was planning a full invasion on sites such as Grindr. Because when you're chatting about, whatever gay guys chat about on Grindr, I won't divulge. I have no idea, but I'm sure they don't chat about Putin's invasion.
No,
I'm sure there are more pressing matters to talk about on Grindr than Putin's invasion. The app is discreetly
Schwab's on there.
Klaus Schwab is at the beach using Grindr. App is used discreetly, despite Putin banning homosexual propaganda in 2013. So yeah, they have to use Grindr under the desk at their Russian military briefings. Apparently,
have to keep it on the sly.
Yeah, Putin. If Putin sees that, you're in big trouble.
So his soldiers were unguarded and revealed many plans and pace of invasion. So basically, they revealed secret plans to random people on Grindr.
Are we really think that gay dudes do small talk on Grindr? Come on. British intelligence services helped to monitor the Russian invasion of the Ukraine by tracking the soldiers' use of social network sites. What are they trying to say, that as they were invading, they were doing a scan on Grindr to see if there were any other dudes around that are up for it?
Yeah, but they'd be also
see if they were going to swipe right or left
as well, weren't they?
Just for the record, Russia is not anti-gay. All Putin, what his aim is not to have society focused on gay society.
Like the West
is,
is, not have it pumped.
So, so there's no sort of persecution of homosexuality.
A Christian approach, it's like toleration, yeah?
It's tolerated, but they don't...
they don't promote it.
By them. No.
Basically, no Soros rainbow promotion. Just no George Soros allowed at all. So yeah, for me, this was the stupidest thing I've heard for the whole of World War 33. That British spies actually found out secret plans of Putin's invasion of Grindr. How stupid do they think we are? Do you think Russians are stupid enough to be demoralised by this? Who is this propaganda designed for?
I think it's designed for us.
What? So Doris, Karen, and Jeff sat at home, go, not only are Russians killers, they're also gay.
Yeah, because they're getting at the snob class, aren't they? They're the ones with the money.
Putin's homophobic, but his Russian soldiers are gay. Last laughs on Zelensky. Last laughs on him. Big up Zelensky. Yeah, it's pathetic. It's just stupid. Right. So Russia can no longer use Apple Pay, Google Pay, or their bank cards to pay for Netflix or Spotify. Realising the fragility of cashless society, the corrupt elites can turn off when they want, and they can turn you off. Yeah, is anyone coming to this realisation that didn't already realise it?
Or the flick of a switch.
Yeah,
I think some of these celebrities that have demised recently, I think some of them have been switched off. Do you know what I mean? I think
just remotely turned off.
I think.
What is it they say, and they can just turn off your chip.
Yeah, that's it. Right at the start of the show, we play it literally every week.
Yeah.
Wow, if half of what we talk about is true, that technology's been around for a long time to remotely switch people off or induce a heart attack with some sort of frequency weapon or energy weapon or whatever. Maybe it could be delivered through technology we've already got attached to our head, our bodies.
The nano schwabbery.
Yeah. Jason Christoph is he's a Canadian, lives out in Canada, in Mexico now, right? I wanted to get him on the show. He says gas prices are being made purposely high, artificially, to not only steal the wealth of the public, but to usher in the era of draconian public movement control through electric cars, while flying a fabricated climate change excuse agenda. It's all planned well in advance, and it's all about ancient ruling families dominating the public as modern tech slaves. Wake up, Neo. Can't disagree.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, he's good. He's got a way with words, that dude.
This is why you need to get on the bikes. You know what I mean? Get back on the bicycles, like, you know what I mean, and get used to cycling some serious long distances if need be. Because we can't rely on.
Electric cars are no good if electric costs 10 times more than it used to.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
That's no good either.
Yeah.
Well, they don't want people moving around the realm, do they?
Yeah, they get 25 and fuel prices to sort of £5 a litre. I can believe that, and that will be it. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, that will be it. The lock on a petrol car.
This was reported at 3:33.
Jeez, so
this is the rise above mean, by the way.
Yeah,
but £5 a litre. I reckon by 2025. Yeah,
I can believe
that's not out of the question at all.
It'll be £2 a litre before the end of the year.
Oh, mate, it'll probably be £2 a litre by next week.
It'll be getting up to £3 by 2023. It'll be getting up to £3 a litre.
How long ago was it £1.40? 2 weeks ago. It's now an average of £1.60.
Yeah.
Around here it's £1.80.
Yeah.
Some people in London are paying £2.
Seriously.
So, yeah, all combat sports promoters, my price just went up by 33%. Unlucky. Oh, we've already talked about Roman, haven't we?
And his super tenants.
Right, so before we hand over to Marceline and we start to get really deep, it does seem that there's been some shuffling on the other side of the viral curtain or the Iron Curtain over in Russia. Not only with the talk of these biolabs and sort of maybe a premeditated attack to take them out before they release something, also financial and cyber moves. It seems, according to this release, if it's true, that on March 11th, all servers and domains in Russia must be transferred to a Russian zone. In addition, detailed data of the network infrastructure of sites to be collected. Basically, it seems like Russia have started to exit themselves off the World Wide Web.
So maybe he has gone rogue.
But this isn't the only part of the puzzle. There's also the financial side with the Chinese payment system that Russia's moving towards.
Yeah.
Can't remember the name of it. But basically, Putin's already...
Union card.
That's it. Putin's already made the moves to
This
say
is what I
goodbye
mean.
to the dollar.
He can be doing both. He can be, following to an agenda, but he's gone rogue his own way. But
maybe he's pushed into a
simultaneously-
corner, and the only move he had to do to defend himself without being totally cucked is do exactly what they wanted him to do. Who knows? But man, it's very interesting.
I mean, destroying Fauci-funded biolabs is a good thing in my book. Just that alone.
But the problem is, by exiting the global economy, it will 100% collapse without Russia. It's been waiting to collapse.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been waiting for a much smaller
that's what
reason
they
to
want.
collapse
That's
than the power
his
of
part.
Russia leaving.
That's his part in the Great
But
Reset.
what have we
maybe.
said from day one, since we started to talk about the Great Reset? The reset has to happen no matter what. What matters is who's standing in the ashes and who rebuilds. The world economic system as it is been built by the Sabbatean Frankist death cult.
And it's being propped
it's
up.
It's parasitic by nature. It's well past its sell-by date. It has to go. Everything has to come crashing
But they
down.
can have more control with a digital currency and digital society, can't
Only a central bank digital currency, which is what they're talking about, CBDC. And central bank digital currencies can be programmed so you can spend it how the government want you to spend it.
And then only on what they deem you allowed to spend it on.
Yeah.
So if you piss off the Soviet Union, you might be deemed to only buy
bread
and milk.
Yeah, crypto is still, and I know some people who watch the show don't like crypto, right? But crypto right now is still decentralized. They're trying to crack down on all.
Yeah, they'll try and outlaw it soon.
Well,
they've devalued it massively lately.
Yeah, they'll try and outlaw it.
Yeah, but we're back. It's back. The market's back.
Not
up
so
again.
great. I mean, if you look at
but
Bitcoin was up at $69,000 and now it's down to 42, 43
yeah, but that's
averaging.
that's part of the cycle. If you look at the overall cycle, it's not off kilter. But what I'm saying is, yes, they are trying to crack down on crypto at the moment by saying you have to give all of your details to use these wallets. But guess what? There are definitely non-centralized ways you can trade crypto outside of Coinbase and stuff like that. But when you have a central bank-backed digital currency, that's a whole different kettle of Schwab, right? Because you're dealing with their
whole different level of tech.
Yeah. So, we still go for the third option. We still sort of technically sit on the fence when we talk about what is going on with Putin and Russia. But out of chaos, order will be restored. Whether it's going to be their order or someone else's order or another binary.
Well, there's
order.
going to be a new world order of some description, whether it's light or dark.
Yeah, but what's the opposite of a one world government? It's two or more opposing forces, which is what we have now.
Chaos.
So
it's just a transference of power. That's all it is. It's just a handing over of civilizations.
Yeah, I think that's quite accurate as well.
From one control mechanism to another. But still control.
Right, simulation tip here, right? Who knows the game Escape from Tarkov? It's a very culted, it's like a cult classic computer game. It's set in, I believe, a fictional place in Ukraine called Tarkov after a war between Russia and the UN, and it's set in 2026 to 2040, I believe. Well, the BBC, people say this is a shit screenshot. I've seen the video where this was reported. It's a 3-second clip, and it was on the screen. They said Kiev is resisting and Tarkov is resisting with Mariupol. Right, so the BBC have reported that a fictional place from a computer game, after a war between Russia and is this a glitch in the Matrix or what?
I mean, that's just ridiculous, isn't it?
It is ridiculous.
I mean, this is the thing, though. This is all scripted, as we know. They know that people are going to pick up on that. They must do. They're not that sloppy.
It's hidden in plain sight, though, isn't it? That's like...
Or is it amazing marketing for this computer game?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, apparently the reason why they reported that was they got given false information through one of their leads.
But how can you report a fictional name of a place that doesn't exist?
Surely that's your only job as a journalist before you report something is to check the facts.
I did hear that it was supposed to be Kharkiv, which is similar, and they misreported it. But still, it's too much.
But is it even humans that are doing the journalism?
That's a very good point in the Guardians, because I've said before, it's been revealed that they reckon up to 30 to 40% of the media typed that we see online is made by bots.
AI generated.
Yeah, AI and bots, yeah. It's not humans creating it. So that's a very good point.
They're testing. Maybe they're easing over to another system.
I think there are multiple tests going on many different levels, mate. Many different levels the test is being run. So Britain sends recently redundant medics to the front line in Ukraine. Who have we got there? Like, we've got Shillery Jones, Chris Whitty. Chris Whitty. Who's this dude on the left? Probably some mass murdering doctor. Sagehead, let us know who this guy on the left is. Yeah, right. No. I sent this to you this week in the Guardians to get translated because this was posted on Twitter. This document I'm showing now is allegedly a handbook given out to Russian officers fighting in the special military operation that Putin's enacting, right? And the bits underlined allegedly say that Russia is the last bastion against the satanic New World Order. There are pictures of various generals here and Putin. Now, give us a little insight into what you heard when you got it translated, Lee.
Well, from my sources, it was it came back as legit.
So not only a legit translation, it looks also like a legit document.
Yeah, allegedly. I mean, we've got to be careful.
Yeah, because
so what does it say again, Lance?
These lines here that are underlined allegedly. Well, they don't say. They do say Russian Federation Army. Russian Army is the last bastion fighting against the satanic New World Order.
Wow.
Obviously, what's in question is whether this is an authentic document or not, which will be endlessly debatable unless it's in front of us next to a genuine document that's confirmed. That's the bottom line. First principles. A lot of people are going to go, oh, that's a bit QE. Because Satanic New World Order does bring up those negative connotations.
Q-esque, yes.
Yeah.
But it does correlate to a lot of information that has been put forward over the last 150 years. I mean, this event has been talked about numerous times.
Yeah. The protocols of the learned elders of Zion. I can never say that properly. They literally describe this in graphic detail, but it was with a Muslim foe against Christianity. Maybe that will come into the fold with what we've seen tonight, with the white hats and Al Qaeda going into the fray, when all of the militants left over from the Middle East start heading to the Ukraine. Shit. Yeah. This event has been foretold for centuries, and that's not an exaggeration.
So all the chess pieces are being moved into place, ready to go.
And this is the bit where we go full rabbit, and I'll hand it over to Master Lee.
Right, okay. Is everybody sitting down? Comfortable?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, well, I've got limits to how far I'm going to go. And with the information and also with the time, I'm quite aware it's getting late. Or is it nearly 1 o'clock?
It is. We're coming up to 4 hours.
So okay. It's the right time.
Well,
it's fine.
What I'm going to bring forward is the mindset and the core of the agenda of the dark occultists. So you have to kind of understand and know your enemy, and you have to know what they're actually trying to do. Now, because they're trying to do it, it still means that it's a threat. A lot of people will say, well, they can never do that. They'll never pull it off. But they're trying to do it. So this is the nature of an agenda, that they're trying to push something, and they're trying to steer humanity into a particular position. Now, we all know the quote of "You'll own nothing and be happy." Well, I want you to focus on "You'll own nothing," and remember that. And I will come back to that part.
Yeah.
You will own nothing. Okay, so it's very important, and it will become very relevant as I go through. So we're looking at the dark occultists and an agenda. Now, what is it? What is it at its core? I won't say essence, because it's anti-essence. So at its core, it's to do with the subject of freedom. Now, what I'm about to say, you're going to have to really sort of digest it slowly and carefully. And I may have to repeat it a few times, just so it sinks in. So what we have to understand is the nature of freedom and slavery, and where the line or the cutoff point between freedom and slavery, and what is the difference. It's relatively simple to understand. So if you look at this realm, you've got what's known as the physical manifestation of reality. So you've got the physical and you've got the non-physical or the intangible. So what are humans? Humans are a combination of a physical manifestation and non-physical, the intangible. Now, what is the intangible? Well, we could say the soul, essence, spirit, mind. So these are things that you can't physically touch. Now, taking it back to the physical, anything that is physical, guess what? It can be owned. And it's under the law of cause and effect. Anything non-physical is not under the law of cause and effect in the way that we may think it is. So the only real definition of freedom is the intangible. Anything physical or material, it can never have freedom. It can have relative freedom, but like I've said in previous shows, what is freedom? Okay, real freedom is the intangible. So the social sciences and those that play around with the social sciences, and we'll get the gist of that, their agenda is to basically eradicate the non-physical. So they want everything to be physical, because then it can be bought and sold. A label can be placed upon it. It can be identified as physical matter. So as confirmation of this, over the last 2 years, we've had a pandemic.
Yeah.
There's not been one mention of the intangible, invisible, non-physical aspects of humanity. Not one mention. It would have been very easy to talk about like the psychology or the essence or the soul of humanity and what's happening to it. I mean, they may have talked about mental health, but they've never actually acknowledged or honored like the sovereign aspects of a human. And that's because their agenda is to eradicate the soul of humans or humanity. Once that's completed, then you will own nothing. There will be nothing. Now, these dark occultists, you know what they call those with no soul?
The unbegun.
They call them things. So they'll sit in their rooms with the doors shut and they'll describe a huge proportion of humanity as things, products, commodities, not as human beings. They don't even see majority of humanity as being human. And this is why they're able to do the things that they do. So this is why it's important to be able to separate and understand or understand that the landscape or the terrain of the soul, essence, spirit, mind, and the physical manifestation. Now, the physical manifestation of a human only has one purpose, and that's labor, sweat equity, time. A human is based, or a human's understanding of time is, guess what? An hourly rate.
Yeah.
And for the most part, that is how people relate time to. It's work. What time you wake up. What time
Time is money.
Time is money, yeah. The time it takes to travel to work, the hours that you work. I mean, if you go for a job interview, the first thing you want to know is how many hours per week you're going to do. How many days off you get. It's all based around time. And that's because time is only kind of relevant to a slave mentality. Freedom would be that you're free from time. And this is why, as an example, the inner workings or functions of a human, time is kind of can go fast, it can go slow. Time doesn't really exist because that's on the ray of immortality as opposed to the physical, which is under cause and effect. And this is why you have laws, because law only really governs the physical manifestation and the law of cause and effect. So the objective of these dark occultists is to draw you into the law of the physical. And one thing that's really important, because we're talking about technology, because all the other subjects have gone. Religion's dead. Every other culture's dead. Everything's dead. The only thing that is alive in their minds is technology. And there's one thing that technology excels in, is that it's consistent in the law of cause and effect. A human being, they don't conform to cause and effect because they have a soul, they have imagination, they have creativity, they have the intangible substances. Their objective is to make humans predictable, basically robots, a slave class. And all we've ever seen throughout history is just a story about how to make humans into slaves. And if you look at, let's say, Russia as an example, you got the bourgeoisie. That was all about materialistic values. The Bolsheviks, the same thing. It was about the eradication of the soul. It was anti-God, anti-creation, anti the absolute, anti the one. Now, the techniques that they use, I mean, most people on this platform are fully aware of the techniques that they use of distraction and things like that. But the main mechanisms are fear, flux, and confusion. And what it is, that is chaos.
The masters of chaos, yeah.
Yeah, so out of chaos, they get fear, flux, like uncertainty. And with that, you get confusion. And something to be aware of and to also observe, especially at the moment, is the flow of time. Now, what they're doing is they're speeding up information, speeding up time to a rate that the mind or the intangible aspect of a human is not calibrated to. So this is why we're being bombarded with data, information. Think about it in terms of even in your own lifetime. If you go back to childhood, the rate of data and information that you would perceive would be a hell of a lot slower than what it is today.
Yep. This is something I've studied intensely. If you go back and watch the TV from the 80s or 90s and you watch, say, a TV program that goes into a commercial break and back into the TV program, in the program and the break, the cuts that are on the screen are 3 or 4 times longer. Nowadays, the edits are every few seconds to slice up your attention, so you can never really grab anything. It was definitely slower paced back then. You watch American TV, you can barely see more than 1.5 seconds on the screen of anything. Cut, slice, edit, cut, slice. Totally like that. Blah, 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 like, just to scramble your attention.
So as an example, if we do a 6-hour live stream, algorithms can run through that. I think it's in minutes, even seconds. So the flow of time of technology is a lot faster than humanity.
Mm.
And they're using that as a mechanism to create the fear, the flux, and the confusion, because they're basically getting everybody. And this is why, as an example, this is why people can't join the dots, because things happen so fast. By the time they have even a chance to realize a dot that they've spotted, another dot in different directions, and they never, we all know people that can't join the dots.
Mm.
They just can't, even though it's obvious. It's because of the flow of time and the speed of data that they're throwing at humanity. So going back to You Will Own Nothing, what they're alluding towards is that you won't have a soul, and this is connected to the Britney Spears concerts, the sort of the dabbling with genetic modification. That's just another way of saying that the eradication of the soul. And also, I think that they're using these tests, not necessarily the swab test, but just the test in general, and the new test, to see who has a soul, who doesn't have a soul.
The new test is a blood test, by the way. The new WEF pass that's being advertised takes your blood.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean that test. I just mean the test, the perception test.
Oh, the perception test. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So people either get it or they don't. Those that don't get it, I would suggest that they're almost at the point of having no internal functioning. They can't respond to data. They just react to data. That means that they can be controlled. They can be programmed. I mean, I think that they're doing a lot of these things as a test. So, for instance, if you suddenly put a yellow and blue flag up on your Facebook, without even realizing that you might be supporting neo-Nazis, that's proof positive and confirmation that you are totally controlled without any conscious speculation.
Yeah.
So there's no consciousness. There's no, when I say consciousness, I mean consciousness from, say, a soul or essence, or something that is serving the cosmos as opposed to serving capitalism or individualism or communism, for that matter. And it all goes back to the social sciences of free will, cause and effect, the soul versus the soulless. And this is a number that they're working. They're doing a number on humanity. So they're either identifying those who are soulless, and we talk about virtual signaling. Now, what is virtual signaling? That is the physical manifestation of something of an inequality. Inner quality, not inequality. So it's something. So basically, they're squeezing out any virtue that you may genuinely have and making a physical manifestation of it. And guess what? It kind of goes nowhere. It's empty. Out of the empty into the void.
So is that a form of energy harvesting as well, forcing people to virtue signal like this?
I think when you see like idiotic virtual signaling, I think that is a manifestation of essence being squeezed out of a human that will never come back. And over time, they will become soulless. They will own nothing. And they will be a thing. And that's why we talk about the fluoride glaze or stare, or...
Yeah, the empty stare.
Yeah. Out of the empty into the void. It's an extraction. They're pulling the soul out of humanity. using social science, technology, and it doesn't take too much research. If you look into social sciences, it always takes you back to the same things.
Yeah. Same group of individuals, companies, and groups as well.
Yeah, yeah. So, in a nutshell, you've got the physical, non-physical. You've got the manifestation of the physical, and you've got the intangible qualities of a human. I would say that the physical operates on the horizontal, and the intangible qualities of a human operates on the vertical. Now, in some ways, in this realm, you can't have one without the other, but it's a case of retaining, protecting your essence. Now, there's a two-way street. So you've got the extraction of essence, and then you've got the cultivation of essence. So it'd be the equivalent of somebody growing food, and there's two ends. There's people taking the food, and then there's the ability to produce the food. So there's two things going on at the same time, and I would say that what we're witnessing is exactly that. So on one hand, you've got the essence being extracted, and on the other hand, you've got the elimination or the lack of education of how to harvest how to generate, how to germinate essence. And over time, you will end up with a soulless generation. And if they're soulless, by law, you can be owned. By law, you will be a slave. I think all forms of slavery that have come before have been an attempt. And they've nearly got it.
A trial
nearly
run.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, even if you look at sort of recent slavery in the last, say, 500,000 years, there's always been that problem. And the problem is that when they can prove that the slaves have a soul, guess what? They have to let them go. Now, if they can get people to volunteer to give up the soul and own nothing.
Oh, shit, yeah. Voluntary eternal slavery.
Yeah.
So basically, it's basically tricking people into dehumanizing themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the ultimate. This is the final frontier. I always say this is the final frontier into the inner workings of humanity, because they've physically done everything. I mean, it's almost impossible to physically live off grid. It's more a game of, it's more a war of protecting the inner workings and internally being off grid, or off their grid, off their matrix, off their chessboard.
Off their energy harvesting grid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Much like the mental fortress that I've talked about, to build up so that these non-physical attacks that are looking to, manufacture your consent, to play your emotion, to weaponize your own emotions against you.
Yeah.
A defense needs to be built against that.
Yeah, and the key thing in what I've been talking about is the cause and effect. And this is nothing new. This has been spoken about in the esoteric world, esoteric groups, in the occult, light occult, dark occult, grey occult. It's all about cause and effect. And it's only physical manifestations, physical matter, that is under the law of cause and effect. And this is why you get the numerology. This is why you get the calculations. This is why you get, because with cause and effect, it's very, you can calculate it. It's a cause and then the effect. It's very consistent once you understand how it works. So the objective is to get you on the line, the conveyor belt of cause and effect. And this is why even the Buddhists will talk about, like, if you're stuck on cause and effect, you can never escape.
The horizontal plane.
It's a case of getting, well, they would describe it as a wheel, but it basically just means it keeps going and going and going. I mean, you could say it's a conveyor belt of infinity, or infinite.
The metaverse.
Yeah.
It's infinite.
Yeah. Now, possibly, right? Talking of the metaverse, you could look at this in two ways. You could look at the metaverse as the prison, yeah, but you could also look at it. Maybe it's a place for the extraction of the soul, so the soul can go into the metaverse while your body gets occupied by something else. Maybe there's other entities that want to inhabit this realm. Maybe the ancestors of the dark occultists.
Wow.
They want your body while your soul and your essence is trapped in the metaverse.
Potentially, yes.
Body snatchers.
Yeah, because as an example, I don't think it's possible unless you build an artificial robot from scratch. I don't think it's possible to actually manifest a human body without there being some form of essence, or the crystallization of an essence or soul. So I think this is what they're going for. They're going for the mechanism aspect of the creation of a body, but without the soul. So that maybe the bodies can enter this realm with a soul or essence, and then at some point it can be extracted or separated and either tucked away somewhere, or because it can't be killed, because it can't be created. It can't
Gosh. Has to just move or go onto a different,
Well, if this is really a soul harvest stroke farm enclosure, as we've learnt about in some certain doctrines, then yeah, maybe new inhabitants of these avatars are waiting to come in while everyone's essence is trapped in the metaverse.
They've been on standby for thousands of years until the technology was there.
That's it. I think they've already come in.
Yeah, and just one last thing, and I'll sit back. It goes back to consent. I think you can only really detach, or only truly detach, the soul from the body through the mechanism of consent.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be consented. That's maybe what they've always lacked in the past.
Yep.
And now they're looking like they've got it.
Well, you've seen it in lots of isolated cases in sects where people have been taken into these little communes and basically showed their devotion to the cult leader and sacrificed themselves, or for the aliens that were coming, or whatever it was.
Something, yeah.
They have willingly, consensually given.
Well, they thought they were transcending.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what do you think is going to be the same lie that's sold to everyone when in a few years' time, when it's literally commercially available when you're old, to buy a synthetic body, get your neural lace that you've already got in transferred over to the synthetic body. So you have a synthetic body, an avatar here, but you also live in the metaverse eternally, so that people can see you in the metaverse forever. That's a couple of years away.
Yeah.
So
can you? I haven't got the facility at the moment. Can you actually get the quote about "you'll own nothing and be happy," or so I can get the exact wording of it? I believe they deleted it, didn't they? Did they delete the page?
They changed a lot of the branding and the advertising on the WEF site because the videos were a little bit too honest. I don't know if they've actually changed the tagline "you'll own nothing and be happy," which Andy PG is just Jamie in it right now.
I mean, I mentioned it, I think it was last year. Yeah, it would have been last year. And if you actually break down that quote, it actually doesn't make any sense at all. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox.
Top left, Andy. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Nothing and be happy are in green. So it's you'll own nothing, full stop, and you'll be happy.
Okay, so
you're not supposed to start a sentence with "and." Yeah.
No.
After a full stop, that's first principle. You can't start a sentence with "and" after a full stop.
But also, you've got "you'll own nothing," or is it you will own nothing, or you'll?
You apostrophe double L. You will.
Okay. And it says, "and you'll be happy." So
yeah.
if you'll own nothing, how can you'll be happy? Because there won't be a you. It'll be a thing.
You'll own absolutely nothing. You won't even own your soul. So there won't be a you to have any ownership. Yeah, absolutely. You will be a subject of ownership.
Yeah, identification. You'll be ID.
Yeah, so this links in with what we were talking about last week with the identification. Absolutely. Okay. This is all starting to really click into place now.
Yeah.
This is a lot more about taking away our physical property, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's just one stage.
What I've explained to you right now was actually spoken of, like I say, 100, 150 years ago. This is what the esoteric groups were actually interested in. Because what's happening right now is actually nothing particularly new. Because when a lot of these esoteric groups were sprung up, they were having to deal with the Bolsheviks.
Right, so they actually sprung up as a result of the onslaught of the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, and the bourgeoisie, which is the same thing. It's the materialistic values of the middle classes, which I mean, I don't want to go on and on, but it's also linked to slavery and labour, because the middle class can only get there through labour. Now, there's some interesting words, like soul trader. Think about that.
A soul trader.
Why is there such a thing called a soul trader? And why is it so important?
Yeah, it's got to be more important than just being a one-man band, independent business. Because that's officially what it means. A soul trader is a one-man, an individual, but really it means trading in souls. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not lone trader or solo trader.
And then self-employed. Now, why do you think there's a war against the soul traders and the self-employed?
It's about the master and the slave dynamic again, isn't it?
Yeah, because potentially, on probably a sort of mundane level, if you're a soul trader, if you're self-employed, you've possibly got some inner functioning. You need to have inner functioning to even be able to operate.
Yeah, because you've got to be a polymath to a certain degree. You might have to do your own accounting, your own books, file your own taxes. You would have to do more than an employee.
Yeah.
Well, in general, you have to find your own work. You have to think of your own advertising.
You have to give up more of your own time.
Yeah, you're running your own business.
You have to make it your life, otherwise it doesn't be successful in the first few years.
You're a soul trader. You're trading your soul on the market. It's you, no master.
I would say, right, it'd be very difficult. I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but it'd be very difficult to be a soul trader or even self-employed, although they're kind of changing it slightly nowadays. To be any of those two and have a kind of occupation that you don't have to assert yourself, that it doesn't have to be some kind of essence, some kind of creativity, imagination, some kind of intangible, even with the marketing, you have to be a little bit creative. So these are invisible qualities of humanity that they want to extinguish at some point in the very near future.
It's just all levels of sovereignty and independence.
They want everyone on an even keel, don't they? They just want the peasantry and the
everyone equally peasanty.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's what stakeholder capitalism is about. It's like normal capitalism means everyone can take part. What's stakeholder capitalism? Well, that means you have to be a stakeholder. What's that? It's not you.
That's it.
That's it. It's not you. It's Lord Schwab and his mates. They're the stakeholders in the Great Reset. So, some tunes from over, please.
140 next for you, do you want
I don't know if I want to MC.
Oh, really?
Oh, go on then. yeah, we should probably space and bars. I've got Terra Slim here as well. Go on, we'll have a little 15 minutes, and then we'll have hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
is that the chair? Yes.
Yeah, what I've just spoken about, it sounds a bit kind of doom and gloomish, but it's not. The mere fact that we can speculate about such things and question such subjects proves that we have consciousness.
Yeah,
now,
for sure.
If you cannot have this type of conversation with somebody in any capacity, that's probably a good clue that they're almost soulless. And remember, it's on a spectrum. It's not like you have a soul or you don't. And this is why you may. So I get called out quite a bit because I kind of claim that not everybody has a soul. What I generally mean is a soul in completion.
50 Shades of NPC.
Yeah,
it's a scale.
50 grades, yeah. It's a scale, yeah.
50 grades of NPC.
the mere fact that we're having this speculative conversation is proof positive, confirmation that we have consciousness, that we have a soul, or we're growing a soul, developing a soul. We're on the trajectory towards immortality, for want of a better word.
So the conscious inquiry actually dictates that we're on that pathway.
Yeah, and it's very easy to defend because they can't control this aspect of us. Unless you consent.
Unless you consent. Unless you willingly cuck yourself.
Hand over your soul.
To the Archons. Are you going straight in with the instrumentals? Can I not go for a wee first? Damn, son.
So,
Okay, Inner
Rise
Guardians.
Above.
Rise Above. Are we... come back for final thoughts.
Oh yeah, no, Lee, come back.
Listen. Shout out to the Rise Above Massive. Let me know how the mic's sounding. Over beats on the ones and twos, double L on full attack. Yeah, bear witness to this phenomenon. Wow, I couldn't sick this, and it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on. Yeah, beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. One, two, it's Terra Slim, double L skin, Oma Beats.
Yo, it's exclusive shit. Exclusive shit right here. I need a bit more volume in this mic. What are you saying, double L? So give him an exclusive. Yeah?
Let us know how we're sounding.
Who's still with us? Give us a sign.
Yo, I'm a lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses wrapped in a vault, yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, burning pictures in deep catacombs. Know the prophecy buried in them. That's why double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword, bury them, sir. Yo, severing nerves, focus, intent, remember. Execute manifesto, fires the system that you present a form. In the guardians, in the protector, in the guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet with the drop of a being. Comes loud in your ear, bruv, now we begin. Break it down to the first principle. Apply to the medium, analytical. Over beats, come spin 'em all. Yes, Terra.
Yo, what you say? Can you hear me? Yo. One of the best in the whole UK. Don't give a fuck about no new names. Shout to my elders. Only the strongest remains of the guys I washed up and out of the danger. Stop me obtaining the fame. But you also failed. High pen tails like Olsen Wells. Put a mattress on the wall of the cell. Make a punch back. Imagine all of the scumbags that man's fought in this world. I tell him, I see you in hell. Bad Negroes get beat with a belt. Voting's a joke, take me to rebel. The BNP tried to kill me, but they failed. Shout out to Cruller. If I'm the best in the country, then he's the best in the world. Man's where ends, but I search for the ends of the world. Cause I just can't fester, fend for myself. Shout to the girls that left, now they're on the shelf. Shout to the guys that quit, greedy, didn't get wealth. Pocket still broke, still in the same shit. The hand that was feeding got bit. Just like the chicks that had man breeding and dip on the clutch of the beast. And they ain't releasing his grip. So if man's clutching the piece, it means I'm on busting for peace. That can't be reached with discussion or speech. The streets is peak, it's got to the stage. A man is demanding a tithe like priests. Drug dealers break off a piece, going through a man's pockets at the end of the week. Don't look at me, I'm just observing. Cause of nature, can't intervene. They'll stick something sharp in your spleen. Nowhere safe, they'll murk you in central yards from the queen. I'd rather sit in my yard and be lean. Fuck going out on a lash with the lads. Whole lot of cash in the field for a harvest and green. What I need, what I mean. So now leaving a flash, turning the weed into ash, turning the weed into oil and shatter and wax. My enemies scatter like rats. In the streets I've been battered. Now it's my turn to batter and back. They say that I should relax, but I am convinced that they're hiding the facts. Trying to get free while everyone runs to the trap. Don't blame the youngers, the elders fucked up way back. This is payback for what you done. Didn't watch your daughters and sons cause your eyes were closing and speaking in tongues. That's why I've been eager to run out in the wilderness. 2 Dobermans, 2 guns, lick shots if anybody comes, but under a law where they can't keep guns in your drum, so can't be running your gums. I'm hotter than rum, gotta stay calm. Can't remember my lyrics, but it's like Vietnam. With double L, we ain't calm. Up in the rise above headquarters, you know we've got the quarters. Yo,
big up Terra.
Yo.
Fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical flow. Straight to the dome. Any covert weasel, let it be known.
No.
Rise above your parasite force.
Jeez.
You can come with a horse. Drive at me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche.
Jeez.
Yo, you will get fun and torch. Lil Schwab. It's too much.
Oh.
Yo, I oppose all covert forces. They can come with their tanks and horses. Driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above is a mental fortress. The most deep and the walls are enormous. Built of knowledge of multiple sources. You can't storm us. Not climb in a pile of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of horrors. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders. We are the vertical rising forces.
Yo. Shout out all the YouTube crew, all the Facebook crew. You might know this one. Yo. Armageddon and end of the world. You can repent, still send hell. You can tell I rebel, cause everybody who voted is now holding an L. Trying to bring down the elite, but destined to fail. A left-wing fairy tale. The labor is wicked as well, but you just can't tell till you wake up and take off the veil. Same one's hiding freedom, same one's cleaning out shells, cause everybody's out for themselves. Some say Corbyn's to blame, my mind is fucked. Need endorphins for the pain when I see friends endorsing Matt Hancock. It is insane. We won't be talking again. I feel ashamed, didn't know they was in on the game. Lifetime of knowledge that's filling my brain, and my DNA has militant strains. My nerves are twitching cause people are snitching. It's burning when they're talking my name. That's why I walk in the flames. Your churches and mosques are closed, so there's no one warping your brain. With the talk that they said, none of it is important today. Not a drug importer, never world enforcer. Start summoning flying saucers. My words are deeper than Chaucer's. Still leave wounds deep in your forehead. I can legally murder a fox, but I'd rather hunt an informer. My life couldn't be stranger. My life is riddled with trauma. Enemies being aided by a sorcerer. Might need a sword to impel ya. Transylvania, what did I tell ya? In the castle, man, trapped in a sauna. Don't give a fuck if you voted for Johnson. Man was on life support, unresponsive. Yeah, pray for Johnson. Pray he's rotting in a coffin. Yo, double L.
Unresponsive, yes, Terror. It's right above your Friday. Yo, blood drips congealed on the dirt. Forms red blood, are you feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs? We let the demon speak and then hang on his words. Mesmerized by the evil inside. Hypnotizing all people alive. Energizing the feeble demise. Life of the dungeon is extremely deprived and it's dark in this dungeon. Around every corner the evil's abundant. Hope is redundant. Treacherous being spread the dysfunction. They feed on your soul. For their lunch and get pleaded with gold or prepare for consumption. I'm the ravenous huntsman. Right arm hold my carcass triumphant.
I'm at the coffin, 6 in the morning, body still rotting. The CCTV's the unseen force that's watching. The police of the beast, so we dodging. I'm a lost soul that's forgotten. The rumours are tomb in tune like Tutankhamun, so I'm plotting. Cannabis fumes, care cannabis fumes, my fate is cotching. I'm possessed by the spirits of my ancestors who were doomed and made to pick cotton. Right now they're fuming, looking to kill off the slave master's bloodline if they spot him. People ignore me when I'm shotting. Like what you're trying to speak before, already for the heartbeats. I reach them for a Ouija board.
Yo. So it seems that they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. And again, yo. So it seems that they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender. Away from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrendered all ways and means to fight and combat a killer vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. Lacks ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother's terror. Tell me, are you on that?
Yo. Alright, it's going off.
Let's
go. I was kind of like zoning out a little bit now. I'm coming back.
Come back.
Yeah.
I'll put it right on you.
Right.
Come with that mix, Omar.
Yo. Where the fuck am I from? London town, where double-decker bus might run you down. You might bun brown in the underpass or get dashed on the tracks in the underground. Now that they ban fox hunting, rich people wanna hunt us down till we come to your town. Bust your ass, want my pounds, get none to ras. When I spit bars, blood thunder starts. In London, you might get jumped in a park. Rich men puff on cigars, think that you're artist stuck in a car. All changes like shuffling cars, team all races that are struggling hard. Never hesitated, running up in yard, the police are the beaks, tussle with the guards.
Yo, solidarity and cohesion, together resist their lesion. I never stop it while I'm still breathing. Forever seen psychotically reading, documenting their plotting and scheming. Yeah, their illogical teaching leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception, mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through cracks in perception, say my prayers and face my reflection. Knowledge of self, power of mind, intellectual wealth. Powers of mind, come off the hour. I use these powers to burn down the tower that threaten mankind.
Yo.
Yes.
Sorry, my memory ain't great. I ain't great.
I'm shooting, I've got a list of bars here.
I should have.
Yo, listen, rise above won't allow the reset, no. Not in a million years. We've shed a million tears. They promoted a million fears. Oh, my beats, what happened to the beat? I could keep flowing for a million
years.
Shit. Big up everyone tuned in. We're having fun on a Friday night. Terra Slim is here in the flesh. You know we're going to have to spit some bars.
All right, cool.
Your jungle bars.
I can do something. I like this though. Yeah. All right. Alright, let's go. Yo. Let's say I'm on a downer, but I'm an out-of-towner. Man, shout me out up in every city. I bounce about to watch away my sins. I tried showering for hours. My cousin jumped off a tower. My mental state's devoured. These women are watching me and they're looking to drain my power. You'd be amazed to see the maze I made it out of. Most of my haters ain't far, cause I've been raised around. The world's a better place without them. I can't change the outcome. Grabbing the thousands like a rabbit, getting snatched up by a falcon. I got baggage I have to drag up a mountain. Counting my blessings, but I know that the accountant's crooked. Honest people rarely get a looking, and it's got me doubting. That's why I'm shouting. Knock 'em out, drink a bottle of Guinness stout. No long ting, I'm always in and out. Always about. All these fake MCs, I'm calling them out. You can call them out. You can tell them I called them out. You can tell them to come see me. I see the MCs that don't like me. I see them linking. They better be careful. I don't call my boys and make visits. I know the addresses of the venues that you're spitting. Trust me, you're not that sick. You're not that slick. These radio stations I got the contacts with. So don't think man won't give me the drops. Trust me, if I was sick in my head, you would be ringing the cops. So trust me, MCs flop. They better quit, cause they ain't got no place in this hip-hop shit. So I tell a man, fuck off. You ain't ready for the shit. You'll get brushed off real quick. Trust me, I spit some real shit. That's why these other MCs ain't getting mentioned. Attention, I went to the concert. I didn't see a long queue. I guess that fans don't want you anymore. They said you were meant to spit this shit, but you don't do it anymore. So I guess that's game over. Lights out, better quit, your day's over. They said don't quit your day job, but your day job is now you're a straight knob. Yo, I know the industry is a thief, so many artists have been straight robbed. So you add your shit left to these straight knobs who chat shit, and when it comes to getting on this thing, they never back it. They ain't on shit, trust me. You can tell them I'm the London boogeyman. When I come round, all I see is tumbleweed. Trust me, no MC can trouble me, cause they know. Trust me, in daytime, nighttime, I come with the day glow. Trust me, yo. That's how we go and rise above. Friday night show.
Oh shit. Terra Slim just killed it. That's how we do in the studio on a Friday night. I feel like 10 Westwood here on the buttons. God damn.
I'm giving you to the count of 5. I'm giving you to...
Homer, what are you doing to them? Let the beats roll. Broadcasting all across the crater with positive vibrations out to organic individuals. Standard, there's no misunderstanding. MC double L's here. Standard, there's no misunderstanding. Shit, we're crystal clear. Yo, bigger. Yo. Seaside up, rhythm of rim. Who's that? Double L skin. Live on the decks, he's mixing. It's Oma Beats, he's in. I'm a seasider, rhythm a rider. Buster, one-liner. Being a game, so I'm an all-timer. Lyrical low is tight like vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a creeper. Break the surface, turn it in deeper. Some are followers, some are a leader. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Some are pupil, some are teacher. Step in the road of a Nike sneaker. Blowing up like Al Qaeda. Live in Ukraine.
Got no choice, best run. Man, I'm blowing the fed. Come, ain't committing bread. Rum, fighting over bread crumbs. Wanna find me best come. Got enough backup, get some. Young thugs get away with the shoppers from a stun gun. Anyone that wants some. I'm the wrong one, the long one. Bust stunts, tell yats I'll meet them out front. But women are long when they're leaving out drunk. So smoke for the lungs, they breathing out. Some man say, well, this reading out punk. Ladies say that I'm kind of a hunk. Trust me, it's a pile of junk. Moving your man, I'll hang your gang. Man, a man gets sang with a gang to prang. Proof the orangutans, I wanna go like that. But damn, I can't get no yats to bang. Rock jams and jammers spot. When I rock around the clock, and I'm damned if not. How many man's got plans to plot? How many man's got plans to shot? How many man's got plans to plot? Slots, and this ambition is lost. Got no words, it's been lost. Sons of the bitches ripping us off. Know that the price of living is cost. Lack of a vision is pissing me off. Don't be bitter, blood, I'm just a spitter, don't be switching it off. With the Rise Above crew every Friday night, you know how we do.
Gosh. Holy shit. Oma Beats is in the building, Terra Slim is in the building, it's Rise Above HQ broadcasting live to you lot, big up all the family. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, don't punch with your hand. Pick up a record up, pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Pick up a record up, pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Oma Beats, yo, come with a master plan. Double checking that measurement, write that shit on testament. Laced with untold relevance of the lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development in the everlasting race. We've identified that new element, its name is drum and bass. So check the pace, the tempo, never heard before. The flagship of my baby culture busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time, Oma Beats, spin the rhythm, yo Terra, come with word.
Some fucked up shit. Everything I spit is some fucked up shit. When I'm fucked up shit, legit, it's some fucked up shit. When I'm turning on the news, it's some fucked up shit. When I see all their views, it's some fucked up shit. So it's some fucked up shit. So I gotta get away from these fucking bricks. All I'm on is missioning. Straight mind conditioning. Yo. Cause in this lake that I'm fishing in, man ain't got the ambition, so your mind looks twisted and you can't see my vision. Yo, you're missing. I can't find a lighter. I need to light up this.
I stole your lighter.
Oh no, that's cool.
I've got all the lights. Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. If this is final days, bro, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above extinguishing the fear because that parasite can't get enough. The hungry little worm convinced the world they spread the germ. We know that's total lies, some people never learn. That's why we choose to rise, or we might miss our turn. The harvest is overdue, crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow, keep what you know. Deep inside the mind is where you find the very treasure, yo. Fear the denying force, and you choose to man the horse. With the help of Master Lee, you see the triad from the floor. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and step up to the tower, yo. It's double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. The apocalyptic pundit, bro, I speak you through the wreck age. Salute the general, soldiers in your berets. Beating up that parasite with wicked blows and melees. Yo, fuck his appetite, cause rise above is ready. We never feel the belly. Yeah. Peace. Damn, son.
Gosh.
Do you know what, Terra? I need a stage to keep sharp. I get rusty without stage, mate.
It's true, it's true.
Sat in the studio.
It's true. Right, I think the last thing I did, last live performance I did was in a festival about a year, when was it? It was like almost, it was last summer, literally.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else, you know, they want all these COVID passes and all this. I can't get down with it. Do you know what I mean?
No, Terra Slim will be performing at Raw Fest coming later on this summer with other organic, pure blood artists. Trust me.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Right, Oma Beats has got a takeaway, so that means we invite Metaphysical Sensei. You'll be back in a minute. Welcome back, Inner Guardians. You still there? Maybe he's not. Maybe he's walking the dog. That's okay. That's okay because let's have a little chat with everyone that's going on here.
Yeah.
Who have we got?
Salutations.
Oh, salutations in the Guardian.
Salutations.
How's it going? So yeah, Omar Beats has got his takeaway. He's darted off to the other room, and yeah, we had a little lyrical showdown there, me and Terra. That was good, bro. Really enjoyed that.
That was wicked.
Heavy. Little cross genre spit. That's a real
Organic.
MC. Organic cross genres. You know, it's not just one trick pony. So we've covered a lot tonight, with an eye to the occult, the mechanisms, the MO of the dark occult that are working against us. As always on this show, we study our enemy. We talked about it in the music scene. We've looked at what's going on in World War 33 on a physical level, on a media level. And in the last section there, Inner Guardians has gone whole rabbit and talked about what Lord Schwab's tagline might actually really mean on a metaphysical level. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. When you marry that up, right, with all the other little tidbits of information and these little nuggets that we've plucked out of the normosphere over the last couple of years about these technologies in the future, like the the metaverse, that will give you, you know, like player one levels of joy when you go there. You'll never want to come back to real life. There's been talk of pharmaceuticals that will just sort of give unbounded levels of happy compliance. We've talked about frequency with regards to pentajizzle and weaponry and stuff like that. So what we're really talking about here, and I'm not meaning to be negative, is literally like a multi-layered, multi-theatre stage warfare to take our asymmetrical warfare. In asymmetrical warfare, they don't fail missiles land to air. Yeah, World War 33 lyrics coming soon. So what I'm trying to get at here...
Yeah,
go on.
come.
Well, I'm just saying that what I'm trying to get at here is, on the face of it, what's being moved against us is so powerful and planned and mechanical and all-knowing. But, yeah, here we are, in full knowledge of what's going on, the best that we know, and it hasn't worked on, what's the percentage? We keep playing with this percentage. 5% of people, 3%, 33%, 25%. 3.3%.
Yeah.
No one really knows whether it's, you know, it's not all encompassing, is it? We can go into graphic detail about how amazing these plans are by these transgenerational, interdimensional, archontic, loose harvesting fucking parasites, but it doesn't work on everyone. And we need to take solace in that. Look what we're doing here. We're unravelling it for everyone that might have half worked it out. What did you want to say, Inner Guardians?
There's a famous quote from The Art of War. I'm going to kind of paraphrase it. It's basically, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. So I've shortened it right down. So
is that from like Sun Tzu or something?
Yes. Yeah, The Art of War.
Yeah, Art of War. I thought so. Yeah.
So it's vital to know thy enemy, but equally know thyself, and to know that you have soul, essence, spirit, heart, center, and the enemy has not. So what is there to fear?
I never forget something that you said to me, and I have mentioned it a long time ago in one of these shows, but something that you said to me way before you officially joined the team or came online, when you were just sort of mentoring me privately. You said, look, don't worry about all this too much, because at the end of the day, you've done a lot of hard work. Whatever anyone said, you have worked it out, and I think the word you used was like clear. You're clear because it hadn't worked. So, in a sense, anyone like myself, like everyone here in the room, like most people watching, I mean, almost all people watching, clear of the snare, the metaphysical snare that's being chucked out. You know,
nothing to worry about really.
You know, I've seen quotes that say, you know, at this point, it's about being happy that you have succeeded, and if you can save any other souls, then that's a bonus. Which I guess is an optimistic view in some cases.
Well, I think we've got this far. That's confirmation that we're winning. And it doesn't matter what happens in the physical, ultimately.
Yeah, and here's another thing I think that I've been thinking about this the whole show, because this conflict that I've got going on in my head is people that watch this show that are absolutely split on the way they're analysing what's going on in World War 33. And I come back to the same thing. It's like, at the highest level of understanding, right? If you call this a pantomime, a show, a movie that we're watching, what is the alternative to this? Because this movie, this show, this pantomime, it offers the punch and the Judy. You have the duality. You have the good guy, the bad guy, from whichever side you're sat. Without that, what's the alternative? It's the what's the word? The uni world, the uni state, the one world government. No opposition, just total control. So everyone that's sort of harping on about, why even bother to discuss whether or not this about Putin, whether or not about that, well, the fact is that if there is a show here to be seen, then we're still living in a polarity.
Yeah.
Some people would say that behind that, okay, well, there's a one world government showing you a polarity to trick you. Okay, well, what's the alternative to that? There's no trickery. It's just this one thing. Yeah. That's not what anyone wants. So I think, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's always about levels of understanding and perception for me when we look at this duality that we keep coming back to with these current events we're talking about, and what it means to us.
Being the witness is confirmation of the soul.
Yes.
Think about that.
So what's the difference between being the witness and being, say, the person that's doing the virtual virtue signalling with your Ukraine flags and that? That's being the subject of the exercise.
Yeah, that's subjective reason. The objective is to go towards objective reason.
So by definition, if you're witnessing it, you're actually taking the third point of perception.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Well, when I say witness, I mean truly witness with your third eye, with your inner. You can kind of look at things but not see them. So there's plenty of people looking at what we're looking at, but they don't see. They're just looking. And that's kind of the definition of the sort of perpetual conspiracy theorist. They may look at everything, but do they see? Or who is seeing? Who is the witness? Are they being sucked out, just like any other hook?
Yeah, because let's be real, plenty of people have their essence and their energy harvested by disappearing down rabbit holes.
Yeah, I'll give you a good example.
We all know those people that have learnt about this stuff and
Yeah.
have just gone too far. I mean, some people say that about me, I'm sure, but I know people. It broke them. It made them depressed, etc., etc.
Right, I'll give you an example. I took a photograph today. I was going to put it in the chat, but I never got around to it. I went into a mainstream shop and I walked past the books, and I had the sort of intuition to go over to the bookstore, even though I didn't know or didn't think there was going to be anything of interest. Well, it had a whole shelf of, let's have a look. I took a photograph of it. Unsolved conspiracies. Worst decisions ever made. The greatest blunders ever. And then they had more unsolved conspiracies. And this is in a mainstream bookshop. along with the other normal books.
Just books full of unsolved conspiracies.
Yeah, well, the thing is, people can look at conspiracies, but the question is, can the witness see? Can they know? Can they understand or understand?
Yeah, it's whether you're
Ultimately,
taking
can they
a meta view in it, or whether you're getting sucked into the narrative like it's a thriller, and you're just loving the endorphins or the dopamine buzz you get off the twists and turns of the plot. I guess that's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, what was that film? Da Vinci Code. Okay. So as an example, when you start a conversation with somebody about anything esoteric or occult, if the first thing they say is, "Oh yeah, the Da Vinci Code,"
You read that Dan Brown book, Angels and Demons, or seen the movie? It's got Tom Hanks in it. Yeah.
So that would be kind of the physical manifestation of hooking your attention. So yeah, it's all interesting and it's all, probably very similar, but it's externalized. They haven't digested what they've looked at. They haven't seen it. They haven't been the witness to it. When you're the witness, you're consciously awake to what you're observing.
It's a bit like watching the Netflix expose on Jeffrey Epstein and thinking you know what happened at Epstein Island. It's the same sort of thing. I watched one of those Dan Brown, Tom Hanks movies. I think it was Angels and Demons, and it was about the Illuminati and the Jesuits, and oh my god, what a load of guff. It started off by saying, I don't know, but it was like, oh yeah, the Jesuits were battling the Illuminati. It was going for hundreds of years. Load of absolute turd. But people, might watch that and think, I know about secret societies and stuff. But yeah, that's.
I mean, it's not to say it's not a starter.
Well,
but
is it an open door or is it a cul-de-sac? It's like people talk about Russell Brand, for ages. Like you've talked about him before. He's been an absolute Pied Piper, yeah. Last time it happened, and that he was being a man of the people on YouTube. Last minute, vote for Labour.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So at the moment, I'm not going to lie. His recent videos about Lord Schwab, the Great Reset, Health Chancellor Gates, he doesn't obviously go full whole rabbit. But as far as without getting banned, could go without doing all our slang. He goes all the way with saying, "Look at these guys, they're fucking maniacs." Whether he's gonna, be Mr. Controlled Opposition at the last minute and go, "No, actually, it's all right. The Great Reset's not too bad." Get your neural lace from Robo Musk or whatever. Who knows?
I reckon that's what he'll probably do. Something along them lines, definitely.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He's getting a lot of traction, and eventually, it'll just be last minute U-turn.
Well, he can sway markets on one tweet, like that's billions of dollars and stuff. It's like.
Well, it's not a coincidence that they use the term industrial or industry, industrial revolution. Fourth
Industrial Reich. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. Now, I would suggest, right, you don't need to look at esoteric, deep, mystical, occulted books and things like that. And you don't even really need to study the knowledge in some ways. A direct way or a very quick way would be to grow food. That will teach you more about the occult and the esoteric and the laws of nature than probably 100 years of studying the esoteric. As long as you're the witness, and you're
directly witnessing nature up close in HD. Yeah.
You'll learn a lot about the cosmos, as above, so below.
Well, it sounds like yourself, JD, got the right idea out there in the allotments, growing food, working the land. Yeah, we're going to have JD stopping by on April 1st, actually, after Mark Devlin comes down.
Nice.
Right, we've got to 5 hours.
Jeez.
Let's wrap it up. It's 2:00.
Been a good show, though.
Mate, Terra, get a little bit closer to the mic.
Mate,
it's been awesome having you on, mate.
Yeah, man, thank you for inviting me down. You know what I mean? It's been a
Definitely been a good one, this one.
Yeah, it's about making these physical connections now. I'm really pleased to have people coming physically into the studio, you know, to vibe with us, to be interviewed, to chew the caveat cud with us. Yeah, so Terra.
Yes.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, I just want to give props to Terra. I've been following your stuff on Facebook, and yeah, keep it up.
Thank you. Likewise.
It's dirty work, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it.
But
Gosh.
I guarantee you, you're going to learn way above and beyond what people can learn at a university or in the city by doing what you're doing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And then when you start to incorporate like your own essence and cosmology, time. I mean, you have to factor in everything to grow food. You have to. It's completely polymathic or holistic.
Yeah.
And also, when you start to realize that maybe you are the same as a plant.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the way plants interact with light.
Yeah.
That's a good starting point.
Yeah.
The photosynthesis.
Yeah.
And the magic of the growth of plantation.
Yeah.
And modern society, it's eradicated that, hasn't it? It's industrialized.
Yeah, totally. It's almost, most people don't have a clue how to grow stuff at all. You know, like.
I'm pretty sure that most kids now could not grow a tomato.
No,
potentially not. Right. Get growing food, everyone. You heard it first here on Rise Above.
Yeah.
Terra Slim, once again, thank you very much, brother.
Thank you, man. Yes.
Part of the family, officially part of the team, Commander Slim. In the Guardians, Rise Above, mate.
Rise Above.
Next week is Pirate Radio, not so much chat, so we'll see about a midweek. We'll consider it. We'll leave it on the table. Everyone else, in the meantime, thank you very much for tuning in. As always, if you want to support Rise Above, this is how you do it. You can go on the website www.riseabove.news/shop, and purchase a t-shirt. We have ladies designs. We have loads of t-shirts, hoodies. Reject the Soviet Union, whole rabbit. You know the score. That's how we do. Thank you very much for supporting the cause. It's Rise Above. See you guys next week.